Good evening, Glendale, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Glendale City Council. May we have roll call, please?
Yes, council members Brotman,
Here.
Garpetian,
Here.
Kasakian,
Here.
Najarian,
Here.
Mayor Asadarian.
Here. Please join me in this flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the invocation.
Let us begin by acknowledging that we are standing on the indigenous lands of the Gabrielino Tongva people. As we gather here today to serve our community, let us reflect on the principles of compassion, generosity, and care for one another. May we strive to meet the needs of those who are hungry, thirsty, or without shelter. Let us extend kindness to strangers, offer comfort to the sick, and remember those who are often forgotten or marginalized. May this council be guided by the spirit of service, working together to build a city where dignity, justice, and opportunity are afforded to all. Thank you.
Thank you. And may we have your report?
Yes, the agenda for the January 28th, 2025 regular meeting of the Glendale City Council was posted on January 23rd, 2025 on the bulletin board outside City Hall.
What's next?
Next are presentations and appointments. Item A is agenda preview for the meetings of Tuesday, February 4th, 2025, provided by Assistant City Manager John Tartalian.
Good evening, Mayor Asadarian, members of council. Next week in the afternoon, we'll have Housing Authority, and all we have on there is the approval of minutes. For the evening's council agenda.
Mr. Tartalian, it's really hard to hear you. If you can,
A little closer?
bring the mic closer. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Is that
Thank
better?
you. Yes.
Okay, very good. For the evening meeting, we have only one action item, and that will be from the City Attorney's Office regarding review of the mayor selection process, and one hearing item from Community Development, and that would be appeal of the Director of Community Development's decision to require an environmental impact report for a demolition of a historic resource located at 1303 to 1315 North Central Avenue. That is it.
Thank you so much. And what's next?
Next are nominations for appointment. Item A.
Mayor, do I need to make a AB
No, you do
244?
not. Councilmember Sakian.
All right, appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Go ahead.
Nominations for appointment. The first nomination is for Stefan Chirakhchian, Planning Commission, seat 5, which is currently vacant, and the appointment is by Najarian Brotman, 1/21/2025. The second one is Rani Gharibian, Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committee, seat 5, which is vacant currently, and the appointment is by Najarian and Asatrian, 1/21/2025.
Can I make a motion for both together?
Second.
Can I-
Unless there's an objection.
Is there any objection to that?
Roll call.
Okay, motion, second, okay.
Yes, council members Brotman,
Yes.
Karpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asadarian.
Yes. Next.
I have some nominations to make. Is it at the right time or at the council?
No,
meeting?
at the
At the council comments.
comments.
Okay.
Next are consent items, including minutes. The following are routine and may be acted upon by one motion. Any member of council or the audience requesting separate consideration may do so by making such request before the motion is proposed. We do not have any cards or callers on this side.
All right. Do I have a motion?
I'll move the consent calendar.
Second,
Roll call.
Council members Brotman,
yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asadarian.
Yes. Next.
Next are city council and staff comments.
All right. Would you like to go first?
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I have some nominations to make for different boards and commissions. For Planning Commission, Mr. Henrik Nazarian. For Audit Committee, Mr. Christopher Saturian. For Design Review Board, Mr. Rafi Halajian. For Glendale Water and Power, Mr. Hrant Avanesian.
Wait, do you want to identify which ones which seats?
These are with, I'm sorry, the pairs, these are all with Mr. Councilmember Najarian and myself.
Ah, okay.
And for Building and Fire,
It's the way we roll.
Mr. Zavin.
Well, there was one that I was supposed to meet with this
Right.
Thursday. That's why I'm like,
Right.
wait.
And for Building and Fire, Mr. Zavin Hanesian. This is what I have so far for this week.
All right. And that'll come next week for a vote. Okay. All right.
Just a note that the deadline that you set for yourself was February 14th, so.
Right. Okay. All right.
I have one.
Yes, please.
I have a panel that Councilmember Garpetian and I are on together for parks. We've agreed to nominate Annette Arakelian.
Okay. Do my colleagues have additional comments, council comments to make?
I do.
Yes.
I would like to let everyone know that next Tuesday, February 4th, is Transit Equity Day. And that means that all transit systems in LA County are going to be operating with no fare, I think with the exception of Amtrak. Metrolink is Metro, the buses, the rails. I think the micro minis, I think the bikes, that's all going to be free on Transit Equity Day, February 4th. The Burbank Airport, also known as the Burbank Glendale Pasadena Airport, has selected a new executive director, Mr. John Hatanaka. He is experienced in the management of airports, and he's going to be bringing the airport into the 21st century with the completion of the new passenger terminal, which is slated for opening in October of 2026. Furthermore, the airport this past year, calendar year, surpassed 6 million passengers at the airport, and it's doing quite well. Mayor Asaturian, myself, and Frank Quintero are the representatives from Glendale on that Burbank Airport Authority. We call it Burbank, but it's really a tri-party agreement with Pasadena, Glendale, and Burbank. I would like to know when, if at all, the issue of modifying the mayor selection ordinance is going to come back to us.
It was just disclosed by Mr. Taftalian that it's on.
Yes, I couldn't hear him. He
Councilmember
wasn't speaking.
Najarian, it's tentatively scheduled for February 4th.
Okay, and if someone could please, at some point, I'm not sure this is a request for a full-on report, but there were some issues with some described horrific battery fires in Northern California where large batteries burned and were basically unstoppable. I'd like to know if there's any ramifications for us at Grayson, because we do have significant battery storage there. I'd just like to know what plans we have to extinguish those, and if there's any risk to the structure if it's a fire that just keeps going and going. On a side note, speaking of the Burbank Airport Fire Department was called into service by the City of Burbank Fire Department because there was an EV, electrical vehicle, that caught fire. Burbank Fire Department could not extinguish it, and the airport had to bring in special firefighting equipment to extinguish that fire. So we need to be careful. We've already made our decision on Grace, and I'm not saying let's take those batteries away, but let's be sure we're thinking ahead in terms of fire suppression, protection, anything else that could be done to make sure that in the, they call it a thermal event. If we have a thermal event, that will protect indirect losses. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Garpetian, I believe you had an additional
Yes,
comment?
I like to wish my daughter Naira a very happy birthday. It's her birthday tonight. We are here celebrating with my colleagues and everyone else in Glendale, and she is a great, great young lady, 4.2 GPA, just graduated from UCLA, and she is getting ready to take her MCAT. So I'm very proud of her. We all are very proud of you. Your family loves you, and happy birthday. Thank you.
Happy birthday, Naira, and congratulations on your graduation. All right. I know that someone pointed out the age. We are not disclosing age. No, okay. Anyway, so I do want to just request one update from staff. There were some executive orders that have come down that I know that the judge temporarily paused as it relates to any federal funding and grants. I had asked staff to provide some short report of what that means, because even like CDBG and our Section 8 and our housing dollars and anything that we potentially have in the pipeline or in the works is impacted should this go through. So if I recognize that, I think initially I got a lot of messages asking what does that mean for Glendale, and then the judge temporarily put a stop to that or a pause to that. So if staff can just provide that. And I know that I've gotten a lot of emails and calls about the fallen trees and limbs and what we're doing for cleanup. Mr. Hernandez has been doing an amazing job along with his team in keeping us updated. And I know that they were looking at additional resources. So if you can just please provide where we're at, I think it would be helpful for our residents to be aware of both. Thank you so much.
Certainly, Mayor Satrian, member of City Council, I'm going to ask John Taktalian, who's overseeing the Finance Department currently, and has been working, following up on the latest events that regarding pausing the federal funds to municipalities, to provide you an update. And then, as you noted, Mr. Hernandez can give you a quick update on the cleanup efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Al-Saturi and members of the council. I think the big question you hit on the head was, what does this mean for Glendale? And that's the question we've been trying to answer for ourselves ever since we received notification very, very early this morning about this. This kind of came out of the blue for a lot of agencies. And it's an order that technically impacts more than just cities. It'll impact nonprofits, universities, state and local governments, and anybody who actually receives federal funding. Not just federal funding, but some state funding that they received as a pass-through for federal funds themselves. For us, our big concern immediately was our Section 8 program, because that is the largest federally funded program that we have. While we did not have access to get into the portals today, we've been assured that direct assistance programs such as Section 8 are excluded from this particular order, and we will be able to make those payments to landlords at the beginning of next month. Other agencies that are excluded from this order are going to include Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, food stamps, small business assistance, Head Start, rental assistance, and federal Pell Grants.
Are they excluded or are they paused because of the ruling? Because I had seen some items that you're mentioning now that said they were part of the order. So were they part of the order, and or were they excluded from the order?
The order was actually a pretty vague 2-page document that didn't get into a lot of details. And throughout the day, we've all learned through different press releases and just media what is and isn't covered. So as of right now, these are indicated, at least verbally by the administration, to be eligible for continued funding. There are 2,600 other programs that the federal government is asking different agencies to justify, or I shouldn't say justify, explain the purpose behind before they determine one by one if those are going to be funded or not. We do have impacts, however, just in our Parks Department. We have several programs that we, as of right now, don't have access to. CDBG funding to the tune of about $4.2 million. Our Elderly Nutritional Meals Program, Emergency Solutions Grant, and our Continuum of Care funding. We do have reserves in some of those accounts, so I don't anticipate that anything drastic is going to happen overnight. But depending on how long this takes, we may see some impacts. The order that was issued by the federal judge, I believe, is only good for about a week, at which point we'll learn what the next steps will be.
Okay, and I would anticipate that not only will you be following up on the updates, but quickly also putting heads together just in case these funds are cut, what we need to do, and if, coming to council for an emergency session is what's required. I mean, I would expect that from staff.
Certainly.
The Continuum of Care was for the homeless services, or?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, Mr. Galanian. Mayor, City Council, so we have made significant progress in our cleanup efforts. To date, we have received almost 600 service calls. We're at 589. What that consists of 302 trees down and 285 significant limbs. We are nearly complete with 7 of our 12 maintenance districts. We have split crews to cover more ground, both internal and external. So we have one of our contractors, West Coast Arborist, who has provided additional staff, and on Saturday we'll provide an additional crew to help speed up the efforts. So that was by the end of next week. We intend to be pretty much done with our systematic sweep, and then we will be addressing anything that might have come in after. But we're making significant progress. When we started the event, we anticipated it was going to be 6 to 8 weeks. We are tracking ahead of that schedule. We're closer to 4 to 5 weeks. We did see some delay because of the rains. We did have some trees go down that were not directly as part of the wind event, but we did have a couple significant trees go down as part of the recent rains. That slowed us up slightly, but we're going to recover. We're working overtime, so rest assured that we're out there covering a lot of ground.
All right. Thank you. Thank you both. Okay.
Next, our community event announcements.
Yes, okay.
3 minutes, 5-speaker limit. Per mayor policy, this item also permits speakers wishing to speak under general oral communications, subject to the 3-minute time limit. Discussion is limited to matters not on the agenda. Madam Mayor, we have 5 speaker cards. And the first speaker is Monica Campagna. Monica, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm here with a message of gratitude to all the staff in the city, to our city manager, to the crew at GWP, to our Public Works Department. Appreciate our arborist, Lauren Click, and all the people that have been working to help restore our community after these terrible storms. And I just want to say on behalf of the Glendale Environmental Coalition that we appreciate you. We thank our firefighters, we thank our first responders, and we thank you very much for your dedication and all your hard work. This terrible event has reminded us that a big part of resiliency is how we come together in these times of crisis, and how we support one another, and how our communities can work together. With that, I just want to say that I hope people will remember this when our climate action plan comes forward in the future, because that's what this is all about, climate action and adaptation. And this is going to be a plan that we can use to help navigate what looks like a future that will be more like this. So anyway, thank you so much. Really do appreciate all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Beth Brooks. Beth, you have 3 minutes.
I want to thank Jeanette, who I think is incredible, and every time I come to the city clerk's office, she's my savior. She's an amazing woman. She's so helpful, and I love her so much, and I still didn't give her a Christmas gift. Okay, that's number one. For next week's meeting, I was wondering, because I think you're going to have a lot of people here about the not having the environmental protection report. So I'm wondering if, I don't know if you have to do it in the charter, if you'd have a 2-day meeting, because if you have public comments and everybody just gets a minute to speak, I think that might be a problem. I think you might have a lot of people who want to speak. So that's my question. My other question was, I know we're compliant, I don't know what the terminology is exactly, we're compliant for our housing that I think expires in February, that there can be a builder's remedy if we're not compliant according to the government with affordable housing. So I wanted to know, will we be compliant so that nobody can slip in a builder's remedy? Because I think it expires in February. It's on my phone, I'm not sure. And there are smarter people than I who will talk about this, but my other thing that I wanted to mention was about posting the agenda. And I think that outreach is a real problem for probably every city. But I think that the agenda should probably be put in the Glendale News Press. The Crescenta Valley News should be on the first page of the city website. There could be a paper flyer that comes out, Armenian TV, Glendale TV, a posting of it, a literal, here's the agenda, that comes on frequently, certainly in the Glendale News Press and Crescenta Valley News. I think it should be in a timely fashion, and also on that agenda to rework the fine print that takes up 3/4 of the first page, because all people really want to know is how do I watch it and how do I make a comment? And my other, no, I'm going to talk about something else. Yeah, so I mean, I would gladly do it for nothing. I will rework it for you. I've done graphics. I will volunteer my time to rework that for you. So that's basically what I have to say, and thank you for the time. She's the woman.
Thank you. I would note that I actually rework it for my social media platforms and I post them. And I think one of the discussions we've had and I brought up previously is how we make the language of the agendas more palatable to the general public, because I recognize that a lot of it is legal language, but being able to kind of put them in simpler form in order for the public to understand what it is that is actually on the agenda. And so I don't know if staff has looked at that and so forth, but I do know that we use our city social media platforms to post about the agendas. And then at some point I was seeing like the recaps of the council meetings and the decisions that were made that were getting some traction. So, all right.
Our next public comment is by Mike Mohill. Mike, you have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Mr. Mohill.
Back. Evening, council members. My name is Mike Mohill. I had already made notes for tonight's oral, but I've had to change things because I just got through speaking with the fire chief, and I asked him, Chief, are we a Class A fire station throughout the city? He says, no. He says 3 stations are not. Really? 3 stations out of 9. How much would it cost to make us Class A? He said between $50 and $60 million. $50 and $60 million, and you just went ahead and approved bike lanes for La Crescenta Avenue. Your priorities are all screwed up. God damn it, it's the fire stations. We need them now. We had a preview 2 weeks ago. We need to have the fire station fixed now, not next week. Now. Because if we're thankful that the fire did not come in I live in Glen Oaks Canyon. I was evacuated. So was Chevy Chase Canyon. Who was there if our 9 stations are not working properly, but only 6 out of 9, something is wrong. This was a wake-up call, council members. Cancel those goddamn bike lanes throughout the city of Glendale and put your priority called fire stations. Fire stations. And we don't need electric fire trucks or electric cop cars. We need gas. We need power. Now, I initially came up here to talk about the electric wires in the city of Glendale. They should be underground. We've seen what happens in Altadena. Glendale does not have underground. City of Irvine has underground electric wires, but we don't. And, you know, immigration, City of Glendale supports a sanctuary city concept. Wrong. We don't need to have sanctuary city here in Glendale. Newport Beach and forgot the other one I put down here that are not sanctuary. They did it. Okay. We need to upgrade our fire stations. The Verdugo Wash should be canceled and send back the money. There's a new sheriff in town, and he's against DEI and CRT and illegal immigration. 66% of the people say they're against illegal immigration in the state of in the United States of America. 66%.
Thank you, Mr. Mohel. Before you move on, I think that there were some serious comments that were made that I don't want to be transferred over to the community. I see our fire chiefs in the back. Could you please come up? I know that this council has approved upgrades and requested for you to also put together a short-term and long-term plan for the fire, but I think one of them was that our fire stations are not working properly. Is that a correct statement?
What Mr. Mohel, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, the comment that he made Class A, I never told him they were Class A or weren't Class A. He asked me about the 9 fire stations, and of those, how many, what are the condition of all of them? And I said 3 of them are in, as a result of the Citygate study that was submitted to City Council on April 2nd, 2024, those 3 stations, 26, 28, and 29, are considered in poor condition. Are they unlivable? No, they're not unlivable. Are they functioning? Yes, they're functioning. Is there an opportunity for replacement or whatever? Yes, there is. And I think one of the things that is in the pipeline right now is Mr. Hernandez and his public works staff are in the process of landing a contract with a company that is going to come in and do program management to get a proper replacement or remodeling done for those 3 fire stations. So does that answer your question, or is there anything else I can answer?
I think that it would be worthwhile for the public to be very clear on when we say working and functioning properly. Do you have what you need to work and operate properly in those 3?
Yes, we do. And those 3 we do. It's just that they're older fire stations and they've served their time, and as time moves on, we're going to need to replace them at some point. This is all in the report that was submitted, the Citygate study that was completed and submitted to council on April 2nd of last year.
Mayor, if I may, just want to emphasize and underscore the fact, as you noted, they are in working condition, as the chief mentioned. They're older facilities. They're in need of modernization.
Right.
That's going to be our focus.
I mean, I know that I've personally visited our fire stations. I've spoken about this and the need for this on this dais. I just didn't want there to be incorrect information being spilled out to the community. And we as a council look forward to getting that report and the updates of what you need.
Again, we're in a good place right now. There's progress being made on that. I think Mr. Hernandez can probably speak to that. But again, I just reviewed the contract language today for the company that has been semi-approved to move forward for planning. So we're in good shape. I feel comfortable where we're at right now. As long as the momentum keeps up, we're in good shape. I'm not alarming anybody right now or sounding the alarm saying, hey, we're in horrible shape. That's not the case at all.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, just one point. Chief, it's not Class A, it's Class 1.
Class 1, so that's
Right.
completely different. That's a Class 1 fire department, which is rated by the Insurance Services Office. That is not what,
So Class A, as he was thinking, meant top line, best of the best, et cetera.
correct, yes.
Okay. But we're still a Class 1
We are still a
department.
Class 1 fire department, yes, according to the Insurance Services Office. As a result of last year, we were rated as Class 1.
Which includes water flow from hydrants as
Water
well as
flow.
other important.
Dispatch and how we staff our fire stations with fire engines.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Okay.
Our next public comment is by Damian Sullivan. Damian, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. First of all, I want to start by thanking everybody for your tremendous stewardship during the fire crisis. I think I tuned into Ellen's pages and her updates more often than I tuned into practically anything, and it was so helpful to have, I would say I'm never happier to have alerts go off on my phone in the middle of the night to find out that we should get up and be concerned about something. So thank you, thanks to everybody. I'm here tonight to talk to you about community, and I'm here to talk to you about history. I've stood here many times before. I've told all of you how I love this city. I'm proud to live in this city. I think we have a great city council. I think we have a great city that's run. It's a fantastic city. I'm very proud to live here. We could make an enormous, enormous mistake next week if we make the decision to not follow the guidance of virtually every one of your city staff departments that has found the majestic Glendale Garden Homes to be an unbelievable historic resource that merits not only to exist for a long time into the future, because it really is a Valhalla. It's a beautiful, I'll use the word Noah from the Bible, but it's different, naturally occurring, affordable housing. It's a tremendous example of medium density, natural occurring, affordable housing. And to tear that down, I think, would be horrific for the people that live there, who, they're our neighbors, they're our friends, they're a community, they know each other, I know them, they're all friends. The density bonus law that Sacramento has been, I think there are aspects of this law that I think are being exploited, and they're being exploited in ways that we've seen. I know that I've seen Councilmember Garpetian, and I've seen Ara talk about some of the ramifications that you spoke a few weeks ago about how nice it was to see a project where they didn't come and ask for every possible variance, and the project made everybody mad. And for once a project was here, it wasn't exploiting every little loophole and I remember you speaking years ago when you said, we asked the developers of the Altana, you're coming here, you want all these variances, you want to build all these hundreds of units. We ask you what the occupancy is, and you say it's none of your business, but you want these permissions from us. A lot of these people that come here, there are good developments, and there are people who follow the rules and do provide housing. To tear down historic and all of your departments. The Design Review Board saw this project 2 years ago, said it was completely out of size and scale, inappropriate to the mass and scale of the neighborhood. You have multiple reports that prove it's been deemed by all your departments, from Jay Platt to the design, to the Director of Community Development. They must do this EIR. Please order this EIR and save this great place. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final public comment is by Alice Hamrajbayan. Alice, you have 3 minutes.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Asaturian, Council members Brodman, Kasakian, Garapetian, Najarian, and Boss. My name is Alice Hamrajbayan. I am a City of Glendale employee, but first and foremost, I am a military mom. My family is a military family. I'm here today to honor a previous city employee. His name was Keith L. Ware. He worked for the city when he answered the call of duty, and joined Army. He fought in World War II. After the war was over, he stayed in military services. On April 23, 1945, the Glendale News Press reported, "The Congressional Medal of Honor, the nation's highest decoration, was awarded yesterday to Lieutenant Colonel Keith L. Ware of 1925 Orchard Avenue, Glendale." On October 11, 1945, the Glendale News Press reported, "A crowd of city employees and municipal officials that gathered in the council chambers stood up and applauded a youngster who established a reputation as a first-class fighting man in recent European war. The person who was honored was Keith L. Ware. Mayor Albert C. Lane presented him with a gold-mounted pen and pencil set and spoke of the honor that he brought to Glendale. And the man who for 3 years walked hand in hand with death blushed and smiled like an embarrassed kid." On September 14, 1968, Glendale News Press reported, "Glendale hero Major General Ware killed. He was killed Friday in helicopter crash while directing his U.S. 1st Infantry Division in battle. He was a Glendale City employee when he entered the armed forces, working in the Public Service Department as a bookkeeping machine operator." Mayor Asatorian, council members, I'm here today supported by Glendale City Employee Association, Glendale Management Association, Glendale Police Officers Association, and Glendale Firefighters Association to humbly request either the overpass at San Fernando and Doran, named after Keith, or Glendale Water and Power building be named after him, or change the name of Orchard Avenue to Ware Avenue. Keith L. Ware has been honored nationwide, except Glendale. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think that is a worthwhile request, and if, at the very least, I appreciate you coming here. If we can have staff look into it, if it requires that we take, you need 3 votes, then do tell us. But
Mayor, Sergeant Member City Council, if it's your desire to be presented with a report, then we follow the normal process of requesting.
is this something that the staff is able to take on without council?
Without council's direction?
Yeah, is it under your jurisdiction as city manager?
Yeah, I believe so.
staff?
Give me an opportunity to look into it, and then if not, then we'll come back to council.
So I would actually just to save time for council meetings, if you can have that be something that's staff-driven, if that is something that you believe in. Thank you.
I will be happy to help them with the research or whatever they need.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right,
That is all for
that is all. Okay. How many cards and colors do we have on the first item versus?
We have, Mayor Satrian, we have 2 cards for 8A, 1 for 8B, and 4 for 8D.
Okay, all right, let's take 8A. And then we can then base off for the rest. Okay.
Okay, 8 is action items. 8A is city attorney regarding report on rules for the conduct of council meetings, options for oral communications and public comment on agenda items, matters related to the order of business for council agendas, rules governing council deliberation and debate, discussion of policy for removing items from agenda after publication, and rules governing decorum and removing disruptive individuals from council meetings. Moved from 12/3/2024 and 1/21/2025 council meetings. 1, motion providing direction to staff.
If I could just get that slide deck up, please. Madam Mayor, members of council, at your request, we are presenting a report regarding the city council's rules as pertains to public comment in city council meetings, as well as a discussion of, let me see if I can, Just next slide, please. I can't work the thing from here. Oh. Okay. I can't get this to work from here, so I'll just ask you to move it. So if you can go back to the previous slide. So in addition to the items that the city clerk read into the record, we'll also have, as part of this discussion of a potential for having a flexible meeting cutoff time, as well as discussing the wide angle for the camera that's showing the council meetings, as well as some other agenda issues as we go through. Next slide, please. So starting off with public comment and oral communications, and the gist of this was the council requested that we provide a summary of what some other jurisdictions do related to their public comment on their agendas, but I wanted to provide this background. So the Brown Act requires that the public have the opportunity to speak on agenda items before, during the discussion, and also speak on matters that are within the legislative body, the city council's jurisdiction, subject matter jurisdiction. The Brown Act authorizes legislative bodies to enact rules and regulations as long as they're fairly applied and they're viewpoint neutral, meaning they don't discriminate against one viewpoint or another. Such rules can include times per speaker as well as a total time allotted for a particular matter. Next slide, please. So here in Glendale, and every city does it different, but the way we comply with the Brown Act requirements is that we allow speakers to speak on agenda items, whether consent or action as they come up. We also allow speakers, we have a period of oral communications, as you're aware, where people speak on matters not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. We have a community event announcement portion of our agenda in the middle of the meeting. And then with respect to time, the time limits, other than our oral communications, which is established by code at 5 minutes, the speaking time is established by the presiding officer of the meeting, factoring in such things as the number of speakers, primarily factoring in the number of speakers that have submitted cards on a particular item. Next slide, please. So we surveyed, and in the report, one of the exhibits, Exhibit 1, there's a summary of the different agencies' policies related to public comment and oral communication, but they're broken down into a couple of categories. So a number of cities do combine their public comment periods. So they'll have it so that somebody wants to speak on action items can do that, or if they want to speak on all agenda items, they do that during one particular speaking period. They have some cities have it so you can speak on all the consent items at one time. And then some cities have it so that cards are submitted. There's a period of public comment for agenda and non-agenda items. And our neighbor in Burbank, they have a couple of different speaking opportunities where you can speak on agenda items and non-agenda items, and others where you can speak on just non-agenda items.
What time limits?
Generally, it's 2 to 3 minutes. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason, and I'll get into that a little bit. So overall, the survey that we conducted. On average, most cities are at 2 to 3 minutes. Some cities, and like Burbank is one of them, have a sliding time scale. So basically, if there are 0 to 20 speakers on an item, they give 3 minutes. If there's 20 to 40, they give 2 minutes, and there's more than 40, they give 1 minute. So, and that's written in. So there's no flex. It's not the presiding officer making the decision. It's strictly a rule. Some cities have a cap on total time for comments generally for non-agenda items. For example, they'll say 30 minutes at the beginning of the meeting for general oral communications, meaning non-agenda items, and then all other non-agenda public comments go at the end of the meeting. So some cities do that. The other two items related to cities have specific rules regarding speaker cards, meaning when they have to be submitted. For example, the current mayor has generally been requiring that those speaker cards be submitted no later than the first speaker. Some agencies require all speaker cards to be submitted before the meeting's even commenced. Others require the speaking cards to be submitted before the agenda item is called, so that the clerk or the presiding officer can decide then how many minutes they're going to allow. Again, there's no required rule here. This is subject to the legislative. If there's no rule in place, it's subject to the presiding officer. If there is a rule in place, then it's subject to that rule. And then some cities have rules relating to the seating of time. So a speaker wants to cede his or her time to another speaker. Some cities have rules saying limiting the number of times that can occur within a meeting. And And then other cities, or those same cities, have rules, which I think is a good one. If you are going to have a rule allowing the seating time, require that the individual who's seating time and the one who is receiving that seating time both be in the chambers to do that, because it becomes very challenging to do that if somebody calls in and say, I want to cede my time to somebody who just spoke. So happy to answer your question. Before I go to the next little subsection of this report, happy to answer any questions. But the overall, just want to get across that there's flexibility. The council can establish additional rules beyond what we currently allow with respect to our public comment and oral communications. And then the other comment I would just note, some of the cities that have, in my experience, combined non-agenda items and agenda items in the same speaking period, generally because they will have speakers submit cards on every single item. And so it was just a sort of a meeting management tool. That hasn't overall been a problem here, but that's the reason why you see some cities doing that. The next item has to do with rules of decorum and meeting disruption. And before we talk about that, and I can present I will present what some cities do in this regard. Did want to note, because it's come up in the context of all the rules we have, whether it's addressing the council directly or the rules regarding what we've done with our camera and just how the council is addressed. The council meeting is a limited public forum, meaning unlike other public forum, like a traditional public forum, when you go out and speak on the street, there is a purpose for which we're here primarily, which is to conduct the council's business or the people's business through the elected council or board or commission or whatever. And so what the law says, what the cases say, is that the city or whichever body is running the particular meeting can impose rules and limitations as long as they're viewpoint neutral and they're reasonable in light of the public forum. So I know sometimes we do hear, what about my free speech rights and all that? Those rights are mitigated to the extent that there's a purpose for which we have this meeting, which is to get the council's business done. So with that, the courts, especially here in the Ninth Circuit, have put some definition to what constitutes disruptive conduct, and the Brown Act also has a definition of what is disruptive. Certain actions or certain conduct, that I've listed here constitutes conduct that's disruptive, such as exceeding your speaking time and not adhering to the presiding officers to cease speaking or yelling out of order, encouraging others to do so, credible threats of council staff or the public. Things that are not necessarily disruptive, meaning they might be violation of a technical rule of decorum that we have in place or a particular rule we have in our books, but if they don't actually disrupt the meeting, meaning they cause the meeting to stop, courts have held that can't be the basis, for example, to order someone to stop speaking or to remove them from doing so. So maybe a technical violation of the rules that doesn't actually disrupt the meeting, speech that's offensive, that is certainly protected by the First Amendment. Speech or nonverbal conduct that violates our rules or is disruptive, but largely goes unnoticed by the legislative body or the public. And then, of course, anything that's critical of council policies or programs or procedures, that's actually written into the Brown Act. And then criticism of city officials or employees related to city business. So there is a limitation to that, right? A personal criticism of a public official that's not related to their role, as whether it's a council member or city manager, city attorney, is technically outside the rule of why folks are here to address the council.
I have a question on that.
Yeah.
As kind of you're going through this, there's been several times where a member of the public has actually made comments or criticisms or statements with respect to city officials or their family members that are not related to city business. They're literally just comments about, and no one on this dais has ever stopped them because we were all under the impression that it's part of their free speech to come up and say that, and it had nothing to do with city business. Can you clarify that? Because I think, just in general for the public, I was the one that asked for this item, and despite what you may have seen, I never had the jurisdiction to change anything that was in the books as mayor. So what you see on those walls are just what was on paper and has been on paper for a very long time in the city of Glendale. I just wanted the public to be aware of what those rules are that we have on the books. So recognizing that also times have changed where, when you had originally oral communication and so forth, and the structures were put in place, maybe we didn't have emails, right, or other ways of communicating, and how we make these meetings more efficient while also providing different opportunities and avenues for our members of the public to participate here in the chambers, but also given many incidents that have taken place in this chamber, also ensuring, because that was one of the conversations we had, and I'm not seeing it here, and I think it would be helpful to have just clear knowledge that, is it being just disruptive of the meeting, so therefore this body is unable to, or I have also heard that if someone is being disruptive out there and the member of the public that is present in order to hear this and is being disrupted and is unable to do so, that is also a violation. So, one time I hear it's okay, some other time I hear it's not. So I think it would just be helpful for all of us to have just clear instructions on what is and what isn't. And I recognize sometimes the law is more flexible, but
Certainly. So, Madam Mayor, and I would preface the comment with what you just said. The law, it's not always clearly laid out. There are some rules that have been passed down through these various cases. So, oftentimes it is a case-by-case determination whether conduct is disruptive, whether it's protected by free speech or not protected. So, as it relates to anything that is actually disruptive, meaning it's either disruptive to the council being able to continue or disruptive, correct, as we wrote in the rule, it's something that's disruptive for the public, that they cannot participate in the meeting, they're either blocked from watching the meeting or they cannot listen to what is going on. And we can identify the person that is being disruptive, then yes, we can certainly, and I'll go through the procedure later, but yeah, we can certainly go through that procedure to say, hey, you're being disruptive, the people in your area can't hear because you're talking, please stop doing that. I'm going to give you a warning, and then if we see it again, then we can exercise our right to remove you. But again, I will just say again, it's case-by-case basis. In terms of the personal versus the related to city business, again, that's going to be a case-by-case basis. It has to be truly, someone saying they don't like Mr. Garcia's tie. That's unrelated to the city business versus, Mr. Garcia's, he's misrepresenting the law. He's misstating the law. They will have the right to come up and do that if they want, and I have to sit here and absorb that. So that's one. That's obviously this extreme example, but that's kind of the thing that you have to do. So if there's certain question, anytime you have a question, for any council member has a question about whether something's within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council, or whether it's not related to city business or not related to city policies, procedures, or programs, you can certainly, if you stop and ask whether that's something that can continue. And again, then at that point you have to warn the speaker and go through that process. But that's something, and I do apologize not having a little bit more. If you have an example or I think of an example, we can certainly have a discussion about that.
okay. Yeah. Okay.
Next slide, please. So in accordance with what we've done today and what the cases allow, we have in the report outlined some rules of procedure, which are essentially would be a codification of what we've put up and what we've previously implemented related to this type of abusive, allowed conduct, the type of things you see here on the screen, as well as prohibitions on signs, placards of certain size or those that are intended to cause distraction in the meeting. Obviously, those types of regulations wouldn't necessarily be able to be content restrictive. Requirement for the members of the public to address the body from the audience microphone. Obviously, that's so that the public can hear, the folks on TV can hear, so that you can hear, unless you have authorized somebody to speak, with the microphone, but not at the podium. Next slide, please. Another one, and I know it's gotten some commentary recently, but this is something we've implemented for many years. It would be good to put into the formal rules of procedure that members of the public direct comments to the body as a whole or through the presiding officer. Again, as the public folks are here, they're given the right to speak to address the council. And so those comments should be directed to you, one, so that you can hear them, so they're clearly part of the record. And so that there's less disruption in the meeting. When we have folks turning around and talking to the audience, it causes delay in the work that you're here to do. Another requirement, obviously, speakers must cease speaking when their speaking time is ended. Public comment has to be on agenda items, has to be on that agenda item. Oral communications has to be stuff with matters that are of the subject matter jurisdiction of the council and cannot be things that are not related. Now, of course, there are a lot of things that people might say if someone talks about a national political issue. Depending on how it's framed or how it's couched, it could be incorporated into something that is related to a city issue. So we sometimes do have to give a speaker a little bit of latitude to get them to make a point, make a connection. But obviously, if it doesn't look like they're getting there, it's just strictly an issue that's not related to city business. The presiding officer would be within his or her rights to seek correction in that activity.
And whose job is that? Is it the city attorney's job, or is it the presiding officer's job?
At the end of the day, it's the presiding officer's job. You have asked me, you have tasked me with also pointing out to you when someone is off topic.
I'm sorry, who's speaking out there? We're literally talking about this. I mean, okay, so that's not allowed based on what's, thank you. So now all right, I'm sorry, Mr. Garcia, go ahead.
So, again, you have tasked me with advising the chair, presiding officer, when public comment is outside the agenda item or outside the subject matter jurisdiction. Certainly, any council member, though, can raise it as well. If there's a question, they can always raise a point of order or a point of privilege. I think point of order is more appropriate, and ask whether or not that subject is, ask the presiding officer whether what's being addressed is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. And then the presiding officer would make a ruling. Next slide, please. So with respect to decorum and disruption, and this is something we've advised previously, we would recommend to put this into a rule of procedure, and this is in accordance with the Brown Act as well, is that when there's an individual or group of individuals, I guess, who are disruptive to the meeting, we are required to give at least one specific warning to that disruptive individual and let them know that they may be removed, they may be told to stop speaking, whatever the case may be, but they'll be advised of what the remedy is. The one exception to this rule is obviously if somebody's being engaging in a threat of force or actual force, then that person can be removed immediately without warning. And again, as we discussed here, it's the mayor's or presiding officer enforces these orders and guided by law and whatever our policy is.
Okay.
Next slide, please. So we had a discussion at the council governance session in August about perhaps either the presiding officer working towards having a little bit more streamlined debate or even potentially having some discussion about some rules regarding council deliberation and debate. I will just summarize what some other cities do and happy to provide examples if that is the request of the council. So obviously, council member, some cities have specific rules that require that there be no interruptions of a council member not interrupt another council member while that council member is speaking. Every council member will have the opportunity to speak once before a second round of comments from council members. The rules requiring that the council members stick to the topic at hand and avoid personal attacks. And that type of subject matter is also within the code of conduct and the rules, the council norms that the council has approved as well. Some cities, I'm just providing this informationally, is some cities do have speaking time limits for council members, not an overall limit, but 5 minutes, for example, for first comments with 3 minutes for follow-ups. I think either the city or LA County have that particular rule, accepting out council member questions. And an alternative to this if the council is not comfortable with that, is just to authorize the presiding officer to provide reminders to the council members on brevity and staying on point, and deferring to colleagues. So those are some of the I can discuss a little bit more. I would note that the Roberts Rules actually has a rule on this. Again, we've allowed we've been generally liberal with speaking time, no hard rule, and it's just an option available to council. It's not being recommended. Next slide, please. Can you go back? Did I miss one? Yeah. So there has been some discussion about the removal of items from the agenda after the agenda has been published. The current council-approved policy, the mayor directs the timing of placement matters on the agenda, but was silent on what happens after it's published. Our past practice had generally been that once it was on the agenda, it would take an action of the council to remove it after the publication. Recently, a couple of items, I believe, have been removed by the city manager after consultation with the mayor. So if council wants to formalize a rule regarding that, we will certainly take direction and bring that back as part of the policy that we bring back to you. Next slide, please. So another meeting management issue, as we were researching this sort of overall umbrella of issues, is whether or not to have a meeting cutoff time. Both Burbank and Santa Monica have a cutoff time of 11 o'clock, which is at 11 o'clock, the meeting doesn't just end, but before they get to the next item after the 11 o'clock hour, the council consults with the city manager, and if there are additional agenda items to be called, there's a consultation. Do we want to continue, or do we want to move these items to the next meeting? Again, we've all been here late, way past 11. There is some research indicating that does impact public participation, decision making, and sometimes it is important to power through. I mean, sometimes you get there and it's important and you have long agendas, but there is something to be said for perhaps putting this rule into our rules of procedure. And again, council will have the full discretion of whether or not to proceed. But anyway, that's certainly, we see council feedback on that as well. Next slide, please. So at the August governance session, we also had there was a discussion about the camera, and council members expressed their feedback regarding not having the camera show, having the camera wide angle during public comment. And obviously you've heard from folks on that issue. So a couple of options are to continue moving forward on that. You can limit it to certain sections of the meeting, such as oral communications only. We would recommend perhaps consideration for discontinuing that for quasi-judicial hearing matters, appeals, land use appeals, that sort of thing. Just because if speakers come to the podium and oftentimes they may have papers or exhibits or things that they want to show the council, we think it's better for a purpose of creating a record to have all that visible. But again, that's a recommendation. I think at the end of the day, we used to not have TV showing council meetings, so it's not prohibitive. It's just something that we think it would be a little bit better to have in place. So next slide, please.
Mr. Garcia, if I can ask something on the wide cameras, I think that when this council discussed that, one of the reasons for that was also to be transparent in what is happening in the audience, right? Because I think the angles of the cameras and what it was showing was not, for somebody that was watching at home, was not aware of what is happening in the public, right? And so what they would see is the individual that's standing there, and then anybody that's on the dais. But what I have also noticed is like the current camera angles, depending on how this council decides to move forward, doesn't also capture that currently. The way that the angle's placed is you have a portion of it showing, and the back of the person, but it's not showcasing and it's not being transparent about what's happening in the rest of the room. And that forces a council to make a decision on an item. So anyway, but I think that's something worth addressing. So
Certainly. So another management issue that we were asked to look at some point was the relatively newer process of future agenda requests. The intent obviously was to have a brief discussion on whether to agendize matters, gain a consensus before staff has to put in the work to prepare a more comprehensive report for you. And some of those discussions have taken a little bit longer than maybe was intended. And I would note that since it's on the agenda, I mean, there is no Brown Act limitation to having a lengthy discussion. So there will have to be, there maybe should be some further restrictions if that's the council's intent. For example, one option would be to allow each council member to speak for a limited amount of time to address, the council member who made the request, give that person 2 minutes, and then give every other council member 1 minute. If that's one way to do it. I'm not suggesting that as a recommendation, but that would be one way to make those discussions, which again occur at the end of the evening, to make them a little bit more streamlined, to have that discussion whether staff should be tasked with preparing a report. And then last.
Yeah, on that, this has come to mind a few times. We do allow public comment on the question of whether we're going to agendize something. Is that, to me, it seems like public comment on an agenda item, I get it, right? But public comment on whether we agendize something seems to me a little odd. I'm just wondering if there's a way to differentiate between those two types of items.
I appreciate the comment, and it does seem a little counterintuitive. But since we put that future agenda request on the agenda, and the Brown Act says you have to allow people to speak anything that's on the agenda, you have to allow members to speak. Now, a procedure could be for those items, speakers only get 1 minute because it's a very limited discussion whether or not you're going to ask staff to prepare a report. But I think we need to allow the public the opportunity to speak on it since it's listed on the agenda.
But potentially we could package it up. If we had all comments kind of consolidated, let's say at the beginning of the meeting, you could also include that. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
But if we're allowing it for each individual item as it comes before us, then we must allow that.
That's right.
also. Okay.
I have a question on that. What if it was under council and staff comments under the council member that brought it up?
Even if you took it from there and put it on the agenda, but you started listing an item, like we have one on the agenda for, whatever, take, 13, 12A, regarding the transportation project in Los Angeles. Even if you took that agenda, just put it on a different space in the agenda, you're still going to have to allow the public to speak on it because it's an agenda item you're discussing. So that might be one way if you end up combining time to just have a general comment on that.
Okay.
And then the last point, I think, is, we do have the agenda preview we've had on for our agendas for over 15 years, I think, where Assistant City Manager reads the preview. And the only point that we have there is obviously that now that we have a forecast that's published on our website, staff, I think, feels it's less of a need, but, so we want to see if council wants to change the policy on that. Next slide. We'll come back to this, but this is a summary of the issues that we'd like to get feedback, so maybe we'll try to leave it up. Next slide. And then just so what we're asking for direction on these 7 areas, 8 areas, and then we will bring back a resolution to incorporate those rules, whatever you'd like to incorporate. We would have to amend the municipal code if you change the rule for oral communications and some of these others. We'd recommend that anyway, so we can take them out of the code and have it in a resolution, procedures adopted by resolution. Then it's more flexible and be easier to make changes if the council deems it appropriate. So that's the end of our presentation. And maybe you can go back to the previous slide and leave it up for them. And happy to answer any questions or.
I think my number one is especially with the different systems for oral communication. have other cities that have a different system, has their meetings become more productive, or are, is there anything that indicates that, the public still feels heard on the issues, the council feels like they got the input they needed? I mean, this has been like tested in other cities, right? So
I cannot comment specifically on that. I think every city decides what works best for them. I remember I used to work in Burbank when I came here, and I told them, well, we do it here. They thought it was crazy, and now that I've been here 20 years, I think the way they do is crazy. Just because, it's a different style that's suitable to the council. The community's gotten used to it. The staff has gotten used to it. The council members have gotten used to it to some degree. So Burbank has for a long time, for example, and not to use them as the guinea pig, but to the extent that they've always kept the sort of combined things, and they've moved things around a little bit and added some tweaks, but they've never gotten rid of the central feature of having different combined periods over time. So and I think they've felt that that's always worked for them.
Could you walk through for a refresh how they do it? Because I've been to their meetings. I think I have a sense. They seem to get through their business a lot more efficiently than we do.
Sure.
But if you could just run through.
Yeah, let me pull it up here.
What it is they do.
So they have 4 public comment periods, and they have the closed session public comment period, general public comment period, public hearing public comment period, and study session public comment period. So the general public comment period precedes the consent calendar and the reports to council, which is their equivalent of their action calendar. And speakers can speak on non-agenda items and or agenda items during that period. But speakers can choose instead to speak on basically their action items after the oral staff report, but before deliberation, provided they didn't speak on the general public comment period. So if I come and I want to speak on an action item, I might choose to speak only on that action item after the staff report's been heard. But if I want to speak on multiple items, or I want to speak on non-agenda items and agenda items, I can do it during that general public comment period and then speak on that action item as well. So that maybe it gives the speaker a little bit more flexibility if they want to speak in that regard. But again, that would be different here because the speaker wants to speak on general public comment and wants to speak on an agenda item can do so by submitting 2 cards, right? So yeah, they probably get through a little bit easier. But again, I would have to actually talk to them and see how they've their meetings go past 11 too. So I don't know in terms of timeliness. That I don't think it has one impact one way or another. But I can't speak to whether they feel like it's more productive for them.
But do they have? Sorry if I could continue. Do they have a 5-minute at the end as well?
No.
No.
They just if you want to speak on items not on the agenda, you speak on the general public comment period.
So all the general public comment is in the front, and during that period, if you want to speak on an agenda item, you can, within your fixed whatever it is, 3 minutes.
Correct.
Is that right?
That's correct.
But if you don't do that,
I'm sorry. No, you can't. No.
We just go through this.
It's just.
For the, if you don't use the general public comment period in the beginning, you can wait until that agenda item comes up. There's a staff report.
Right.
You might think of something
Right.
that the staff report brings to mind. You can then put in a card and.
Right, as long as you didn't speak during the general public comment on that at all, it sounds like.
Yes.
Well, that's what we used to have. All our oral communication was in the front and was 5 minutes. It was changed 3 minutes in the beginning and 5 minutes at the end. You have a choice, basically.
Okay.
I don't think I'm sorry. Okay, this is your warning, ma'am.
You'll have time to speak.
This is your warning. Ma'am, please. Please, ma'am, okay, I'm sorry. You're going to have to leave. Thank you. I'm sorry. Okay. Ma'am, we're trying to conduct business here. I literally just gave you several warnings. And we're literally talking about disruptive. I guess. My God.
So
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. But we could do, it doesn't have to be 3 or 5. I mean, we could do,
Yeah, there are
can
no.
do it.
We can decide
You can
on
decide how much
what
speaking
it was.
time for speakers and in what order they speak and on which topics they speak, just as long as you can speak on items on the agenda and you can speak on items not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction.
and I think they also have a fixed time, so if.
Like
or maybe somebody do-
some of the bodies allocate like 1 hour.
Like
Right,
there's 1
that's the thing.
hour.
There are some cities, like San Diego County, I know for sure, has a period of 1 hour of non-agenda oral communications, or 30 minutes before all the discussion items occur. So if members of the public want to speak on a non-agenda item, whether it's 30 minutes or an hour, that's set at the at the early part of the meeting before the council gets into the substantive items.
And if there's still people waiting, what happens?
Oh, then they can wait till the end of the meeting and speak at the end. So they'll get to speak, but just they'll have to wait. And then, as I know, some cities have, like, we have a member of the public wants to speak on a consent item, they submit a card for that item. Some cities allow, you submit a card to speak on the consent calendar, and then you can speak on whichever consent calendar items you want within the time that you're allotted.
Look, for me, I would definitely say that part of that is not just how efficient these meetings run, but it's also taking into account that members of the public have work the next day. They're, our buses, I brought this up, our buses don't run after 6 p.m. I mean, and people want to get home, and last thing I want is for our members to also, stay here until midnight.
Understood.
Just because they want to make comments about an item that's on the agenda, so. All right. Do my colleagues have questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay.
Mike, so ultimately, though, the mayor can make adjustments to that, can't he or she?
If it's written into the rule. So for example, we have the 5-minute for oral communications, it's in the code, that the mayor cannot reduce it down, right? But everything else, if it's not written that way, then yeah, the mayor would have the authority to.
So whatever isn't codified
right.
is
Exactly.
subject, okay.
Okay.
Can
Yeah, we
can I
have-
ask if?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Oh, just how you want to go through this. Do you want to take this like item by
So
item?
I would like to hear from the public on this, and then after that, we can go one by one and see where. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, we have 7 speakers at the moment. The first speaker is Beth Brooks. Beth, you have 3 minutes.
And the last card or call is Pandan of the first speaker.
Yes.
Thank you. So the 2 different ways to make a comment, phone or in person, the phone is really crazy. I mean, last week, I think I was on the phone walking my dog 4 hours all around Glendale because I'd have to hang up, call back, hang up, call back, because you can only do that to comment on an agenda item. You have to hang up and then call back for that agenda item, which I couldn't simultaneously listen on YouTube to find out when I needed to call back to see when you ended discussing that agenda item. So my point would be, what about a Zoom meeting? I didn't actually watch the Zoom meetings if you had them during COVID, because I think that having a Zoom meeting would also increase outreach, because I could either watch it on TV at home, even though I'd want to watch something else, or have the TV on and the phone. But if you had a Zoom meeting, I think you'd have a lot more people, even with, and I would volunteer for that, to have a representative here watching the meeting and contact people individually and say, hey, your agenda item is up. Why don't you, call in? Or I bring up a computer and actually that person on a Zoom screen would comment to you, because I think you want to increase outreach. I think that would really increase outreach, because people don't want to sit around for hours and watch YouTube or sit in the back when they have, something to do. That would definitely increase outreach, I think, if you had Zoom meetings. And also if you had a representative come in and literally text somebody and say, you know what, you can do it now. So they do it in Zoom, or other ideas, because now I'm listening to you speak, that you break up meetings into a special city council meeting at 3 o'clock. or you ask the public to call in or take a survey, or write in or take a survey and say, on Monday, we're taking comments at this phone line. You can call in and you can't quantify it, but qualitatively, you can determine what people's thoughts are on a particular either agenda or just a public comment, that you divide it up so that this is not the only time people can comment, unless of course there's a vote, but they can at least make their voice heard on a phone line or as an email, but that you actually take that into consideration. But I do think a Zoom meeting would really give you a lot of information, would allow people to comment. And I also think for next week, you're going to have a lot of comments, and consider breaking it up into 2 days. I don't know if that goes against your charter or not, but I think that rather than limiting people's speech, that you let people say more, but you just divide up the time during which they can say it. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Mohill.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mike Mohill. Good evening, people in the viewing audience. My name is Mike Mohill. Why is not the camera being discussed on this agenda item? The public needs to hear the speakers, their face. This right now you're doing is rude to the people in the viewing audience. Number one. Number two, the rules on the wall. We never needed that before you became a mayor. Everything was fine. It was laissez-faire. Now it's strict. Why? Okay? How come there's nothing on the rules for the behavior of council members who eat potato chips, who go up and down and scratch themselves and so forth? What about a rule for council members? Okay? When can we throw them out? Now, as far as agendizing an item, I notice it's taking 3 people of a council person to put something on the agenda, future agenda. It used to be 1, then it was 2, and now it's 3. I think it's terrible. 2 is great, because when you have 3 people who want to put something on the agenda for the future, that means there's already 3 votes, basically. And the minority councilmen don't have any influence. Please, if you're going to put something on the agenda, bring it back to 2 council members, not 3. Again, why don't we talk about the camera? A split camera. It's all about control by the mayor, not the public. You decided arbitrarily to move the camera. We never had this camera thing before you became the mayor. I've been going to this council many years before you ever did. And you changed the rules because you became the mayor. Because you got your 2 other council people to make you the mayor. Okay? Again, let's talk about behavior of our council people. Leaving the room, going to the bathroom, making phone calls, texting people, not paying attention to the speaker. But you don't have to, because after all, you're the city council. This is all about control, isn't it? We never need, before you were ever the mayor, we never had to have formal rules. Yes, sometimes people outspoken were literally, okay, fine, that's good. This is a democracy. This is not a dictatorship. You want to make this a dictatorship. You will do what I'm telling you what you should do, because I am the goddamn mayor. Well, you know what, Mayor? You could be a 1-term council person. Bye.
Our following public comment is by Ellen Durham. Ellen, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Satrian, council members. I'm Alan Durham. I just wanted to mention, if you ever want to see a really disruptive city council meeting, tune in to Westminster in Orange County. It's gotten so bad that the city's suing the two disruptive council members. But it's really unbelievable. So our problem isn't as significant, fortunately. Even if you decide to modify certain procedures, I'm not in favor of any changes that would limit public comment time. It's fine to shift it around, to other parts of the meeting, but you need to hear the public, and their time should not be diminished. But I do prefer giving the mayor the flexibility to set speakers' time when there's an agenda item with a huge number of speakers, like last week on the Verdugo Wash project. I'd rather the mayor have the flexibility in that kind of situation than have hard and fast rules, like a sliding scale of if there are 20 speakers, you get X. If there are 50, you get Y. I'm not in favor of public speakers ceding their time to others. I think it's subject to abuse and manipulation on the part of public speakers. I'm not in favor of limiting a council member's time to discuss and deliberate on any particular agenda item. Agenda items vary in terms of complexity, and I think it's important to have a comprehensive discussion of every agenda item and not limit the council member's time. And I think the current procedure for agendizing items for future council meetings, it's not working. So in that case, I think reasonable time limits for a council member to propose an agenda item and for the other council members to respond actually would be more productive. Currently, what happens is instead of just proposing an agenda item and having a quick response with the other council members or from them, protracted, lengthy discussions go on that really shouldn't occur unless the agenda item is actually moved to an agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have 5 callers. The first caller is Kate Unger. Kate, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I hope that I'll provide some useful input for you all. First, on the thought of public comments, I definitely urge you not to consider combining public comments together or have public comments on agenda items before the staff reports. And ideally, allow the public to hear questions from the dais to staff before public comments are heard. That means you get much more responsive and relevant comments from people, like my ability to listen into your conversation before and to understand what your thinking is and what the options are. It's much harder for council to appreciate and attend to public comments when the item isn't before you and you haven't heard the background and you're hearing people out of context. I've watched meetings from other bodies, and when public comment is combined for multiple agenda items and are heard before the items come up, it's much more likely that the decision makers aren't going to pay attention to the comment, and it ends up being just a formality. And it's not even that you don't want to pay attention, it's just much harder to understand comments out of context. And it's also worth noting that emails aren't a substitute because they're in advance as well. We don't really know exactly what the agenda item is in advance. So there's really nothing like the opportunity to speak to the agenda item while it's being heard. I also think it's useful to give people the option to submit speaker cards or call in while staff is making their presentation. You don't necessarily know that you want to speak on an item until you hear the presentation. You could end up having people just go ahead and submit their speaker cards because they might want to, and then they'll just come up with something to say, but maybe they don't really feel the need to. So it's really better to hold off. And also keep in mind that for callers, there's a delay in the recording, so it takes some time to decide that you want to call in and then even get into the queue. It's also really good not to have a total number of minutes across multiple agenda items. Again, it forces people to make decisions about what they want to do before they really know if it makes sense. I also wanted to mention the agenda forecast. I think it's really helpful to hear it, and it would be nice to have a long-term forecast on the website. I looked at the agenda forecast on the website this evening, and not only is it not an advanced forecast, it's not even current. It says that there's going to be no council meeting on January 21st, and the next regular council meeting is going to be on January 20th. So that's something to keep in mind. If you are going to use the website, make sure that it actually is advanced. And then the last thing I'd say is I really would urge you to try to avoid changing the order of items on the agenda, because people do make plans based on the agenda, including the order. This item, for instance, last week I wanted to speak on it, and I had to give up by around 9 o'clock, and then I just found out later that it was never even heard.
Thank you,
Thank you all
Kate.
very
Your
much.
time is up. Thank you. Our next caller is Alex Balakian. You are on air. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. This is Alex Balakian. I want to encourage the City Council to be as liberal as possible with the rulemaking, to err on the side of encouraging speech and engagement. Freedom of speech is a uniquely American freedom. Even the United Kingdom, of which we were a colony, did not codify freedom of speech until 2000. Freedom of speech is something that should be encouraged, especially in times like this where people are more and more isolated. We need a place like the Roman Forum where everyone can come and orate if they want. When people come to a city council meeting, they're there for a reason, even Mike Mohill. So when there are a lot of people at a meeting, it reflects a widespread interest or malaise that is in the community, and those public feelings should not be shut down. They should not be limited. I think it's absolutely fine to remove people who cut in line or talk out of turn. I am completely in agreement for you having ejected that woman from the audience just now for speaking out of turn. But I also think that people's faces should be shown when they speak. There are a lot of people who are disengaged with local government because they don't feel that their opinions matter. They don't think other people think like them. They might be too old to manage Instagram or Twitter where people are chattering about this, and these publicly televised city council meetings are the great equalizer. And they allow otherwise disengaged or disconnected people to see the faces of people who have opinions just like them, to establish these community connections and recognize their neighbors or the people that they pass on the street as kindred spirits. So I hope that you are, again, as liberal as possible with these rules, and I appreciate the time to speak.
Thank you. Our next caller is Rora Melendi. Rora, you're on air. You have 3 minutes. Rora Melendi. Okay, we will put you on hold. Our next caller is Maro Yakubian. Maro, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Garcia, how is it possible that you've put forward this report, but you've completely overlooked Section B2 of the elected and appointed official conduct with the public meetings? It says, quote, making the public feel welcome is an important part of the democratic process. No signs of disrespect shall be evident on the part of the individual members. Mr. Garcia, you will remember a public city council meeting when Mr. Brotman, a sitting council member, during that meeting, verbally attacked me and defamed me while I was sitting in chambers. When I tried to defend myself, Ellen Asatrian silenced me. And you, Mr. Garcia, sat like your usual bump on a log and allowed Mr. Brotman to continue his attack. But why didn't you stop and warn him of his violation? You're very concerned about warning the public, but why aren't you warning and advising council members of their code of conduct violations? Just so the public knows, I did file a formal complaint with the city on Mr. Brotman's actions, and Mr. Garcia and Mr. Golanian, you did absolutely nothing to address this issue, only to send me a letter that you talked to Mr. Brotman privately and you think that he understands his offense. How about making Mr. Brotman publicly apologize to me in the same forum in which he publicly defamed me? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Alexander Yasayans. Alexander, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. So let's just start off with just a few issues. Okay, first, the camera issue. I did notice the change where now we're not showing the speakers from a frontal view. I got used to that, and frankly, I think that was a bit better. Then again, if you're there in person and somebody's up at the speaking to the dais, I mean, you're seeing their back. So in all honesty, I could go either way, even though I think it was nice that when somebody was speaking, the camera could pan to them. You could see their face, see their lips, read their lips. It was a bit more intelligible and respectful. And it was nice to get to know people in the community who are engaged and see their face. Second, I want to just clarify, the mayor keeps talking about the public transit access issue to the meeting, saying that buses stop after 6. Let me just clarify. Okay, yes, many Beeline buses stop running quite early, 6 or 7 o'clock. It's unfortunate. Metro buses crisscross the city. They run very late, not an issue. Metro Micro covers a pretty good chunk of the city, as well as City Hall, runs until 9:30 or 10 o'clock p.m. Seniors and low income get heavy discounts on both. And then worst case, you can call an Uber or Lyft at 11 or 12. If you're going within Glendale, it's not too much money. Okay, so anyways, they're just improved Beeline span of service. Yes, great. All right, moving on. I think that the ability to speak on a specific agenda or action item should be retained. I don't like taking that away from people if you combine the comment periods and they kind of have to choose. I think no matter what, that's a pretty important right that, you know what, even if it's a short comment, you should be able to, hey, I want to speak on this specific item. I think a lot of issues arise here. I don't know why this mayoral term, it feels like there's just not as thick of skin as I've seen in the past. You know, if we apply the rules efficiently, maybe a little bit ruthlessly at times to disruptors, at lowering the amount of time when there's a lot of speakers, a lot of these issues just go away. So, you know, if somebody's being disruptive and breaking rules, apply the rules, give the warning, you know, throw them out of the meeting. If there's like 45 speakers on an item and you know it, I've just seen the mayor go and still give them 2-3 minutes, and I don't know who you're pandering to. I don't think it's winning you elections. Frankly, just cut it down to a minute or two. People can be concise, and we need to, you know, be pragmatic here, okay? Lower everybody's time, but more people get to speak. It's a worthy trade-off. That can help your meetings be more efficient. So just don't be gun-shy. Please enforce the rules so everybody can move on when there's disruption, and we can deal with complex agenda items with lots of speakers a bit more fast. People will understand that they have less time to speak. If they have really complex thoughts, they can send emails ahead of time to augment their, you know, their comment to City Council. Okay, mayoral flexibility. I want to retain mayoral flexibility to make, to kind of mess around with the rules, or like somebody was saying earlier, you know, don't have some weird, crazy formula.
Thank
you,
you, Alexander. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you so much. Bye.
Our final caller is Rora Melendi. Rora, are you there? Rora Melendi. I think Rora is not there any longer, so I will drop this call. That is all, Madam Mayor.
Right. Do my council colleagues have questions? If you have questions, and then if not, then we can go section by section and just decide what we want to do. Questions?
Do we make comments or not?
Well, I was going to take the comments section by section, so it's more productive. Yes, Mr. Garcia has a list in front of us for the key decision points, and I wanted us to kind of go one by one and just decide as a body what we want to do with that. So the first would be the adjustment to public comment time. And while the mayor or the presiding officer has the opportunity of, as an example, I allowed people to make comments in the beginning, but limited it to 5 minutes. I mean, five cards. You know, that's under the jurisdiction of currently the presiding officer. So when we talked about 5 minutes versus 3 minutes, I was told that the 5 minutes is part of the written rules. It's not something that I could change. So if there is interest, as an example, from my colleagues about making it 3 minutes across the board, that's something that we can look at. Mr. Garcia, what would be helpful for you in guiding this conversation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree. It would be beneficial, I think, to go through each of the decision points and get direction. Do you want to change the limits on non-agenda or communication speaking time? And then do you want to combine any periods and then any other additional limits? Or do you want to leave that to the discretion of the presiding officer as we currently do? And then go through the other items as we do. I would just note, again, the rules on decorum and disruptive individuals, we tried to, as closely as possible, emulate what we have currently as well as what we looked at with other agencies. So happy to take any particular questions on that. But I think the real, where there's a lot of variance, is, number 1, number 3, and then some of the other items obviously want direction as well.
All right, okay. So as it pertains to public comment, time and format, do my colleagues have any interest in allowing people to speak both at an allotted time for both non-agenda and agenda items? And then if they didn't speak during that time, they would be able to speak during the agenda item?
I personally want to leave it the way it is. They can speak in the beginning of the meeting on either oral communication or event announcements, and they can speak on any item that it's on the agenda, and they have either in the beginning or at the end, they have a choice of speaking 3 minutes in the beginning or 5 minutes at the end. I want to leave it the way it is. I think it works fine. And it's to the mayor's discretion. Every mayor has a different way of running the meetings. They make adjustments as they see fit. So I'm fine the way it is. I don't want to limit any of the speakers on any of the opportunities that they have to speak.
It would actually expand their opportunity. So when you allow somebody to speak, if you have an allotted time in the beginning that allows for people to speak on an agenda item, it means that if that person didn't want to wait until 11 p.m. to speak on an agenda item, they would be able to make their comments in that beginning portion and go home and attend to their personal life and business and children. Whereas the current process doesn't allow for you to make those comments on an agenda item.
They have an opportunity to speak on anything and everything, including the agenda items.
Correct.
I'm okay with that, in the beginning.
In the beginning.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think one of the things I think with this, 5 cards at the beginning and it's only 5 is I know we've had people who came for just the other day, I think last week or the week before, we had somebody come to talk about CERT and make a community event an announcement and wasn't able to because those 5 cards were taken. So I think having, maybe as I think about this, and my thinking has changed actually hearing some of the comments here, but I think if we put a time period, could be an hour, at the beginning, anybody can comment on anything that's relevant to the council, within the council purview. So it could be a community event announcement, it could be general public comment, or it could be on an agenda item. The time limit, I think probably, the default would be 3 minutes, but subject to the mayor's discretion. If the mayor sees, there's really a huge crowd and it's going to, try to get it within that hour. If we can't get it within that hour and it spills to the end of the meeting, I would rather keep it at 3 minutes. I think 5 minutes, when we've gone through a long agenda, it's a lot of time. I don't think it's necessary 5 minutes at the end. If somebody has a very complex issue that they need to relate to us, like something involving a housing situation or something, they can mention it and then they can write to us, or they can write to us first or just write to us. I mean, there are a lot of different mechanisms now to communicate with council. Okay. So that's basically what I would say. And then as for individual agenda items, yeah, I guess I am hearing that it is important, I think, for people to hear the staff presentation, sometimes to hear some of our question and answer because it stimulates something that they may be thinking that they want to ask. So I've changed my mind on that, and I would say we should stick with that.
Okay. Councilwoman Najarian?
Yeah, I think if the public is going to speak on a particular agenda item, it should be after the presentation. Many times there's a misconception misconceptions about what the item is. And if people are just, one after another before there's a report speaking, I think it does them a disservice and council a disservice as to understanding exactly what their point is. So I do like the fact that at the beginning there is a 3-minute period. I think the mayor should have a discretion. Let's say that there's 6 people who want to speak then, or 7 people. I think the mayor should be able to extend that, the number of speakers that would go beyond 15 minutes at that point. I think 5 minutes at the end. I think more often than not, those people that speak at that point, if they really sit down and underline what they're going to say, can give us a very good position in 3 minutes. So I would like to keep the end of the meeting oral comment. I'd like to keep the early comment, but have the discretion exercised by the mayor as to perhaps extending it. For instance, the person that was here for the CERT presentation, a simple note to the clerk would say, so-and-so is here, a very important community announcement. Give the mayor the opportunity to fit that person in at that point. But other than that, I don't want to change it up too much.
Okay.
So you're saying at the end of the meeting to be 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Or stay 5 minutes?
Yeah, 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
But, we don't have too many speakers at the end, like maybe 1 or 2, maybe sometimes 3. Cutting it down to 3 minutes, it makes like 5 to 6, 7 minutes difference for us. I don't know what, sometimes they wait all that time and they want to, they can't finish in 5 minutes. And I don't see what the point of that is. It's just,
Okay.
it works the way it is.
Mr. Garpetin, do you mind if Mr. Kasakian gives his points, and then if there's...
Oh,
Yeah,
of
okay,
course.
thank you. Mr. Kasakian?
Thank you. I generally, I agreed with everything Mr. Durham said when he came up to speak during public comment. I do think that as we've started, we're going back about 15 years, our meetings have evolved to where they are now. Unfortunately, in the last few years, there's been an erosion of civility. Perhaps it's from both ends of the dais. If I've ever been a person who's eroded or the public's trust in coming to council through my actions, I apologize. It's never been intentional, whether it's by snacking on something during a long council meeting or perhaps using the privilege of having a restroom in the back room to excuse myself from a meeting. I try to be as attentive as possible. In terms of the public's participation, I agree that we should give the mayor, whoever that may be, one of the privileges of the mayor is running those meetings. So I think having the mayor run those meetings, having the mayor deciding how the oral communication is in terms of, and even taking sometimes items out of order helps run a smoother meeting. If there is disagreement, we can overrule the mayor's decision by a point of procedure and a vote of the majority of council. In terms of speaking from the public's perspective, I agree that, excuse me, I agree that the public should be given as much leeway to be able to address the council. I think, there have been instances where people come to make an announcement and there aren't cards left. In those cases, I think it's the mayor's discretion to allow community event announcements to take place. Those should obviously be a priority, but I do think that people should also be allowed to speak, as was suggested, on items, on any item, not just ones that are not agendized, but even on agendized item, if they're only able to come and speak at the front end. Having said that, I support also there being a limit on that. I wouldn't make it as long as an hour. I think 30 minutes would suffice. And I think in terms of limiting that portion of the public speaking, we should also probably put a limit on council comments, just to be fair. Public can be allowed 30 minutes. Council comments should not exceed 15 minutes. I think there's 5 of us. If each of us speaks for 5 minutes, which is more than what we should probably speak up on during our council comments, it's more than enough time. I mean, when you do that already, you've taken up 45 minutes of a meeting, which I think is already too much. But I do support the position of allowing the public, especially the ones who actually come down to City Hall to speak, that allowed time. And it's one of the privileges of coming down to City Hall, right? You actually get a card, you submit it, you appear and you speak at the front end of the meeting. One of the positive things I will say that came out of the pandemic and the stay-at-home orders, the remoteness of everything that we did, is that we learned how to communicate electronically, digitally. Myself being an example of it tonight, taking advantage of I believe it's Assembly Bill 2449, remote emergency participation rules that don't allow me to be there with you. But, I think that the fact that members of the public can call in now is great. And it has increased participation. So I will support the continuation of that as much as possible. Certainly, we've heard from the public that it's not perfect. If there's ways to improve it, we should work on it. I think it's something that deserves our attention, staff's attention. And that's pretty much most of my comments. I mean, I think there was the issue, and I don't know if, Mayor, you want to talk about, who gets to add what item, who gets to take off items.
Well, that's later, Councilmember Kasakian.
Okay.
We're just doing
So
one by
those
one.
are my comments on the public comment portion.
And then
I
did you
do
have
think-
an opinion on the keeping it consistent with 3 minutes across the board?
Well, making all public comments, well, I don't know if we can do that. Can we limit oral communications to anything less than 5 minutes?
So one of the things that's in the books that is not up to the mayor's discretion right now and that would require council action is...
Oh, for the per item,
5-minute.
when people come up.
Correct.
Is that it? Or-
And also oral communications. So right now, that's written into our municipal code. It's required to be 5 minutes, but the council can direct our office to prepare an amendment to that code to reduce it to 3 minutes, has been suggested, or to leave it to the mayor's discretion.
Sure. I generally have not noticed it being too great of an issue when we moved it to the end of the council meeting. Once the 5-minute portion moved to the end, we saw a significant reduction in the amount of people who came and took the 5 minutes and took a lot of time before the city council and staff could get to the actual agendized business. That was one of the reasons we did it. I would leave it as such. Generally, I like brevity. I often tell folks who want to speak for full 5 minutes or the ceding of time to other people, which I'm generally against. I don't think that's appropriate. I tell folks that one of the greatest speeches ever written and spoken, the Gettysburg Address, was less than 3 minutes. If you can't get your point across in less than 3 minutes, you should probably reconsider it. Now, on hearings, we allow much longer for people to speak because it is a public hearing. And I think that's appropriate. But for general public comments, I'm fine with it being 5 minutes if it's at the end of the council meeting, and 3 minutes for a specific period of time at the front of the council meeting. And that's where I would stand on that. Thanks.
Okay. I do want to give the public the opportunity to speak on agenda items. And so I'm open to, I'd like to see us combine both non-agenda and agenda in the beginning, and then they can also comment. If they did not make a comment on that agenda item, then they can make a comment on the agenda item itself after the presentation has been made. I think it gives them flexibility. I'm good with moving it to 3 minutes across the board. And then the one thing that I would note about leaving it to the mayor's discretion, and I know that, maybe there's two schools of thought on this, but I've been very hardlined because I never wanted to come off as I'm, favoring one person over another. And that came from me seeing, with all due respect, previous mayors that provided an opportunity for people. There's been even times when people have, texted colleagues or staff saying, hey, they'd like to, an item to be moved so they can be present, or they want to go first, or they want, and my rule of thumb has just been that the average person does not have the cell phone number of a sitting council member or staff, and that is a point of privilege, and they wouldn't actually be able to make that request. So just because someone has that access doesn't mean that they get special privilege in these meetings. And so I kind of like, you make up a rule and, you give the same treatment to everybody versus one group one you don't, who's your friend and who's not. So.
So are we going one by one
Yeah,
and voting
so-
on all of them? And
Yeah,
so
so
they
right
can-
now I have, we can go through them, and then I'm keeping notes of what we have three
Or
votes
maybe
and more
just
for.
so while it's fresh, I can memorialize what I heard. There's a couple of points where there's consensus. There's a couple where maybe there needs to be discussion. But I heard there was support for having a period at the beginning or near the beginning of the meeting where people can speak on. And again, there was some disagreement as whether it be agenda or non-agenda items. Or non-agenda items only, or agenda and non-agenda items. That the speaking time would be, for that period, would be 3 minutes. For agenda items, I think there were overall support for allowing members of the public to speak on when the agenda item is called, as long as they didn't speak during that first period. And then there was at least 3 council members, I think, that spoke in favor of reducing the general oral communication period, meaning non-agenda items from 5 minutes to 3 minutes.
So I think the one thing that I don't have, so I have the same.
Yeah.
The one thing that I don't have clarification on was that period in the beginning also being whether it's 1 hour or 30 minutes
Right.
or what the time limit is.
Can I-
And I believe Councilmember Brotman, you said 1 hour.
Can I modify it?
Yes.
I'll go with Councilmember Kasakian's 30
Yeah.
minutes.
Okay, yeah.
And can I just say, perhaps we can call it oral communication as opposed to calling it community event announcements, because it's broader
Right.
now, but it would be
And-
all-encompassing, just for people's
Or maybe we can call
understanding.
it something to distinguish from the oral communications that will be at the end of the meeting, like public comment, agenda. And that's the one I think we need a little bit of clarity on. Do you want that period to allow a speaker? And I will say, to the benefit, if one of the speakers spoke to it, is like, if there's a speaker who wants to speak on an agenda item, but they have to leave early, and they want to just be able to come during that period and speak, they can do so and then leave. And that there is a benefit. I do see a benefit in that, but that's, we need council direction on that one.
Yeah.
I'm okay with
That's what we were saying, that to allow
Okay.
for that.
I just wasn't sure if there was.
Well, I have one comment about that. If, let's say it's a hot button item, and we have 30 speakers, and 20 of them want to speak in the beginning on the agenda as item and leave. So does the mayor have the discretion to change the timing to like an hour to allow all of them to speak in the beginning? Or first come, first serves, the speaker cards are numbered and 10 people can speak and the rest have to wait?
I would say that we have a time allotted and it's not changed, because I also, again, have seen that depending on like what the issue is. I just want there to be fair rules for everybody, regardless of what that item is.
What does it mean? So it's 30 minutes setting concrete?
30 minutes, and you don't like wiggle from that. It's 30 minute. And
So
then
10
whoever-
people can speak, 10 times 3 is 30 minutes. 10 people can speak in the beginning, and the rest have to wait. If they want to speak on an agendized item, they have to wait. What if they don't want to speak? See, this creates another issue. What if someone is here to just make an announcement, and the 10 people showed up early and they filled out the cards, and then, but they want to speak on an agendized item? So what happens to that guy who wants to speak, who wants to make an announcement on an event?
Because I thought what we're saying is 30 minutes, and we're saying that that 3-minute is subject to mayor's discretion. So if you see 50 people who want to talk on an agenda item and then leave before we've discussed it, the mayor can give everybody 1 minute
That's on the agenda item?
on anything during that
period.
public comment period, right? We're saying mayor
Yeah,
discretion.
okay. But
That-
there's a cutoff for
There's
for
a
the
30-minute
time.
cutoff.
Correct, yeah. Okay.
Is there concurrence on that then? A 30-minute
with that.
period?
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay.
3-minute max, but the mayor has discretion to reduce that time depending on how many speakers the submitted cards to speak.
Prefer to speak in the beginning.
Right.
Or,
And, okay.
I think you should let people who want to make a community announcement to speak first.
Oh.
Because again, then if 10
Okay,
people.
are you good with that? Do you want that?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so.
I
because
don't
I
if
would,
they have-
so we have a separate, sorry, I butted in,
Yeah,
but community event announcements is then, it is a unique slot. And that-
Probably easier to do it that way. Community event.
Those people all get to go first,
Right.
right?
And then the remaining
Yeah, and then the
of the.
public comments
Okay,
portion.
but those are true community event
Yes,
announcements.
yes.
You want, on community event announcements, would you want 5 speakers, 3 minutes each?
Yeah,
I wouldn't limit the number of speakers. Usually it's not going to be 5.
Right,
but
okay.
I would just say 3 minutes.
Okay.
I mean, that would be my vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, people who are here to make an announcement on community event, they speak first, and the rest, if they want to speak as an oral communication, they could. If they want to speak on agenda as item, they could.
great. Okay, next item. So the rules and removing disruptive individuals, I mean, nothing that we have right now is new. What do you mean by formalized rules? Aren't they already formalized rules?
Some of them are, some of them are not. They've been practices. Some of them are in the ordinance. And what I'm suggesting is to take the rules that I put on the 2 slides and have them incorporated into a resolution formally, as these are the things that will constitute disruption.
Yeah.
If
I mean,
there's any-
I keep getting accused of
Sure.
the fact that I created these rules. So, yeah,
I think
go
what
ahead.
I think what we did with respect to those that are public, we basically are advising people what's constitute disruptive conduct, because we are allowed to regulate disruptive conduct. So this is just actually putting it into the resolution. So that's all I meant. So unless there's any other feedback, we will incorporate those into the resolution.
It's fine.
And then number 3, regarding rules or limitations on council deliberation or discussion.
I do like the fact that each council member is able to make comments for a certain amount of time before they're able to speak again. I think I have seen that like time and again now, where some colleagues are getting in a back and forth, which doesn't allow for another colleague to have even made their statement. So I would prefer that there's at least one go-around of, I don't know, 5 minutes or whatever it is before they get to speak a second time.
So a formal rule requiring every council member to have the opportunity to speak before another council member does.
Correct.
That's one. And then is there a time limit on that, or is it just the formal part, just the?
I don't like time limits at all. It's just.
So I believe that you were the only one that didn't want the time limit, or you didn't agree with it to begin
And
with.
I'm not the only one, I'm not the one who speaks the most. I mean, I was keeping track on some of my colleagues, but that's a different story. But limiting
pass them
time
on to us,
sometimes,
Councilmember Garpetian.
sorry?
Pass them on to us.
Well, you can
Yeah.
take a look at the time and see who spoke the
All
most.
right.
So are you suggesting a
I would say
5
5
minutes
minutes. I would
and
say
then
5 minutes
second
and
round
then-
3 minutes?
Sure.
And then,
I don't like that at all. It's just.
in the way, just so you know, the way the other, I think at least LA County, LA City and San Diego, there are no limitations to how many rounds you can go until.
Yeah, that's fine. I would hope
So
that-
everybody gets a chance to talk until.
Yeah, it's just like
unless
not
someone makes a motion to call a question, that's a whole
grandstanding
different.
or, dominating a conversation, yeah.
A point clarifying and a point on that. So usually we have a staff presentation, then we have questions, right? So the questions, in my opinion, should not be part of that.
Right, and I included that as an option to exclude the question, so.
Yeah, and I think the questions, we just all have to make sure they're really questions and not our opportunity to ask a question to make a point. Look, I've done it. So I think we should make them real questions, like actual legitimate questions. And then I do agree with the 5 minutes and then the 3 minutes, but I would think, you know, the mayor always has discretion, like 5 minutes is when you say, Councilmember Brotman, your time is up.
But
And
it
you-
doesn't
and you-
really, look, it doesn't work in practice, okay? So then, you know, especially when there's a heated back and forth, you know, it happened this afternoon, like, you know, if I tried to say something to Mr. Garpetian about shortening it, he gets offended and feels like it's being shortened, you get offended, so it's just.
Well, if it's 5 minutes, and
It's
if
our
I
fault.
vote
We
by
had,
5
we
minutes-
had, we had 5 minutes. We had all
Maybe
agreed for
somebody-
5 minutes, and the one time that acts like instead of it being silent and me seeing it, it went off. It turned into a thing on this diet. So
Well, maybe the city clerk can enforce the 5-minute rule. How's that?
No, I don't like that at all.
Or just tell us, you know, we're
all
at
right,
5
so
minutes.
we,
you know?
Councilmember Kasakian, do you have an opinion on this?
I generally would like to give my colleagues as much time as they need to get their points across. However, I think that the need to run an efficient meeting warrants some type of limitation on how many times we can go background. And sure, on issues that are very important to any one of us, or if we get into a heated moment with one of our colleagues, all of us, including myself, are guilty of violating those rules, those unwritten rules, informal rules. But I think anything that can help give us those guardrails to have a more productive discussion and get to a conclusion. Ultimately, the goal of council members and the council and the meeting is for us to look at items that have come before us by staff and come to some sort of decision collectively, one way or another. And so whatever can help us get to that quicker or more efficiently, I'm in favor of.
Okay.
Well, the other item that can relate to this is the mayor goes last in general. When there's a discussion on anything, any item, the mayor doesn't make comments in the beginning and then pass it to the colleagues. Mayor always goes last. Doesn't
Right.
either it's the council comments time or any item. But I understand it happens, but mayor has to go last at the very end after all the 5 minutes that there is. We'll all make comments and the mayor goes last. That
So
was the
I
rule
would
of-
even just point to last week. I have done that for the most part with my colleagues, but even when there's things like an emergency that requires a statement to the public, I think it should be the mayor's discretion on setting or communicating certain things that have occurred in the city. So, but I think for the most part, that has been practiced. So,
Are we talking about in a meeting
yeah.
or outside a meeting?
No, in a
No, in a
meeting. I
meeting.
mean, when we have discussions on items or any items that's,
Right.
we have a report, mayor goes last.
Okay.
I have some comments on
On
number 3.
Okay.
So, number 1, it is absolutely permitted for one councilman to interrupt another to state a point of order that occurs. A point of order is, the order of the meeting. If there's any insults, any derogatory comments, any slights, any, I think even if you go to sarcastic jabs, it's entirely within any council member's right to stop that person from speaking, state the point of order, and request the chair, the mayor, to make a ruling on that item. Either, no, the person speaking is within the rules of decorum, and we've got plenty of rules of decorum that we've put forth, that we voted on. Not just the ones in front of us. I mean, there are rules about insulting, there are rules about misstatement of facts. I remember Mr. Brotman and I got into it once, and it wasn't stated as a point of order. It was like, this is what you said, no, I didn't. This is what you said, no, I didn't. At that point, the mayor has to jump in and say, this is what the ruling is. You're
So
the
this
chief
wouldn't-
judge,
this
or the
wouldn't take
mayor is the
away-
chief judge.
This wouldn't take away the point of order because.
I
that's part
understand, but I'm just stating that because the report said that there shouldn't be any interruptions. There are grounds for interruptions.
I agree with, and I would note, I should have noted that exception. That's certainly, under Robert's rules, the member always has the right to ask for a point of order, and we'll make sure we put that into the rule.
And also, I mean, it gets hot up here, I understand that, but any sort of comments towards a member of the public personally is out of order, and that should be stated. If not stated by a council member, the chair of the meeting, the mayor, should be able to jump in and say those sort of comments are inappropriate. Even though they give us hell, right? Some of us get more hell than not, depending on, you know, the waves.
I do want to clarify on that. There's a difference between being respectful towards your public versus like free speech. So I'm trying to understand, are you suggesting that that doesn't apply to council members?
We have
or-
special rules for that. And a blanket free speech does not apply to council members.
Council
Free
members-
speech can extend to defamation. Free speech can account to ridicule. Free speech can account to intimidation. We, in public,
Right.
private citizens can do that. But sitting up here, and we have rules about this, we should not be doing that. We should strive not to do that as best as we can.
That's already baked into the rules that we have,
I
correct?
understand, I'm just,
Okay.
I guess I'm just reiterating, you know, these sort of issues.
Okay.
May I on this point?
Let him finish.
The ultimate arbiter of that is the mayor, the chair of the meeting. And at times, you're going to have, whoever sits there needs to be really on it and be ready like a judge, making a ruling that they think would reinforce our rules and make sure our meetings run smoothly. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Mr. Brotman?
Yeah, two things. One of them is perhaps those rules on what council members can and what is appropriate for council members to say about members of the public, if those could be maybe circulated back to
Yeah,
us, because
absolutely.
maybe we all need a
Right.
refresher. The other thing I would say is, once the mayor rules on this point of order, the council members have to obey that rule. And I've seen that happen where where the mayor will say something and the council members will just continue to talk over him or her.
Well,
depending on-
technically, no.
Well, technically, it's
no.
happened in
That-
practice many
a
of times,
decision-
so.
A decision of the chair may be appealed by the council as a whole. So if the chair makes a ruling and says, nah, that's fine, go ahead and, or whatever it might be, there's a motion to challenge the ruling of the chair, seconded, and it's voted on. Am I correct in that?
Correct, but until that happens, the order has to be obeyed.
Right, until that happens. So I guess the point is that it's only under that circumstance can you challenge ruling of the mayor.
Okay.
You can't just say, well, I don't care what you say and keep doing it.
I'm just saying, there's the whole picture here, and we've
All right.
had instances where the mayor has tried to establish order and has been ignored and talked over.
One last comment on this item. I think I want to add something to it is the order of the vote. Every week we vote on every item based on it's alphabetically done, right?
Yeah.
I think we've done it in the past that the city clerk will randomly select or like a lottery every week the different order of voting. So of course the mayor goes last, but the rest of the council will get an order as to who votes first and who votes last. So I think that's something that has to be added to the.
I thought we were going to look at voting through some.
If I may,
button.
yeah, I think we've been asked to look at what are the future time and not have it, since this wasn't part of the discussion. But we know that a number of you are
That's a
concerned about
separate
that.
discussion?
No, just because they were going to look at if we can just have like a vote button and we just do it all at the same time and call it a day and it doesn't have to be this process every time?
Or we can look, I mean, we can present some options, whether it's having a random selection. I don't
Yeah,
think that,
when you're bringing this back.
right. I don't believe we've ever had that formally instituted for random selection. It has always been alphabetical. But I know it's a concern that's been expressed over the years and something we can look at.
I wait to see how Vartan votes.
At one point, we did have a procedure where the last vote rotated. Councilmember Varej Agajanian was on the council at the time. I think it may have been even an issue that he brought up, but there was a change, and then whenever, and I can't recall why, it went back to the current or the previous way it's always been.
We'll look into that. I can't recall either, but
I mean, honestly, I
Yeah.
don't care. I think,
Let's move
yeah.
on.
I think even when I was on just council member, I voted first, and I don't count votes. I don't care. I have my position. I have my position. All right. Okay.
So just so
for
I-
removal
from what
of
I heard,
items
it would-
after the agenda.
Sure. Well, let me just first, what I heard was consensus for initial 5-minute, each council member gets to speak one time, and then after that, it'll be 3 minutes each. Again, every council member have an opportunity. Obviously, Robert's rules applies as well, so points of order, points of personal privilege, and rules of conduct will apply. So we'll incorporate all those unless there's any issue. Okay.
But then at the discretion of the mayor, if there's something like,
Sure.
oh, please,
Yeah.
please, I just have one quick
Right.
statement,
Yeah.
the mayor should be able to say, okay, just one statement.
Correct. And then maybe one other thing I could suggest when we bring it back and, is perhaps when you know there's an item that is very heavy, you just know up front it's going to be longer, you're going to want more than 5 minutes. Perhaps there's a process for the council member to request at the beginning of deliberation that all council members get whatever time, 10 minutes. That'll be a right of the mayor to make that choice at the time. So we'll incorporate that, and you can decide on that when we bring it back.
Okay.
So,
Sorry, Mr. Garcia, what was the direction on the voting system?
we'll bring back some options at a later time. So I don't think that we didn't get direction. We'll bring back some options.
Okay.
Meeting cutoff time?
Did you want to go up first on number 4?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
yes,
removal
please.
items from the agenda.
I think it's fine. I know that there's been a couple of items that have been raised as issues. Those were because the report was published, but then, the city manager found that they needed to do additional work, and it was pulled from the agenda. And I think, given that the mayor both sets and removes, both sets the agenda, then they should have the discretion to also remove based on circumstances, but.
Correct, Mayor Asatryan, or alternatively, we could have it read into the record, and mayor and council can vote on its removal without deliberation or discussion.
Or can be removed if there's no objection from any council member, and if there is, then you have a discussion.
No, I'm okay with
I
that.
think that's better.
What?
To be
The
voted on.
The item is read into the record, and then the council votes. Maybe nobody has any objection to removing it, but if
Okay.
some people do, there's a vote.
Okay.
The city manager can offer it up, and council, if there is no
Yeah, yeah.
objection, can.
Okay, that's not dying on that hill.
Number 5, meeting cutoff time.
I mean, we've kind of,
It gets tough. Sometimes on those late meetings, it really.
I mean, if it is, then I think council members should just say like, hey, I think I'm done for today.
Just do it on a, just recuse
I
themselves?
think, Mayor,
Yep.
I think it's appropriate to have a cutoff time that then allows council members to extend that time. I mean, at least it's a benchmark for us to strive for, both for the public and for ourselves, but mostly for the public. I don't think any of us are well served by making poor decisions late into the evening when everyone is tired and our attention span isn't what it is at its optimum. So I'm fine with it. I think generally we'll probably go past that mark and we'll have to do it on a number of meetings, but it is a good goal to have.
Mayor, if I can speak on behalf of staff, they would appreciate it, because the following morning, I have an executive meeting that we have to attend, so.
Right. Okay.
So 11 PM?
11 p.m. And again, the way it would work is that if you're on an agenda item and you hit 11 p.m., you keep going on that agenda item. When the next item comes, then you have that discussion whether you're going to end it or.
And to clarify, that does not include the oral communication at the end.
Yeah, you have to
We
allow
can't
people. You
just
have to
cut
allow
that
people
off.
to speak on,
Yeah.
on matters on the agenda.
Okay.
Agenda items.
Right.
Well, let me, so I think that's, if you want to have a cutoff time like at 11, then you need to kind of agenda the agenda, basically, the way that we can finish it by 11. If you have 6 different items that are all hot topic items and it takes time, there's so many people talking, and then the last 2 items are not being reviewed or not being voted on because it's after 11, then people will say, look, I sat here for 5 hours and now you're leaving and I have to come back next week. So I think the agenda will set that time limit or at 11 o'clock that we want to end.
And,
So
yeah, I agree, Councilmember Garpetian, and we will strive to schedule the order of the agenda is, for example, agenda items. For example, we have 2 items after this. That's my estimation is it's not going to garner a lot of discussion. So we can put these similar items at the end that maybe there is no interest or input from the community members.
Okay, all right. So what are we deciding on? 11 o'clock?
Sure, why not?
Not including the oral
You know,
communication.
some cities have night SARS.
Yeah. And I would note too, if you're at 10:45 and it's close to that 11 o'clock and you still have oral communications, at that point, the council would always have the discretion to just take up oral communications and continue the rest of the item. But we'll write it in a similar manner to how Burbank and Santa Monica do it. Number 6, the wide-angle camera policy.
I think I was totally against it, just for the record, to change the angle of the cameras. There was no vote on it. Maybe a discussion or maybe a direction, but outside these chambers, no decisions are being made. By our charter, we cannot make any decisions. So I was totally against it. I know why it was changed, but that's behind us, doesn't matter. I think what we can do is maybe have a split screen like we had today. Mr. Kasakian is, joining us remotely, and we can have that. And also, maybe if you want to show the audience at one point, the cameraman can just focus on audience and come back, or can go back to what we had in the past. So, but I think split screen is a good way of going. People come here to speak. They come here not only to speak to us, but they also want to speak to the community. And when your faces are not showing, I don't think it's a good gesture. I think they're here to talk to their friends, family members, neighbors. I think just showing the back of their head all the time is not a good thing. So, but I think split screen is the way to go.
Councilman Garpetian, we just literally went through the rules, and one of those was for public comments and oral communication. It's there to address this body. So if people want to call their friends or FaceTime them and family members and want to communicate, they're more than welcome to do that. But it literally was, it was just pointed out legally, the public comment portion is meant to address this body.
No, that's not true. They're not here to just address this body. They're here to address this body as well as the members of the community. They're speaking to them too.
They're not.
Of course they are. They have a choice. You can't take that choice away from them.
Mr. Garcia.
Well, without getting into the policy debate, legally, the forum is here for the members of the public to express their concerns to their city council. But I express no opinion on what the angle should be on the camera.
He's not, yes.
I think I would support a split screen, even though, going on what Mr. Garcia said, the intention is to address council. I think the public are certainly entitled to see the face of the person speaking, their expressions, their demeanor, their veracity, because public speaking does affect and influence members of the public watching on TV. I mean, are we afraid to? I mean, is the idea that there would be grandstanding, that seeing that someone's face is, is out there? I mean, it's.
No, but we've also had cases where individuals have come to make comments to their council members, and those videos were taken, and then they were sought after by public members because of their statements here addressing their council members, right? And so how do you create a...
I mean, it's a privacy issue?
It's not a matter of privacy, right? It's a matter of we live in a different age these days where it's not just someone coming and speaking, someone watching on TV, but how things are, taken to social media and how their people are then contacted or seen on the street and so forth. And so for me, it was also, the wide angle was really also about the transparency I spoke about earlier of giving the viewer a full picture of what is happening in the chambers. So.
Could I come in?
Sure.
I like it the way it is now, and I think it is important to remember that when the public comes here to speak, they're addressing the decision-making body. They're not addressing their friends and family. They're not addressing the public at large. And I think a lot of people don't understand that. And so they come here thinking that they're talking to the public. They're maybe promoting their newsletter, or they may be creating a viral video, and they may be campaigning and they want to get promotional time for their electoral campaign. And that's not what this is about. This is about members of the public speaking to us. And I think we need to keep it the way it is because we want to maintain that level of decorum. This is not about people getting up there to create a video that they can then spread around social media, right? And so I feel like it's working better the way it is now. I know some people don't like it.
I would ask for the angles to actually be changed a bit for the entire chamber to be shown.
That's okay, but I think
that was one of the things that we decided on. So.
I think the primary objective is for people to address. I mean, that is not the primary. It's for people to address the council and not to grandstand to the public. And I think that we take the temperature down, we make things more professional when we do it this way. So I'm very much in support of continuing.
But here's the problem.
Councilmember Najarian, do you mind if Mr. Kasakian has, Mr. Kasakian?
Thank you. So I think one of the issues is that the allowance, or when it would have the camera on the speaker, is that there are oftentimes unintended consequences. Not everyone is comfortable speaking in front of a camera, yet they have the right to come and address their council. Now, certainly they can probably do that nowadays by phone, but sometimes they want to come and actually see the expressions on their council members' faces when they address them. And that is their primary right, the right of a public forum and agendized and Brown Acted meeting isn't to provide people at home with entertainment. It is to conduct the city's business. And I say this because there was an instance of a woman who came and spoke in front of council. That video was taken, put on YouTube, and it was ridiculing and making fun of her accent. She was a limited English proficiency speaker, was trying to speak in English. Her child was bullied in school. This woman was harassed, and there was nothing that could be done to remove that video because it was part of a public record. There are also people who may want to come and speak on items and they don't want people to know their face. So I think that, again, the primary purpose of the public comments portion should be for them to address the council. I think on community event announcements, sure, people maybe have their faces shown. And there are other opportunities during public hearings, as the city attorney said, because they will hold up perhaps exhibits or show things. But and that becomes part of a record of a quasi-judicial meeting. But in general, I'm fine with the wide angle. I also believe that having the angle that we have now, and I don't agree with the mayor that the purpose of it was to show what was happening in the audience. I think it's very hard for people to hear sometimes the disruptive behavior that is happening, the way the microphones are situated around the chambers. But I think that the main purpose of it was to also show what the council members are doing. And this current angle has, I think, amongst all of us, myself included, helped us improve our attentiveness to the speaker who's at the podium, because the public sees what all the council members are doing, what our body language is, how we're interacting with the person who's at the podium. And I think that's more important. The message is still heard, and there isn't any written rule that says the person has a right to have their image shown on camera at any public body's meeting. I would say that a wide angle reverse camera would also suffice, but then at that point you don't see what the council members are doing. So if there is going to be a split screen, and I don't support that, I would support both of them to be wide angles.
All right. Councilmember Najarian, you had a comment?
Here's the problem. The person coming to the podium is delivering a message to council. Are we going to tell that person that he is not permitted to show disdain to council by turning his back to us? I think that turning his back, his or her back, is a fundamental right, First Amendment right, to turn their backs. That happens in Congress, that happens in the United Nations, that happens in the state capitol, to turn their back, continue to speak, but to turn their back on council. So are we saying that they can't do that? I think we're infringing on free speech.
No, they can turn their back as long as they're addressing the council.
No, I mean,
If that's their sign of
we
no.
threw out Tony Passarella because he
Councilmember Najarian, he was addressing the public in his comments and not the council, and that is the difference. Had he chosen to address the council and continue addressing us while he turned around, of course he could. So.
There we go, it's clear.
There you go.
I think.
No, but when you say, you start addressing.
So anyone that says something regarding the public, saying, I think the public should be opposed to this dirty energy that's out there, that's against our rules, and that person should be.
As long as you're addressing the council per our city attorney just stating that you're also an attorney yourself, and you just stated that you concurred with him on that. So why are you having this discussion right now?
Because to throw someone out for turning his back on council, I think is a gross misuse of the power.
It's not turning.
It's a minimal violation. If anything, the meeting is able to be conducted. I mean, I just don't like it. I think if challenged, we would definitely lose this. But
It is not about turning the back. It is about who you're addressing with your comments.
But this is not the
So that's
we're
not- yes,
If I
okay.
might,
Yeah.
the point right now is to talk about the camera angle. What you're talking about is back to number 2, rules for decorum and removing disruptive individuals, and maybe the city attorney can advise us on this.
I mean, it's a way around the camera. I mean, people want to be seen. Mr. Mohill wants to be seen. If he stands in front of the dais and pretends he's speaking to us, but speaks to the people like that, I think we need to think about that. Any case law on that, Mr. Garcia?
Generally, I'm not sure aware of a specific case, but it is common, again, to require that the members of the public address the council. And that is, and when someone turns their back, maybe that is a form of speech, maybe not, but when they turn their back and they're also addressing the public, that has the potential to be disruptive, because then they're getting it has potential to, for example, to elicit the crowd more. It's disruptive because also the council can't necessarily may have problems following the words of the speaker. And again, it is intended to ensure that the council is able to follow the speaker. But
We were talking about, I'm sorry, I'm going to try to bring this back to the items that are in front of us, which is the wide angle camera policy, and it seems like there are 3.
Speak to the policy.
Do you have additional things that you hadn't said prior? Okay.
I think we have to understand why the angle of the cameras were changed, why is the policies in front of us. And that is, let's be honest, because a couple of members of the community showed up and they were a little bit harsh and they were rude to council members. Right after that, the angle was changed. Exactly, almost the next week or maybe 2 weeks later, the angle of the camera was changed. And we are making the problem, if there's a problem, we're making it worse. Because now they're going to come in and say, I want to turn my back to you and speak. And they're not addressing the community, they're addressing you because they don't want to see your face or what have you. I think this is, I had my share of criticism from the public. It's their right to come in and speak and say whatever they want to say, as long as they're not threatening anybody's life. And by saying we just want to be, show the entire chambers here to be transparent. I think the more we poke this thing, the worse it is going to get. The angle of the camera, the way it was, worked for, several decades. All of a sudden, it's a problem. You're not addressing the council. It's just, I think we need to be flexible, let it go. Social media, if they want to make a video, they will go out and make a video and put it on social media.
Councilmember Brotman, we all signed, Garpetian, we all signed up for it. It's not about us, right?
That's what you just said.
But it's not about us.
Also, if someone wants to speak and they don't want their face to be shown, they can opt out. They can say, I don't want to be, my face not be shown. Then you can change the angle of the camera and they won't be visible. So,
Okay.
and also you have to come in and you always introduce yourself. You write your name on the speaking card, so people know who you are and what you're saying. I understand that unfortunate things happened, but by changing the entire rules by 1 or 2 examples, it's not the right thing to do. Let people come in and speak and leave, and they just adjust themselves and they start behaving better. But I don't see a problem the way it was in the past. Also, split screen is the best way to go. You can see the council members and their body language. You also can see the speaker. Let their faces to be shown. What's the problem with that? I mean, this day
All
of
right,
age.
it seems like you're okay. Thank you so much, sir. Number 7?
I apologize. I 3 of you were in favor of keeping the policy, but just in terms of public hearings, was there any?
So the public hearings based on, I'm okay with.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is it about public hearings?
Just to have the cameras on the speakers during a public hearing because it's a quasi judicial matter.
And for community event announcements?
And community event announcements, is that?
I think that's a good suggestion.
Okay.
I think that's discrimination.
I think that the community event announcements should not be, with all due respect.
What should not?
Community event announcements should not be. You should just have a fair system across the board. If they're addressing the council, they're addressing the council, and the hearings I'm okay with. But
I'm fine with that if it's applied evenly.
Yep. So.
Okay, number 7, so modifying the procedure for future agenda, councilmember future agenda requests. Do you want to limit speaking time for?
I think we need to, because I also have noticed that and I think we've all been guilty of this, we go into deliberation like we have already had a report in front of us. And, and I know there was a comment made about bringing it down to 2. There are many of times that I've given the 3rd vote saying that I open to hearing about it, but I don't know if I'm going to vote for it if it comes. It's based on the details, so.
I do have one
Yeah.
comment on that. I would also like just for us to limit our comments to clarification, because it's really about us understanding why our colleague wants to agendize an item. So it's just to understand it, ask clarifying questions, not to debate the merits of the topic.
Right. Okay.
So what is the,
Slightly different. I mean, do you want to have then 2 minutes for the council member who made the motion or who's asked for it to come back to be able to make their case, and then 1 minute for every council member, and then 1 minute for the council member who made the
I think
request
that's
to
too restrictive,
just give a time limit, or just have limit it to,
yeah, I mean,
Councilman Brotman's saying clarifications, but I think others are saying.
I
give
know,
it-
but then that turns into deliberation.
Okay.
Right, and so I would do a 2 or 3 minute introduction, and then one set of questions from each colleague, and then take a vote. I don't.
and also we have to be mindful of the fact that how many items are on the agenda in waiting list, not on the agenda, on the city manager's plate. It's like they're asking for more items to come to be agendized and come forward, and we still have another 100 of them in the works. So I think that should be kind of in love with this item. Can I ask one more question about the cameras? Because can they bring and record themselves?
As long as they're not disrupting the meeting. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So they can have a selfie stick and speak to the
People
pub.
have been doing that.
Right?
People have been doing
Yeah,
that.
correct.
No.
As long as, again,
Not recording us, recording themselves while they're speaking.
Again, as long as they're not disrupting or blocking anybody's view from watching the meeting. So if someone were to get up right here and for example, photograph somebody at the podium, that might be disruptive to members of the public as well as to the council. So that's a case-by-case basis. But if somebody just is in the audience and they have their camera on and they're
Oh,
recording.
the speaker, if he or
Oh,
she
yeah,
is
no.
recording
that's fine.
himself or
Yeah,
herself while
that's
he's
fine.
speaking.
That's
Okay.
fine.
Okay, thank you.
So Mayor and Council, since I got an opening about the
Oh, you did
number of
not. We're going
requests.
remove agenda preview.
Sure. Just on number 7, just so it's basically on number 7, it's 2 minutes for the case, for the person to state their case, and then questions, clarification from the council, and then go to a vote. Is there consensus on that? Okay. And then remove agenda preview.
Yes, except can you clarify what happened with the online version of the forecast? There were comments made that it wasn't updated and so forth earlier today.
Mayor, let me look at it and I'll let you know. I have to-
Mayor Satrian will look into it and see what the member of the
So
public.
as we are removing that, we have to make sure as the agenda gets posted, that at the same time, the item is listed, or the forecast is listed online as well.
Yes, we'll
All
do.
right, thank you. Okay, you're good?
I have direction, yes. And
All right, party on. Next item. Next item. Oh, huh?
Is that Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure?
So I know, I see a bunch of community members here. How many cars do we have? I know that you had initially said we had individuals for 8D waiting.
Yes, currently we have, we have 4 speaker cards for item 8D.
Any callers?
Not at the moment.
Okay, well, let's take, and then what about the rest of the items?
We have 2 public comments on item B, and we have 2 public comments for oral communication.
Okay.
Or no, so, sorry, 12B.
All right, let's take 8D first, and then we'll go with the rest after.
8B is community
Not
development.
8B, 8D.
Sorry. 8D, management services regarding introduction of an ordinance amending Glendale Municipal Code 1995, Title 8, Chapter 8.42 to amend and restate the city's adopted prohibitions on the use of styrene products and single-use plastics. 1, ordinance for introduction. 2, motion directing staff to develop incentive programs to support the transition to the proposed plastic waste reduction regulations ordinance. And there's a third item as well. Motion recommending City Council direct staff to engage the services of a consultant to provide continued education and support to organizations impacted by the plastic waste reduction regulations ordinance.
All right, Mr. Kalanian?
Yes, as staff and our esteemed consultant are walking in, I'll just briefly mention that this ordinance, as introduced, recommends a phased approach with bans on plastic straws, stirrers, and utensils starting July 1st, 2025, and the broader foodware standards on January 1st, 2026. And with that, I'll turn it over to David Jones, our Sustainability Officer, to kickstart the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Satrian and members of the City Council. So, respectfully here today to introduce the ordinance on plastic waste reduction regulations as outlined in the staff report. As Mr. Galani mentioned, we've been on quite a journey to get here, starting in March 2022, and received direction from Council to prepare such an ordinance. In November of 2022, we asked Council for direction on 6 elements that were within the ordinance. And then in January 10th, 2023, the ordinance was introduced containing polystyrene prohibition, single-use straws and utensils prohibition, establishing disposable foodware standards, disposable cup charge, on-premise dining and reusables prohibited for single-use beverage bottles. In January 2023, Council made the decision to split the ordinance and work with the polystyrene prohibition first, and then return to the second ordinance with dining on premises, disposable cup charge, and disposable foodware standards after conducting extensive community outreach. The polystyrene ordinance was then adopted November 14th, and that brings us here today. Oops, excuse me. So this evening, I'm going to cover the reason for the ordinance, and then I'm going to ask Rebecca Allen, consultant from Recreate, to go over the outreach that was done regarding this ordinance and to communicate with the City Council what we heard from the food and beverage providers during that outreach process. The goals of this proposed ordinance are, as you would expect, to minimize the use of single-use plastics and non-recyclable and compostable items, to encourage reuse where possible, and then to develop regulations from the feedback from the community. And also to develop regulations that can be applied effectively, and then if the City Council does decide to adopt such an ordinance, to continue to support organizations implementing the regulations going forward. There's a number of reasons for adopting such an ordinance. One of those is health. Takeout food containers contain many chemicals that have been linked to cancer and problems in reproductive organs and several other health problems. Believe it or not, the average person eats a credit card's worth of plastic every week, and there's microplastics in our drinking water, and microplastics are often found in every part of the human body. So there is this health impact that we are concerned with. Also, another concern, the reason why we want to pass such an ordinance is that of litter. Most litter items found in our beaches in Southern California are wrappers, food containers and cutlery, plastic bottles, and plastic bags. And worldwide, plastic items from takeaway food and drink dominate litter in the world's oceans. And there's obviously a cost to our local communities for cleaning up these plastics too. And we also want to achieve and meet our sustainability goals. We want to encourage reuse and the use of compostable and recycled materials where possible and as often as possible. That's a very brief overview of why we're here, but the main reason we want to talk to you today is about the outreach we did in our community and how that outreach impacted the drafting of this proposed ordinance. So with that, I'm going to ask Rebecca Allen from Recreate to come up to the podium and discuss this.
Yes.
Hi, thank you very much. Again, my name is Rebecca. I'm with Recreate Waste Collaborative, and we engaged with the city to provide education and outreach to businesses in the city of Glendale to let them know about the proposed regulations and what that would mean. We also prioritize gathering feedback, really having an open dialogue, listening session to find out what the major barriers were with the proposed ordinance. So here is a timeline of our engagement. It started in December of 2023 when we did our first round of surveys and outreach. We went into businesses, had an open dialogue, conducted a survey. We also gave them information on the polystyrene ban. We compiled all that data and provided it back to the city. A second draft of the ordinance resultant from the feedback with a few pretty major changes occurred from that outreach. In May, the second round of outreach began, updating businesses on what the new proposed regulations would be. We visited the same restaurants we visited before, conducted the surveys to gauge a level of improvement. We also provided resource guides, information on the polystyrene ban. We gave the round 2 survey and report back to the city, and the third draft of the ordinance was complete. So as you see here, it was conducted in 2 rounds. The first round really addressed what the original proposed ordinance looked like. And then the second round went back to kind of gauge if any level of support or confidence in being able to apply these proposed regulations changed at all. So in round 1 of our outreach, this was when the ordinance stood as this. So it required reusable foodware for dining on premises. All to-go at the time would have to be compostable materials. All foodware accessories like utensils, straws, and stirrers would have to be compostable. It required a 25-cent cup fee for all single-use to-go beverages and compliance with AB 1276, which is the California law that says you can't automatically include the foodware accessories in an order. It must be requested. At the time, we conducted 89 surveys. We visited 139 businesses and spoke directly to someone, but we would only survey someone if we were speaking with an owner or manager, someone in a decision-making position. At the time, what we got was almost 50% of the people we spoke to were supportive of the ordinance. The biggest issues they had at the time were the cost and the product performance of compostables. Something we heard time and again at these restaurants is that COVID might be over for the rest of us, but it is not over for restaurants. When COVID happened, the to-go, takeout, delivery, third-party delivery went through the roof, and for many restaurants, that has not recovered. They still do a large amount, 50%, 85% of their business as takeout, to-go, delivery. So not only would they be purchasing a lot of these compostable items, they're really concerned about the performance of them as well. If you have something with a sauce and oil, something that needs to maintain heat. So those were the main concerns at the time. So after we received all this feedback, we compiled the data and returned it to the city, and the ordinance, the proposal did change. You'll see the reusables and the utensils, accessories remained the same, but compostables and recyclables were now required for takeout or delivery. So it was the addition of recyclable materials. And the 25-cent customer charge was removed. Business owners were really concerned that that would deter customers from coming to their business, especially, you know, where we live in California. Burbank can be a block away sometimes, or another place where you wouldn't have a 25-cent cup fee. You'll see on the far right here proposed policy recommendations with the Sustainability Commission. It kind of broadens the phased approach, no charge to the accessories and no change to the 25-cent cup fee. But the compostables required for takeout delivery would sunset the plastics in January of 2027. And those are the recommendations of the Sustainability Commission. So when we were telling these businesses, we want to give you information on what it would look like if this law passed and what it meant to comply with it, we made sure they knew what it meant to be a compostable product or a recyclable product. And sometimes we would even look at what they had, check it out, let them know if it was compliant or not. We gave them a QR code where they could scan and go directly to a list, a database of compliant products. So what that means is any compostable product that is third-party certified. So that can be BPA, BPI certified, CMA, or TUV. This guarantees that it is PFAS-free. And for a plastic to be recyclable, it must be a non-black plastic 1, 2, or 5, cardboard like a pizza box, or aluminum containers as well.
Can I ask? I have a question. May I ask a question? Because you show the image of these, what do you call that? The metal foil
Yes.
boxes? I don't know what you call those, I forget.
Yeah, you're correct.
But when we talk about sunsetting and, the recyclable and going to fully compostable in 2027, are we including those or not? Because those seem to be like, I don't know, to me they seem okay. They seem like recycling that thin metal, that's
Highly
very easy.
recyclable.
It's a high value product. And
Yeah.
So is that something, are we saying that indefinitely, that would be okay?
To be clear, that was a recommendation from the Sustainability Commission, just a recommendation that all recyclables be sunset and that it would just then be the fiber-based compostable materials. But that is not where the current proposed ordinance stands. It's just a recommendation from the Sustainability Commission.
That's not the current proposed ordinance, okay.
No. It does still require all utensils, straws would have to be made of a fiber-based compostable material, no bioplastics or plant-based plastics as well. We had 2 webinars we conducted to provide information. We collected feedback from stakeholders at these meetings too. Sometimes the webinar took 15 minutes, but the conversation took even longer, which is great. We wanted to create an open dialogue and really take the temperature of what was going on. We did some presentations along with Q&A sessions for the Downtown Glendale Chamber of Commerce, the Glendale Chamber of Commerce, Montrose Shopping Park Association, Crescenta Valley Chamber of Commerce, and the Glendale Sustainability Commission. We held a vendor fair and we made and disseminated a video on how to identify a compliant product, where I walk you through, again, what does it look like, what are you looking for, how do you identify what is compliant within these proposed regulations. So after we went out, did the webinars, the vendor fair, the video, and held all of these meetings, we went back to the original 89 restaurants that we did surveys with initially and asked them the same set of questions again to gauge, now that this has changed, now that recyclables are added, the 25-cent cup fee is removed, what is your level of support with the ordinance? You can see here that from round 1 to round 2, the support increased by 13%. They were generally very pleased that recyclables were added and very pleased that the cup fee had been removed. We asked them a question in our survey: how confident are they can implement these changes? How challenging would it be? And confidence also rose in being able to implement the changes by 11%.
The slide before,
Yes.
the previous slide, when you say 18, it's 18% on that, like the first bar?
No, that
Or
was
is it-
18 responses.
18 responses.
Correct.
And the numbers on the side are basically, okay. So the highest number you had was 27 responses on the blue one?
Correct.
Blue bar?
One being, the one at the bottom being not supportive, 5 all the way at the right being very supportive. Round 1 is indicated in red, and that is just the number of people, of responses, and the blue is round 2, after the changes were made.
Okay. So the highest one that we had in second round, blue bar, 27 versus 16.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And again, here's the confidence level, keeping those parameters in mind as well.
I have a question on
Yes, when we go back.
The ones that were part of the survey, right? Because it also has to do with the type of restaurant or eatery or whatnot you went to. We all know that, say, fast food and takeout restaurant would be very different in their response, I think, to this, versus a restaurant that actually currently uses reusable plates and whatnot. Do you have a distinction between what we're looking at here in this graph of how many of those fall into those categories?
That's a great question. We do have a list of all visited businesses, and we tried to make sure that we visited a large array, but to mainly focus on ones that do use a lot of takeout to-go disposable containers. So I don't have any hard data in the moment. It's absolutely gettable from our survey results.
Not a matter of, excluding anybody from your outreach. I'm asking, say, the 33 responses that you received here that you have marked in your round 2.
Mm-hmm.
Between the 33 restaurants out of the 200 some in our city, that 33 number, what's the breakdown for that? How many of those are your restaurants that currently use reusables in their restaurants? And I mean, much wouldn't change for them.
Sure.
Versus the takeouts.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't have that data here in this moment. We're happy to get it. I can tell you that the majority of restaurants we did outreach with were ones that use a lot of disposables and not the full service dine-in.
Your margins are already very low when it comes to 33 out of the total number of eateries and restaurants, right? And so I would, is staff able to pull this up? Because I had specified that I want this information provided to us during a council meeting when you brought all of this back. So if you can go on with your presentation while staff tries to attempt to find that data for us.
Yeah, and definitely to be clear, it's 33 out of 89 surveyed. So
right.
Obviously we didn't just ask, not 33 out of all the food and beverage establishments in Glendale. Right. And then the other numbers reflect how the level of confidence at all that they were feeling.
Mm-hmm.
We asked them what the primary barrier was if these regulations were to be implemented, and cost of compostables was the overwhelming barrier that they saw. It is important to note that cost of compostables still came up, and we could almost see this as kind of perceived barrier, because plastic and aluminum and cardboard containers are absolutely available as well. Obviously, compostables are going to be more expensive than other products, but there are many plastic recyclable products that don't have much of a price increase at all to a non-recyclable plastic. So although that is a concern, they can still choose to use plastic or aluminum. Cost of reusables was the second greatest concern that they showed. Again, utterly understandable for a restaurant that is doing full service inside but on disposables. That is a major change. But reusables have a return on investment that disposables do not have. So there are case studies that we pointed people to show them that after the initial investment, that obviously is a heavy lift for the restaurant, year after year, when they start that return on investment, that's just going to be a continued return, even taking into account any electricity, labor costs, water costs, even the price of replacing reusables that got broken, lost, things like that. We asked them if they would like a phased implementation, and they overwhelmingly would like a phased implementation, meaning that the accessories would happen 6 months after an adoption, and then all other items either in January or a year after adoption. We also asked if these were approved, if the ordinance was approved, what assistance would they like to see the city offer? Overwhelmingly, they would like to see sourcing of ordinance-approved products. That's why we decided to have a vendor fair, and also at that moment when they expressed that to me, I lead them to the QR code where we already have a living, breathing document going of compliant products that they can refer to right away, even if they need to. But the other concern they had and some assistance they would like to see is customer education. They really want to make sure that customers know that these changes are coming from above their heads, and make sure the customers are aware of why these changes would be happening. And then small customer education things such as the accessories upon request. That is a California law, but the person at the counter or doing the delivery is often the person who gets the ire from the customer if the fork spoon wasn't included. So they want us to make the public aware of what these laws are, so it is A, easier for the public to comply, and B, takes the onus off the restaurant to feel like they are forcing their customers to do anything different. So in summary, businesses were pleased with the addition of recyclable materials and the removal of the 25-cent cup fee. 13% more businesses felt supportive of the updated ordinance. 11% more businesses felt confident in their ability to implement the updated policy.
I'm so sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you.
Sure.
I think it would be worthwhile, just so this presentation is not taken out of context, 11% of the restaurants and businesses that you communicated with the survey, not 11% in
Correct.
general, correct?
Correct.
Yes,
11%
what I don't
more,
want to
I see.
happen is someone take this, your presentation and present it out of context. So it's not 11% more businesses, it's 11% of businesses that you were able to make contact with the information that you provided to them.
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
In round two.
In round two, and then
11% more than round one.
An 11% increase, correct.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
What is that number, that 11% adds up to how many restaurants or how many people?
Out of the 89.
Well, it was an 11% increase. So
It's increase of what?
from round one to round two.
How much was the round one?
We can definitely take a look at that.
So from 16 to 27, is that what it is?
Well, when
No,
calculating
not even that.
when calculating the data, we calculated the support being between 4 and 5 as very supportive or as supportive. And so we calculated the difference from 4 to 5 here to 4 to 5 here.
No, I understand. So when you calculate 11% or 13%, from 12 to 14, it could be like 10%, right? Like four
Right,
columns.
but then you would include the numbers of the extremely confident people as well.
Sure, that 20 to 33.
Correct.
So that is the difference. That's another almost 30% jump. When you say 30% from the first one to the second report, if people don't know it went from 20 people to 33 people, they think, 33% more people are for it. But this is a small number. I mean, from 12 to 14 is 10%. From 9 to 18 it's a big jump. But from 20 to 33, you have only 13 more people are in favor of it, basically.
Yes, they felt very confident. So 1 and 2s were not at all confident. They did not feel confident. And in general, we just saw of all the people we surveyed when we returned to them, in general terms, the 1s and 2s of being not confident at all reduced, while the 4 and 5s of being very confident increased. The 3 we consider a little
Sure.
neutral.
No, I understand. So
Yeah.
number 4, which is confident, round 1, there were 12 of them. It went up from 12 to 14.
Correct.
So only 2 more. And very confident, which is 5, it went from 20 to 33, basically. Out of all the restaurants, all the donut shops, all the coffee shops that we have in Glendale, that they use similar products, basically. Because not only the restaurants use it, the bakeries use it, the coffee shops use it. So out of everything that we have, the highest number of confident that we had between the restaurants were 33. And it went from 20 from round 1 to 33 to round 2. Okay, I just want to make that clear.
Absolutely.
So people
Sure.
call me and say, why are you saying this? Because 33% of people wanted it.
No, no, no.
These are the numbers.
Yes,
so- okay.
number of businesses, correct.
Right. Got it, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
When you were discussing this with them, were you discussing also the penalties that were involved? The $100, $200 criminal enforcement? Or this was just, could you comply if we change the law?
Yeah, our task was to gauge what are the barriers, it was an open dialogue. We asked questions that are like, when I say, what is your number one barrier? And they say cost, I say, why? Why is that an issue? Well, and then we get into an open conversation. Penalties are something that were never really brought up. I can tell you from the other cities in California that do similar, that have similar ordinances, it is really on a complaint-based basis. And the main goal is to educate and inform businesses. Nobody is looking to penalize.
We've got a team of investigators that comb the city. They go by different names, though, I want you to know. I think that the violation and penalties is something that should have been discussed with them so they know what they're getting into, what they're acknowledging. Yeah, maybe I can do this, maybe I can't. By the way, if you can't, $100, $200, $500, criminal.
Councilmember Najarian, if we can let her
Sorry,
go through the,
sorry.
yeah, and then
I
we
just
can have
wanted
the
to know what-
questions and the
what the
deliberations. Yes.
Understood.
Okay.
Absolutely understood. I will let you know our team also does SB 1383 outreach as well. We do those yearly inspections that also have a number of penalties involved too. It's just traditionally not something as a consultancy that we discuss because it is coming from the city usually, but more than happy to share that. If anybody ever chose to discuss that, we would in no way, shape, or form obfuscate that. I think this is ceased working.
Clerk Abachan, would you be able to move it for her? Okay.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. I think I got it. Thank you so much. All right, and the two items that the businesses would like are a purchasing guide for ordinance-approved products and some additional customer education. And then I'll pass it back to David, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Rebecca.
What, our handout has the incentive programs and
I'm going to talk about that in a sec.
that you're speaking to.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
So also we wanted to understand from businesses what type of exemptions they would want if we were going to have such an ordinance. And the one that came back to us was compliance with this article would result in undue hardship because food and beverage facilities lack of space in which to install a dishwasher or a 3-sink system to wash for the reusables. At the City Council did ask us to look at potential incentive programs that could be adopted if the city did choose to adopt an incentive program that could be considered if the city chose to adopt such an ordinance. So you've got two types of incentive programs that we recommend. The first is regarding compliant products. So this would be potentially $50,000 per year for 2 years with $500 per establishment. So this would enable those establishments that qualified or that applied for this incentive to use that money to buy compliant products. So what we mean compliant products is either compostable, recyclable products, or if they wanted to buy products for the dine-in, they could use the money to swap out the single-use items to get reusable items. With this, about 100 establishments would be eligible or to apply for this $500 per establishment. These incentive programs would only be available to the smaller businesses, so those under 26 employees, and not chains located in Glendale. So this would not be available to the larger businesses. The other incentive program that we considered was that for capital improvements. So if the City Council does decide to adopt such an ordinance, and there's establishments that don't have plumbing for dishwashers or don't have a dishwasher, this capital improvement fund would enable them to implement, update their plumbing, et cetera, so they can install a dishwasher, or for them to purchase a dishwasher to be able to assist with the dine-in reusables so they can wash those items and reuse them. Again, this is $100,000 per year for 2 years, which we recommend.
Thank
And
you.
that is it.
I'd like to take public comment, and then we can go into questions and comments.
Mayor Satrian, we have 6 public comment cards as well as 4 callers at the moment. The first public comment is by Beth Brooks.
I was actually going to say something else because I didn't even know anything about this. I was just going to say, use somebody on the, in the Glendale, who you're paying already as opposed to getting a consultant, because I think that you could educate somebody about how to educate businesses about this instead of having a consultant fee. But my question is, based upon what I was, just looking at, I don't know how many restaurants you have in Glendale. I'm assuming, 200 maybe? And you only had surveys from 89, so you only, talked to 140 people. That's less than 2/3 of the people. You had webinars, presentations, and vendor fairs, but she didn't include how many people attended those fairs. So we don't even know, the feedback. It could have been, 10 people showed up, so you have 10 people out of 89. Did she give real world economic impact on this? Because we'll also go to the consumer, obviously, if it's going to cost more for restaurants to, maybe they'll go out of business, or they're going to pass on the cost of this, pie in the sky thing for, to consumers. As the mayor said, you need to know what type of restaurant it is. You need a breakdown by, fast food with drive-through, full service, sit-down restaurants, you need that. 68% of people had a cost concern. That's very high, whether it was a cost for the compostable reusables or a cost before, so that's very, very high. Your assistance from Glendale, what people wanted to see as far as assistance, there were no percentages. That was just a ranked choice as to what was most important, second important, third, and I think you need to know probably everything was important to people, but that doesn't seem to be the way the questionnaire was worded. And the confidence chart is really sort of a meaningless chart, because you would expect the more information people have about a program, any program, they will respond to a questionnaire by saying they are more confident. So the idea that you even had that chart it's a meaningless chart. You also had in that chart, you had more people who see less. You had more neutrals, also people who were more sitting on the fence as well. So we don't know if they were more confident before. But anyway, regardless, the confidence chart was meaningless. And you really need to know that you're barely getting information from less than half of the people in the city who own restaurants. And I don't think this is the way to go, whatever your sustainability proclivities are. It just seems to be it's going to be a huge economic impact, and it's going to be passed on to the customers as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is by Mesrop Abrahamian. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, City Council. Hello, Mayor. My name is Mesrop Abrahamian. I'm actually one of the co-owners of the Great White Hut. I feel like a lot of people have driven by the small one on California and Orange, but we actually have 4 locations in Glendale. We have 8 locations throughout the valley, and we actually have 2 additional side restaurants as well. Doing some back of the napkin math today, it comes out to a larger expense in terms of the change from even plastics to the bamboo products that we had been shown earlier. For our 4 locations alone, it would probably come out to a $30,000 expense per year on bamboo products, compared to $6,000 a year. So I feel like people think that the economics of scale help us, but they also hinder us too in some ways, because we have to try to find those niche markets and niche things that will help us as well as help, the general people. We feel like we offer, good food, quality, and at a very reasonable price. These are expenses that we would, eventually have to pass on to customers. During COVID, we had lots of fluctuations in meat prices. We didn't go out there and double the price of a burrito. We ate that cost. We understood what was going on, and in turn, that was our service to the city. It was our service to, our local citizens that we were like, we're gonna help. We're not gonna be gouging people. We're not gonna be doing all of this stuff. Same thing's going on right now. We have increase of 20, 30% in egg prices. We have an increase in, dairy products, in meat products, but we try to do our best to be good business people, to be good members of this society. I personally live in Glendale. I grew up here. My partners did as well. We're all active members of the city. I don't think people could pay me to leave Glendale in some ways. The economics don't just apply to the singular product. They're talking about how they're going to give a $500 discount, things like that. Forks alone cost us it's an $80 difference a day. That's great for a week. That's not going to help us in general. Things like space, our small location is literally 120 square feet. It's elbow to elbow in there. We don't have a second floor. We don't have a place to put anything, other than what we have at that location.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Listening.
Just to note, the Great White Hut is really a local success story. I've had the honor of going to Hoover High School with all of the owners who have really remained active in the community, and the way that you guys have expanded has been incredible to watch, and I'm proud of all the coverage that I see about you throughout LA.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Next public speaker is Jennifer Dinkerton. Jennifer, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff. I had a very long support letter written, but I thought I would probably be better if I just responded to some questions and comments that we've heard. Polystyrene is going to go away. Plastics are poison. SB 54, the California state law, will ensure that all packaging that does not achieve a certain recycling rate will no longer be sold in California. It's a much too long glide path, in my opinion, to their 2032 compliance rate, but I wouldn't be surprised that you see a ban on polystyrene from the state prior to that. The gentleman who just spoke about the cost differential, he referenced bamboo, fiber-based compostable foodware. Bamboo is one of the more expensive options. There are other options that are much less expensive. Bamboo is really the gold standard, but you can get by with pulped paper, fiber containers. I work on these issues for my day job. I regularly go to stores to see what types of products are available. City of LA has a guide for foodware, talking about recyclables, compostables, et cetera, reusables. That's available if you want to do that rather than recreate the wheel and spend money on a consultant. Excuse me. What else? One thing I have not heard mentioned, which completely surprises me, AB 619 by Chew was adopted in 2019. That allows restaurants of all types and food vendors, even at events, to let customers bring their own reusable food and beverage containers. So every container that the vendor does not supply saves them money. That is the most cost-effective option that's available for anybody out there. So it's like you going into Starbucks and bringing your reusable cup, they give you a discount. The discount isn't mandatory, but you can also take your own food container to different restaurants. I have been doing that for 4 years, and I've been refused once. The sad thing is LA County didn't do very much promotion about AB 619. I have yet to encounter a restaurant that knows anything about it. So that's my recommendation. The other one is to investigate cooperative purchasing. I looked into that for the city of Los Angeles. It's feasible to support establishment of a cooperative purchasing system. You treat all the small mom and pop restaurants like they're one customer, and they can then avail themselves, excuse me, at better prices because it's seen as bulk purchasing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Monica Campagna, followed by Beatrice Porto. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, City Council, Mayor, staff. Here's a positive story of change. So my family, we love Kababwe in Glendale. We go there all the time. We get a lot of to-go from there. They switched recently from foam to this container. I was delighted to see that this week because we ordered from them. This is PP number 5 white plastic clamshell that they're using now. Another restaurant we love in Glendale is Angel Thai, and they have switched over to now to the same thing, 5 PP white plastic container. And to be clear, the city of Glendale does not recycle these. They will go in my trash, so I still can't put them in recycling. But enough other haulers do that the city in this ordinance proposed, which we at Glendale Environmental Coalition heartily support, and we support both motions. These would be accepted at least until a certain date, which would give plenty of time to work our way towards the better option, which is something like this, which I just got at one of my favorite restaurants in town, Little Grounds on Sonora and Flower in the Rancho, shout out. But this ordinance is a compromise. And we appreciate that. We appreciate all the work that was done this year by staff and the consultant to sit down with the restaurants and talk about what would work for them. Appreciate that Burbank is moving along the same timeline as being proposed, and it makes a lot of sense. Say you have a location in Glendale, you have a location in Burbank. You don't want to be buying 2 separate sets of things, so it makes sense for us to stick together on this. I wanted to say also, when I went to Habit Burger in Burbank years ago, I sat down and I had 5 different plastic items. I sat there for 20 minutes, I finished my food, and I felt really guilty about it. I don't know if you've had that feeling, but you're just there, you eat, and you put it in the trash. Dining in, you know, I've spent a lot of time on this issue with the school district. The kids are learning habits for life. If we can provide them a way to understand that normal is using something, eating off of it, and then you wash it and use it again, it can be completely financially possible to actually save money doing that. As was said, you put the money in right up front, but there are places here that provide grants for all the foodware that you might need. In Glendale, we've had a speaker here, John Charles Meyer from Plastic Free Restaurants. They offer grants for all that reusable foodware. You could have that for free. And then you're starting to save money on the pickup of your trash bins because you have so much cost going into how much you're changing those bags. You have the bag cost, you have the pickup cost, the size of your bins. You pay a lot of money for that. Just take that, invest it in a reusable system, pay somebody to wash dishes rather than changing the bags all day. It takes a minute, but you can get there. Thank you so much for your time. Okay.
Next is Beatrice Porto, and following Beatrice is Alec Batrosov.
I'm limping now. Members of the council, mayor, staff, I just found out about this meeting 2 hours ago. I just wanted to say it would be great if we would be included. I've never spoken to anybody from any committee. I did in Burbank after we demanded that they should give us more information. So I never talked to, we never met, right? Where? In Burbank?
Well, I'm sorry, you can't do that.
We need more information. We've been doing this for 10 years now. We have the plates, the bagas, we're on the move. We're getting all kinds of stuff coming in, but keep in mind that supplies are not easy to find nowadays. And these restaurants also have a lot of stuff piled up that they have to get rid of. That's one thing. The other thing is with the dishwashers, you think the Porter's Bakery Glendale is big, right? If you visit the back of the bakery, it's gonna be hard to find a spot to put a washing machine. And where do we keep all the plates? We see 5,000 to 10,000 people on a Saturday. Where do we put those plates? Where do we put the machine? Where the plumbing is not gonna be that easy. It's a big task. And so I don't understand why, if we went to Bagas and we're doing that, why do we have to go now to the other stream, which is, how many restaurants are going to be able to afford to put a washing machine? How many people have the room for it? How many people can can stack all those plates. I mean, I have no idea how to go about doing that. So I would love to have somebody from them visit me. I'll make an appointment and we can walk to the bakery, and so maybe they can give us some ideas because we're clueless as what we're gonna do with that. The place is easy, the cups, all the stuff is coming available. We're using a bunch of them that are in compliance, but I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around that machine to wash all the dishes. And so that's, my number one question. Again, education would help. Also having things the same in every city. There's so many differences between having a bakery in Buena Park and one in Northridge. For example, in Northridge, we have those bins that people are supposed to be, lack of education. Nobody's using them. They're just there. And I see people going to the same bin. They're not dropping their food. They're not using them because they're not being educated on how to use them. And there's nothing going on in the media or anywhere else where people are being told how to recycle in those 3 different bins. Nobody's standing there telling them, oh no, clean your plate here, nobody's doing that. And so I'm telling you, they're all going to one bin, and it's been there now for 2 years. I don't see any changes in that department. So a little bit more education, a little bit more help for the residents, so we don't have to be the enforcers. We have to hike up the prices, we have to do everything, so we need help from you guys too.
That's a good question.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Porter.
I'm sorry, Ms. Porter, I have a question for you. What kind of products are you using currently in Glendale location? You mentioned
we
it.
have the bagasse plates, we have the...
Bagasse plates?
Yeah, they're made out of sugar cane.
Okay.
And we use in the palm trees.
And they're compostable,
Yes,
they're recyclable?
Right, no, they're recyclable, compostable. They're gone.
Okay.
And we use, we have the cups that are the number 1. In Burbank, I was involved in one of the meetings because one day they called us and they said, we're doing this and we had no clue. So then we went about the business of getting together in this restaurant and going over, showing us physically the stuff. We also have the sippy cups now, so at the end, you will not even need a straw anymore for the smoothies and all that. So those are a lot simpler than the other stuff. The cost of the other stuff, and where do you put it?
Sure.
And
Thank
the plumbing is going to be a nightmare, too.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Alec Bartrosov. Alec, you have 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, can we not have conversations in the public? Ms. Porto, I'm so sorry, we're trying to continue. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Alec Bartrosov. I serve on the Sustainability Commission, but I'm here to speak as an individual. I was reading through the presentation. I mean, it seems pretty good to me, the fact that you heard from 89 out of 200. Those of us that are in the public outreach, community engagement world, that's a really high proportion of people that you're reaching out to. Now, of course, you're not going to be able to reach everybody. That's always the kind of gotcha for something that you don't like. You say that not enough community outreach was done. But I think to council's credit, you did go back to staff when this was brought up last year to say, we need to do more outreach. And through this consultant and through these additional resources, we were able to do that outreach. And in fact, through that outreach, we realized that more and more businesses were in support of this project. As far as our commission recommendations go, I think one of the things was that the reason we thought including recyclables was not a wise idea was because the fact of the matter is that people are not going to be washing these recyclable materials once they eat food out of them to then put them in the recycling bin. And we just heard that from the previous commenter that people are not really educated on how to use these various bins. And that's why we were going towards something that is universally understood as compostable, that very easily and understandably goes into the green bin to be composted. We also very much supported the increase in incentives for those resources to be available to businesses that don't have the means or maybe need the monetary assistance to help with this adjustment. So we supported the idea of going from 50,000 to 100,000 per year. And then I also like that staff mentioned this whole, this item about our landfills closing. So we're generating a lot of waste, waste that cannot be composted. It should be known to the public that Shoal Canyon is closing, and the rise in cost of our waste is going to be going up exponentially. And so what does that mean to business owners? What is the impact of that trash going to be to their bottom line? And what does that mean for all of us? And I think that is a small part of the conversation, but probably was not mentioned or talked about enough when we were talking to businesses about the impacts of not doing something like this. So hopefully you'll move forward with it. Other cities are doing this. We're certainly not the first. I hope that we're not the last. Thank you.
Thank you.
How many callers do we have?
We have 5 callers. We have a technical issue here. 1 second.
Okay. I can hear from the back. I'll be right back.
Oh. Can I go ahead? Our first caller is Rick Lemvo. Rick, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I really appreciate you allowing us to reflect in that way to Zoom. And it's very important for you to please understand the concern. As one of the representatives of the Greater Downtown Glendale Association, I will tell you that while we did have a meeting last year, we were not part of any other outreach. We were not notified by outreach. Very few, if any, of our members, none of which we've heard from, had outreach. In fact, we've heard from folks who did not have outreach, one of which you heard this evening in Portos. And Raul Porto is on our board, and our board is really beside ourselves on this because it's important that we meet the standards by 2032. However, it's not important to ignore reality. So I would like to just give you a little bit of reality to think about tonight. Keep in mind that while businesses are still recovering from COVID and all the negativity that went along with that and all the government intervention that suspended business, remember that in addition to that, they're paying higher prices for food, higher prices for fuel, higher prices for labor, which they gladly do. And then on top of everything else, we're going to throw them a big curve and say, change the way you do business. Well, that may be nice. It's not fair. It may be necessary, but it's not fair. For example, let's just do a simple example of, hey, you got to put a kitchen sink in. Does anybody here know? I know Mr. Garpatian does because he's got connections in that area of business. But do you know what it costs to put a sink in? And I'm talking about in addition to the permits. Very often you got to split a slab. Of course, you're going to need a permit. You're going to need a plumbing permit. By the way, plumbers are not cheap nowadays. Oh, and I forgot to say, you have to find a footprint. Where are you going to put it? You're going to go to your landlord and say, by the way, I need more space. Where are you going to get it? Well, you have to move your restaurant to another space. Well, that's another cost. I think we have to understand that and I can tell you, I remember the speaking that we did last year. The outreach did not increase at all. It was negligible at best, and the percentage showed it. And I believe both Councilmember Garpatian and Councilmember Satrian brought up the fact that those numbers are not only a small percentage, it's a small percentage of a small number. We need to start caring about business because when we hurt small business, we hurt all business, and then we also hurt the landlord. So we're like dominoes. We're knocking everybody down with one back of the hand. And all I'm not asking you to not pay attention to the need. This need is necessary. But what I'm asking you to do is, you know what, let the Greater Downtown Glendale Association be one of these soldiers that causes legitimate outreach. Maybe that's where we should start, because the outreach has been insufficient on its best day. In fact, we had requested a follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Lambo. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is David Eisenberg. David, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'd like to really appreciate the Council's work on this over the last couple of years and all of the presentation in the ordinance by city staff. I'd like to urge you to vote for this ordinance. I'd also like to urge you to vote for the two motions, the one that provides support grants for businesses to purchase materials to start them off, and the other one for the consultant. I'd like to just comment briefly on the sample size. You know, we are a nation that makes decisions on polls and subsets of data, and there's a well-defined science. When we take like TV ratings, they don't check every subscriber. They check 1 out of 100,000 subscribers. The other 999 the rest of them, they don't get counted. They use them when they take a poll. They take 1 out of anywhere, depending on the sample area, between 1 out of 10,000 and 1 out of 100,000. When they do a political poll or who likes what, when they do designs for cars, the fact that you've got, that you contacted 80 people and that 40 of them responded, that's pretty amazing. That 40 out of the thing, that gives you an idea of the sample size. You can't possibly contact every business and ask every opinion. Businesses have been getting flyers from the city. The sustainability office sent a flyer about what kind of materials can be used for takeout. That's been circulated around. They've had an opportunity to know that this is going on. So thank you for listening, and thank you for your vote. Bye.
Thank you. Our next caller is Kate Unger. Kate, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, hi. Thank you all again. I wanted to talk about outreach as well, and Mr. Eisenberg said better than I could. I think it's impractical to expect that you could reach all the restaurants. It seems like the consultant did a really good job of reaching representative restaurants, and of course, that's the way surveys work. I really appreciate how responsive the staff and consultant team was to the input that they got, and I think they made some really good changes to the rules, and there seem to be some really reasonable exemptions. And I think exemptions, incentives, and phase-ins are all a really good way to address concerns with the ordinance rather than not having an ordinance at all. And Mr. Jones covered the importance of reducing food service waste. We have to change our habits. We have to change. And we don't like to change. There's a lot of resistance, but it is necessary. And I know that we can change. And I know that the leadership of the city will help that happen. So I urge you to pass the ordinance and the motions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is Jenny Quinones. Skinner, Jenny, you're on air. You have 3 minutes. Hello?
Thank you. Oh, I'm here. Thank you so much. Hold on one sec. I just want to go ahead and say good evening, council members. My name is Jenny Quinones Skinner. I'm a longtime resident and renter here in Glendale for the past 15 years. I think one of my biggest concerns with some of our environmental policies and things that we've done over the past recently has not been the movement to make change, but the importance of leadership within the city, which includes all of you on the council and our city leadership, to really make sure we are moving in the direction for sustainability for everyone in the city. So I think despite claims that the city is really moving in these directions, and I think there has been effort to do that, I just looked down on my own residential street, and only a handful of people are really recycling or participating, which I think really makes the call and the need for, when we do these type of things, to make sure that we have, like, for example, what Betty Porto shared too, that we have the education, that we're reaching out to all of our community. And I don't think that's happening. And I think that is definitely one of the areas of growth too for the environmental movement is to really make sure that that's an inclusive conversation and not a shaming conversation. Because the reality is, and I think the reality for so many of us in our generation, I know everyone up there, you've all had colon screenings earlier than you ever had before. But the increase in microplastics in our environment has direct health consequences, whether we're looking at rising health of cancer rates, whether that's colon or lung cancer, breast cancer. We have to do more than just do pink ribbons. We need, which is an important awareness, but we need to do more than that. And these are real changes that we can make that are going to impact all of our residents in the city. So research has shown that these impacts are not evenly distributed, right? So communities that are more vulnerable, where I live too, and lots of communities are vulnerable, but definitely in our more urban area, where we've seen a lot less, I think, outreach in this area, from condo associations to larger apartments. These sustainability measures are not happening. And I think we really are not happening in the way that are going to make real change. So addressing plastic pollution is not just about waste management, it's also a public health issue. And I really would like to see more people on council talk about that. A really quick note to Great White Hut. I love that restaurant. They're at Glendale Community College. Probably not so great for my health. I do eat there weekly when I'm on campus. But if we're to take a look at their business model, burritos, tacos, burgers, I rarely use utensils when I'm there. So I understand their concern about increased costs, but I also know that their utensils are out on the counter. So even a simple change like on demand would be something that would be a really successful way to implement a change for that restaurant that would help in reducing the number of utensils and culture that people just go and grab. When really at Great White Hut, you need the fork for the fries, right? That's what you need the fork for, or the potato. You don't need it for the hamburger and the many other delicious items on your menu. So the cost of making our communities healthier and safer is worth it. I really want council to think about this not as a political issue, but a health issue. I want them to think about the importance for all of the residents. And when they implement things like this, make sure that the education
Thank you,
is
Jenny.
there.
Your time is up. Our next caller is Cole Bazemore. Cole, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Asaturian, council members, and staff. I am calling in tonight to express my support for this ordinance to reduce the use of single-use plastics within businesses in our community. I think this is a critical step towards fostering a cleaner, healthier, and more sustainable environment. Single-use plastics contribute significantly to pollution, clogging our streets, parks, and waterways. They often end up in landfills or in the ocean, as we all know and see in the news, where they harm wildlife and ecosystems. These are, as these plastics degrade, they break down into microplastics that enter the food chain, posing health risks to both animals and humans, as we just heard mentioned by the previous caller. Beyond environmental concerns, I believe reducing single-use plastics can help our city save money and waste management and cleanup efforts. It also promotes responsible consumer habits and encourages businesses to adopt innovative, eco-friendly alternatives, which can create new market opportunities and jobs. Lastly, there are many other cities that have implemented similar regulations to this and have had positive outcomes, including cleaner communities and increased public awareness of sustainable practices. So taking action now, I believe, will demonstrate our city's leadership and commitment to a more resilient and environmentally conscious future. Please, I urge you to prioritize this important issue and adopt this ordinance. And I think this is a vital step towards promoting our environment, health, and community for generations to come. And as has been mentioned already several times, I think an important key piece that should come along with this is the education, to bring informing the community, informing the public on how this works, how it's rolling out, making sure everyone is aware and informed, I think is an important step for its success. Thank you for your attention and dedication, and thank you.
Thank you. And that is our last caller. We're done.
Thank you, everyone. Do my colleagues have questions? Let's go through questions first, and then if you have comments, don't add them to your questions. Just let's go through the questions first, and then we can do comments after. Who'd like to go first?
I do have a specific question.
Just questions, yeah.
Yeah, on Mrs. Porto's comment. She says she wasn't contacted. You say she was contacted in Burbank. Because if she wasn't and she's on the list, Porto's is on the list, that makes me a little concerned.
Absolutely. Yes. Ms. Porto and I, we have met in Burbank. We did a tour of her, because as you know, Burbank has passed a almost exact regulation already, and I am also doing the outreach now for that regulation as it goes into effect. Pre that regulation passing, Ms. Porto and I went on a tour of her Burbank location where we looked at individual products, talked about all sorts of different things that they could do there. During our outreach, we met with a manager at the Glendale's Porto on 2 separate occasions, and I also had a phone meeting with Dan, their purchasing manager.
Okay.
And additionally, at the Glendale downtown Glendale Chamber of Commerce meeting, Raul Porto was present, and we also spoke afterwards as well.
Okay. Well, that makes me feel a little bit better, and I know Mrs. Porto has a lot of stuff going on all the time.
I know.
With all the different
Too many
with all
great
the different
restaurants.
places. Yeah, I know. And then the way the ordinance is written now, and I don't know, maybe this is more of a David Jones question. The way the ordinance is written, there is no end date for using these 1, 2, and 3 plastics, right? I know the Sustainability Commission asked that it be sunset in 2027, but that's the way our ordinance is written. It's like Burbank, right? Into the future, people can still use the 1, 2s, and 5s.
Councilmember Brotman, that is correct, yes.
That is correct. Okay. Because I did want to, as to the comment from the gentleman from the Great White Hut, there is no requirement to use the bamboo, is there? Or for the utensils, there is.
Yes, for the stirrers and the...
Okay, that's what it is.
Correct.
But not necessarily bamboo, but they have to use some non-plastic
Right,
product.
non-plastic.
Okay.
For those particular items,
Right,
correct.
I think that's probably all I have.
Other questions?
I have a couple of questions. Maybe for Mr. Jones, the vendor fair that we had, the products that were there, I participated because I wanted to understand and learn what difference would they make. Most of them had a little, what do you call it, a liner in them, right? So, and they all said this is not recyclable. But they're not recyclable, but they are compostable. Is that what the difference was?
I'm going to ask Rebecca to respond to that. She brought most of the products to them.
Thank you. Yeah, so unfortunately, there's so much nuance when it comes to waste, recycling, composting. That is really why we try to walk everybody through it. Originally, I know it's been a priority of the council and for any ordinance to be in line with what Burbank is doing to not create chaos or some uniformity within that. Burbank at the time was having any lined compostable, even if it was certified compostable, was not going to be acceptable. They since have kind of adjusted that a little bit. It's a complex issue. That's why we do the outreach and provide the list of approved products. If it is a certified compostable product, there is sometimes something called a PLA lining in there, which is a plant-based lining. But then there's also what's called a poly-coated fiberboard. It's really, really common in cold drink cups. If it says Coke or Pepsi on the side, it seems like paper, but it's a little shiny. That is coated in plastic. So that is neither recyclable or compostable. The other lined certified compostable plastic with a shiny line would be compostable.
So the products that were at the expo or the vendor fair, they were compostable but not recyclable.
There was a mix. I had a little table where I kind of did a little, we went through a little, is this, isn't this kind of thing,
Right.
like a little test, because it's hard to tell. But everybody else you saw at the tables had ordinance-approved products. They were all compostable, certified compostable. There was a reusable system there as well. And then something called Bottle Box, which is a clear #1 plastic that is made right here in the valley.
Okay, and based on your survey, do you know how many restaurants do we have in Glendale?
We pulled the food and beverage list.
So we got a list from LA County Department of Health, since they do the inspections, and there's around about 600.
About 600, not 200, because it was mentioned by our commissioner on the sustainability committee that it's 200. It's not 200. There's no way it's 600.
Correct.
And if all 600 restaurants comply with this ordinance, what is the end result? What difference would that make on the environment in Glendale, in California, in the United States, and nationwide or worldwide? What difference would that make?
Right. It's important to note on that list that we get from the county often is included in it are just stores that happen to sell food, say like a Ross or something like that. So it wouldn't always apply to, that 600 is not all true what we would call restaurants or food and beverage establishments. If you have some food at checkout, you have to be on that list as well. So the number is much lower than that this would actually have an effect on, because prepackaged food, it doesn't count towards. The effect would be a great large reduction in waste going directly to the landfill. We heard a lot getting feedback from these businesses that they were frustrated with how much trash hauling costs. A great way to reduce that is to not make as much waste and transfer to reusables. That is one of the cost-saving techniques of reusables as well. To be clear, also, we did get 89 surveys. Restaurants are busy. We try to go when they're not busy. We try to call. We try to email, schedule. And most business managers and owners are there every day doing the hard work. But we did have 219 points of contact. So even if we were not available to actually walk them through the full survey, we did reach them as well. So the impact would be a large reduction in waste hauling, a large reduction in landfill space, increase in recycling and composting, and but a greater decrease is really seen with the reusables.
Right, but do we have a number as to what amount of reduction in waste would we have? We don't know how much waste they're generating today to say, okay, if they go through this program, all of them, and comply with it, what kind of reduction will we have in waste production?
So, Councilmember Kopeching, that's a very good question. Regarding the scope of work that we gave to Recreate, a waste analysis on each restaurant was not part of that scope of work. So if we were going to get that data, we'd have to do a waste assessment and a waste analysis on a subset or a representative sample of restaurants, and then we could extrapolate that data up to get that for you.
I do have, if you would like it, a packet here in Oakland, California. They were one of the first to pass a reusables ordinance, and they have case studies on restaurants that did start to, or actually fully complied with reusables, and it can tell you here cost, savings, and then exactly how many pounds and how many pieces of material were kept out of the landfill.
I would appreciate that, but
Absolutely.
Glendale is not Oakland. Oakland is a much, much better, larger city than Glendale, and
I don't know about better.
I said larger. I didn't say
Oh, I thought
better.
you said better and larger.
No, they're different than Glendale, and it's a large city. It's the lifestyle is different. A lot more people eat out. The type of restaurants they have is different. I lived in Northern California for 15 years, so I'm very familiar with Oakland and the Bay Area in general. Okay, let's move on. That's all the questions I have
Great.
at this.
Is Councilmember Sakian on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Councilmember Sakian, I just want to make sure that you are able to speak when you want to. I'm also paying attention to the text if that's a better way to communicate. If you
No,
have
it's
something
fine.
like that.
I don't have some of the questions I had. My colleagues have already asked.
I know that Councilmember Najarian had some questions.
Well, it's probably not fair for me to bring this up, but there is no such thing as the Downtown Glendale Chamber of Commerce.
Downtown Glendale Association.
I'm sorry.
Greater Downtown
Forgive
Glendale
me.
Association.
Just a long name.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
I
there
met
is
with
no.
a lot of chambers, forgive
But there
me.
is no Downtown Glendale Chamber. Staff wrote this report, so I'm not blaming you necessarily, but.
Okay. Was that it?
That was it.
I got more. That came from. So perhaps it's best that we're listening to this at 10 p.m. because I had a very long conversation with staff in the afternoon, and I'm going to try to keep it as poised and as professional as possible. Please stay because I also have questions for you.
Yes, absolutely.
That I think they're more. I think I got the answers, but I think it's worthwhile to have this conversation and get these answers publicly, to not leave any room for doubt about the things that I'm asking. Okay. I'll open it with, this is a deja vu moment for me from a year and a half ago, when I was the one that walked down Brand Boulevard and reached out to our restaurants to get feedback. There was clear direction from this council and this dais on what was the expectation for the data that I wanted to see, at least for me, that there was consensus on when this item came back. That included not just what works and what doesn't work. I specifically said, I want to be able to see the data that when you went to White Hut, what are they using? What can they not use moving forward if we implemented this? Very detailed. And I have criticized time and again on other items saying, well, you know, staff, we didn't give enough direction to staff, so therefore it leaves room for vagueness or misinterpretation when it comes back. Part of those comments included, bring those data sets back, and this council will decide what, if any, ordinance and what that looks like. So my first question, I asked this to you, David, or Mr. Jones, in the afternoon. Under what authority, because this council did not give you direction on an ordinance, did you write up that ordinance that then was, without any input from council, was then taken back to our eateries, our restaurants and beverages? There was clear direction. I went back and looked. I knew what the direction was. I've kept notes on this. This has been one of those topics that is very near dear to my heart. So I've been following it. Please tell me what authority you had to write this. There was clear direction.
So my understanding of the direction,
There was no my understanding. There was clear direction. So did somebody else give you authority to write it?
Madam Mayor, if I may,
I'm asking a simple question, and I want my question answered directly. I don't want a different answer that I didn't ask the question to. So please just, did somebody give you authority to write that?
So I don't exactly know what you mean by giving me authority. So the ordinance was split off, as we mentioned. So we're going to deal with single-use plastics, and then to go away and undertake community outreach regarding these plastic waste reduction regulations. And in order for us to do that community outreach, we took what we had talked about previously, getting up to these points with these plastic waste reduction regulations. And then using that to be able to have the conversation with the food and beverage providers, say, this is what was in our proposed ordinance. So we needed to have that information to have that discussion with the food and beverage providers.
So just full disclosure, whether it's our several associations, as the initial outreach was happening, I started getting phone calls from board members and so forth saying they're not coming and asking for advice. They are coming and telling us this is coming and this is what it would look like. 1, 2, people that don't have any association, when I start hearing the same thing from people that don't associate with each other, that tells me there's something up. So, Dr. Ibajan, can you pull up the slide that I sent you today? I took a screenshot because I'm not going to play this whole video today. But I took a screenshot of the meeting that you ran that said, purpose, goals, and background, policy details, what's the new ordinance going to consist of? When you had no input from council of what that would consist of. This is round 2. Stakeholders, the timeline, the exemption process, and resources implementation. Nothing. There's nothing in your agenda that says, we're here to take your input. If I got on this as a restaurant, I would see it as, well, it looks like decisions have been made, so this is what they're proposing, right? Your agenda itself doesn't even have a Q&A of, now we're going to take feedback. There's nothing more clear than this. To me, that indicates that the community outreach that was done was on an assumption that this council has made decisions on what that ordinance looks like. So when I look at the fact that you had no direction to come up with, you say you had, you looked at the data points, and I recognize there's many times that staff puts together an introduction of an ordinance and brings it in a packet, but not when there's been specific direction to staff not to do that. To bring data points for us to look at, give feedback, and then decide what our ordinance looks like. So you can understand my frustration that this is something that I've been waiting for a year and a half. And truth be told, when our city manager said this item's gonna come, it was supposed to come last week, the first question I posed on that, Mr. Galanian, was, did they follow everything that was requested? Am I gonna get to see, and are we gonna get to see the things that we asked for? Please, I don't want to end up in a situation where I'm wasting council time and I'm still sitting in front of something that I never asked for, or it's missing elements that I was looking for to make a decision. So I'm frustrated in both the outreach and the amount that we spent, but more so what that tells the folks that you met with, what that tells my restaurants that we made a decision, now we're coming telling you, when in reality the direction was otherwise. So can you see how this is?
May I respond? Is that okay?
Sure.
Absolutely. If I was just looking at that, I would have the exact same concerns you have. I can absolutely let you know that at every point of contact, we said, for instance, here was our handout. We had these in 3 languages. It clearly says proposed on it. In our survey, we start with Glendale is considering proposed regulations. We back end it by saying if these pass, if this was to become the law. And I just actually rewatched this earlier today, and several times throughout, I think the actual meeting the webinar goes about 15 minutes, and then the next 15 minutes are just an open discussion, Q&A. So although I agree, just looking at this, I would say I don't see it here. It did, the word proposed, considering was throughout the presentation, and the open feedback and Q&A at the end was also, we'll stay on as long as they want. Everybody who had a meeting got my contact information. I'll give people my cell phone number. I am more open. I had over an hour conversation with Peter Bagdasarian. I'm happy to talk to anybody who wants to give me feedback that I can relay to everybody else and take that. I'm really just here to get the feedback and present what I get.
So I recognize what you're saying, but what's in front of me is not, you and I both know that if this was, again, not a communications expert, not a policy maker, but your your average Indian cafe owner on brand, right? That it doesn't have that background. When they see this, right, regardless of say, well, what do you think of it now? You never asked me what I wanted in my ordinance. Why would you go back to residents without having a conversation with us about what we wanted in the ordinance and what we were considering based off the initial, right? You not only drafted an ordinance, but you took that and said, hey, what do you think of this? But you never asked us what we thought of it.
So, look,
I was going to say, ask the council or the business owners?
The business owners, why would you take an ordinance that hasn't been discussed on this council and presented as a potential?
but the ordinance was discussed, and then, as I said, the decision made at one of the council meetings was to let's focus on polystyrene and do the outreach on the other components of the ordinance. So that's what we did. That's what we went out to speak to the business owners about. So, again, I mean, I guess we have a difference of opinion on this, but my direction to recreate was, this is what a potential ordinance could look like. Get feedback on it, so we can make amendments based on that feedback, and then come back to council and present that amended ordinance based on the feedback that we received.
And as I see it, I'm just going to leave it at that, is we requested data points for it to, we were clear about bringing it back for us to make determinations. And as I see it, there were city resources wasted on not only writing up an ordinance, and then going and doing and wasting additional resources on doing outreach on an ordinance that you had no business in doing that to begin with. So I think that's going to be just kind of my initial comments. I think the vendor fair, I was there. By the way, I scored really high on that game that they were playing. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you nailed it. You did. You did well.
But this is the moment, Mr. Jones, where it really broke my heart to walk in and see that there had only been, I think, 3 or 4 eaters that had participated in that, because I also know how much effort that the staff had placed in doing outreach to get people to the fair, right? But it's also, I brought this up when we were about to host our small business summit, that never heard back from our sustainability staff on what they were going to do. It's not just hosting events separately, but how you utilize spaces where the businesses are already there. We all recognize that small business owners, especially restaurant owners, are very tight on their time, right? And so I think one of my recommendations both last time and as things were progressing, and even when we started organizing the Small Business Summit, I had told our sustainability office, reach out to our economic development department, have a room that has a vendor fair, and you already have your small business owners there, do a vendor fair there. There's other incentives for them to be present, right? And so utilizing those. So, I recognize the amount of time and effort that went into it. I just, from the feedback that I received from restaurant owners and those that were contacted, time and again it never felt like you all were looking for input. It felt like decisions were made, and maybe a little here, maybe a little there, but we were basically being told what was going to happen versus saying, let's get together and figure out how we craft this that works for our restaurants and business owners. It can be he said, she said at this point, but I'm conveying what was communicated to me, and to say that I'm frustrated at the very least after all this time would definitely be an understatement. And I'm doing my best to wheel in.
Sure. Mayor, certainly, I understand your frustration. So just a couple of things, that maybe we didn't talk about is when we're starting the outreach on the ordinance, even prior to hiring Recreate to assist us, we spoke to a number of food and beverage providers, And we actually put out the request to have like a committee of food and beverage providers in Glendale made of 2 large, 2 medium, and 2 small restaurants that we could bounce the regulations off as they were developed. We did not get a response to the invitation to be part of that. So to say that, we weren't trying to be creative, we weren't trying to look at different ways to engage that community, I think is probably slightly unfair. And in terms of the Small Business Summit, yes, we did reach out to community development based on your express request that there is a room at that small business development where food and beverage providers could come and discuss this ordinance with us. The feedback that we got at the time was that current Small Business Summit, there's probably a better time to do it, and maybe we'd do that at a later time. So we did make that request, we did reach out, and we did have that discussions with community development. In terms of, reaching out to the budget that we had with Recreate was fairly tight. So within that budget, there was only the opportunity for them to meet a certain number of food and beverage providers within the city of Glendale. We feel that that certain number is a representative example of our food and beverage providers in Glendale. Obviously, the more and more we could meet, that would obviously be better, but we didn't have the budget to meet 300, 400, or however many it is. So based on the budget, based on what we thought was a representative example, we think that Recreate had those discussions with them. So I understand that we could do better. I understand that there's always the opportunity to do better, but I think we put forward a good faith effort in this
Mr. Jones,
circumstance.
it's not a matter of doing better. For me, it was about simply following the request that came in. And I will say that I'm getting text messages right now from the associations, and one of them literally reads, "Not true. In the one meeting they came to meet with our board, they told us this was already decided." I don't know what to do with this, right? Like, I recognize. So, but it's a theme that I continuously heard, right?
Right.
And so, okay.
Sure, absolutely. I don't disagree that that's what you're hearing. I can assure you, the whole point was to get feedback for a possible.
If I may, Mayor Satrian, a couple of points I'd like to make. And we completely understand your frustration. That may have been your direction. As Mr. Jones indicated, his understanding and staff's understanding was your request was to conduct an extensive outreach, and they have been able to do that. Is there a recording of these presentations? So that would prove whether Ms. Allen or your team had told these merchants or associations that this is a done deal, or contrary to what you hearing, Ms. Allen says that over and over during the presentation, it was said that the ordinance could look like this if council approves all of these. And to your point, yes, you're right. You had asked for touch point, you had asked for results of this outreach, and that's what staff is presenting to you. In hindsight, could we have come to you and said, okay, here's the results of our outreach. What do you want to do? How do you want us to draft an ordinance? They have drafted an ordinance, and it's your chance this evening, tonight, to make any changes as you please within this ordinance, or decide not to introduce it.
Mr. Galanian, I'm literally staring at a screen that has a meeting agenda that specifies without any like Q&A, no like feedback time, no, while it may have occurred at any point, again, and I think there was like 4 or 5 people that participated in this one, right? And so
we get your point.
I'm not going to keep saying the same thing over and over again. I think I made my point. And I will say this time and again. I think I said it when it came to the first item when I first was elected, when it came from GWP on the contracting and having like not talked to other vendors and so forth. If there are specific directions that are given to staff, and you think that there's maybe some miscommunication and something wasn't clear, then perhaps that also should be communicated, and knowing what that looked like in order for us to give you even more concrete. But I went back and looked, Mr. Jones, okay? So I couldn't have been more specific and more clear in the directions, and that's all.
And Mr. Jones is not disputing with you what your direction was. I think they took it one step further and they drafted the ordinance for your consideration. Again, you can not introduce it, you can make changes based on the feedback that you have received from the outreach.
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah.
Can I say something, or ask and say something? Let's. I mean, I just want to get something done, right? I want to know where we go from here. So we have this situation. Perhaps it would have been better if there was no ordinance in the packet. Let's just set the ordinance aside. Can we just have a discussion of what it is that we collectively want to do? Are you at a place where you can do that? And then we can give them direction to prepare an ordinance. Let's pretend that ordinance isn't even there. It's there just as a talking point. It's there just as a framework for us to think about what it is we want to do. The ordinance is basically Burbank's ordinance, right? And one of the goals was to try to have consistency with our neighboring city, because we have restaurants like Porto's that has, a location in Burbank and a location in Glendale, and there are many others. And we kind of don't have to have these food providers figure out different things in every different city. So that was the intention. So that's what that ordinance is. Let's just treat it as, this is what Burbank did. And now let's look at what we want to do. Okay, how much do we want to vary from that? And why? Can we do that tonight? Can we have that conversation and try to move the ball along? Because otherwise, I don't know where we go here.
I'm happy to. Are you asking me, or are you asking?
I'm asking
everybody?
you.
Okay, so I think this is where I am at in general. A couple of weeks ago, I brought up the increases in rent, and I asked my council colleagues for us to look at ways that we can support small businesses. I keep hearing restaurant after restaurant closing in the city of Glendale, and I'm not ready to add any burdens to our mom and pop shops on anything. I am very much open to creating incentive programs that are more than what you have here. I'm very much interested, just as I was, and that was part of the direction to bring back, was the cooperative purchasing and what that would look like, and bulk buying, any grant opportunities. I want to be partners with our small businesses and mom and pop shops. I care about the end goal, and I want to help them get there. But to make the decision here and put the burden on them to go figure it out is where I draw the line at this time.
Okay, so it's not really about the process or the ordinance.
It is because I don't have it. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. You just don't support putting in any restrictions on plastics, period. So let's just face what it is. That's what you're saying, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You're saying you're not interested in
when I ask for data points of whatever he's going to spend for this, in order for me to make a decision, and I don't have that data set in front of me of what that cost difference is going to look like in any of this presentation, I'm not moving forward with an ordinance that's going to add $80 just on the forks to his bill.
Even with an incentive program.
I'm open. No, I mean, give me an incentive program. Tell me what the incentive program looks like.
They're presenting here.
No, this isn't going to do it. This is clearly,
So let's say that we can increase that, but with the right incentive program, would you be willing to implement these restrictions?
If we are helping them move into that space and it's not like $500 per establishment, then yes, I'm open to it.
We could talk about that. We could talk about increasing that then. I just want this to happen. If it's going to take more than that, then let's do it. But I'm not sure. I'm just not sure whether, if you're saying you're absolutely not going to do anything that's going to create, require that they make changes, then I think we're done with this. But if you are willing to do that with the right incentive program, then let's do that.
I'm gonna take a lessons learned from other ordinances, unless I see the specifics of the incentive programs and the bulk buying and what all of that looks like. I'm not ready to discuss an ordinance.
Let's,
If I may add, as I mentioned earlier, I'm not that happy about the penalties either. I mean, that's something we need to go through and vet. I'm not sure about that.
I mean, I literally brought up that, restaurant leases are going up from 10,000 to 20,000 and people can't pay their utility bills, and I think it's irresponsible. I don't know.
So you want a motion to table, or what's the proper action?
So I believe in us allocating funding to incentive programs to, and like, I'm talking about, like, give me meaty stuff. Don't give me the stuff that I always complain about with, like, GWP, where who's gonna, like, for $50 turn in their refrigerator. Bulk buying, incentive programs, any of that. I want to see those things, and I'm committed to that. And I want to see an opportunity for us to help our small businesses, our restaurants. So that's what I'm interested in seeing first. So, yes.
Just a clarifying question before you get to Councilmember Garpetti. What level of detail you'd like to see in the incentive programs when we bring it back?
So what I would expect is you had conversations and input from those restaurants, right? And say, if I wanted you to move, what do you need from me? What do you need from me? What are you using? You're using this? Here's your alternative. And this is the cost difference. If I pay you that much, will you move? And I said this last time too, it's not just the restaurants, and I feel like the restaurant and eateries are continuously a category that we go after. I brought this up last time. We have 3 hospitals in the city of Glendale. We have GUSD. If you look at the amount of waste that is created, we would save so much more in creating partnerships that help these establishments get their dishwashers and move to reusables than we would on going after Indian Cafe on Brandon and then saying, if we don't have it or you have a hardship, leave your restaurant that you're running and come help fill out a waiver. I think he kept indicating to me that Councilmember Kasakian wanted to.
No, I was just wondering.
Garpetian.
No, Kasakian, because he kept pointing up in the air.
Oh, okay, I didn't see it. But I have some comments as well whenever it's my turn.
Councilmember Kasakian?
I'll try to be brief. I know it's a long night. At least it's getting long for me. I think that our end goal is an important one in terms of reducing the amount of single-use plastic waste. I think, though, and I've always said this, I prefer the carrot over the stick. I think that any ordinance that we adopt must lead with incentives and significant incentives for early adopters so that others will see and follow. I don't think this is an impossible goal, but I do believe that the time right now, for reasons that the mayor stated and that we've heard from some of the people who came and spoke, including Betty Porto and others that I've heard from, it makes it very difficult for us to, as a council, just simply say, this is what we want, now go do it. I think that staff, I commend you. I know you guys did you took on a hard task and you gave it your best shot. I appreciate that. I don't think there's any way to have done it perfectly. Were there areas and ways of doing it better? Sure, but chalk that up to lessons learned. Here's what I would say, though, and perhaps some way comment on my glibness in this. You know, if we're going to implement this, let's implement it first and as vigorously as possible on the street vendors, on the people that are out there selling food, not following any of the county health codes. And the reason I say that is because obviously I don't know if it can be done, but it points to a double standard that we are trying to hold people to who are both providing the same service in the city, which is selling food. Right now, as we speak, we are holding, and the county health department holds brick and mortar establishments to a different and higher standard than individuals who are popping up all over the city, and we've had that discussion here in the city, providing the same service. And it's just really not fair to then add one more regulation to the restaurants if we're not going to do it first and foremost to those who are street vendors. So I would support a full plastics ban on any street vendors who are operating within the city. And then after that, I'd worry about our brick and mortar businesses and continue the outreach efforts and communication with them. Thank you.
We can't do that, is what I'm hearing.
We'd have concerns about it, so we'd have to something we'd have to look at. But
I mean, I have concerns about it as well, which is why I brought it up.
Is it my turn now?
Yes, please.
See, I've been patiently waiting.
I appreciate your patience, sir.
Of course, no problem. Like, I think this is very unfair to the restaurants. Restaurants businesses are very tough businesses. Labor-intensive businesses are very difficult to manage. The labor laws go up and down, and your profit margin shrinks immediately. The food products, the cost of products go up and down. Cost of food goes up and down, your profit margin shrinks. And we don't know what the major cost is. The gentleman had some estimates as to what is it going to cost him, but those are the costs today. It may go up tomorrow because the supply chain may get reduced or what have you. And the other problem that I have is some of these some of these laws and restrictions are coming from people who don't own businesses, don't own restaurants, don't know how difficult it is that you have to sign that check and pay your payroll when you haven't gotten paid yet. It's very difficult. Look at Gus and Andy's beautiful place. They're hurting. They're at the verge of closing. Labor-intensive businesses are not easy to manage, and people who come out and say they have to do this and they have to do that, and when I ask the question as to what the end results is, I don't have an answer. What we want to reduce the plastic waste, fine, but if the restaurants operate the way they operate, what percentage of the impact on the environment is generated by the restaurants in Glendale or in California or in the United States? I have a chart here. I brought it today. You know, I like to do a lot of research. This is about the plastic waste in the ocean, because our concern is that some of this waste ends up in the ocean. So this is based on metric ton numbers. And I'm not going to name the countries because I don't want to offend anybody in our community. This community we speak 65 different languages here. So it's not about one country versus the other. And the reason I'm bringing this up is that our legislatures in state level and especially on the federal level, instead of putting pressure on all these restaurants or the residents of small towns, they have to invest in developing countries that they have an issue with their plastic waste system. First country, these are very small countries, by the way. 356,000 metric tons of plastic ends up in the ocean from that one country. The second one is 126,000 metric tons. Then it goes to 73, on and on. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 countries are responsible for 83% of plastics waste ending in the ocean. And no investments is being made in these countries, but superpowers. And the rest of the world is only responsible for 17% of the plastic waste ending in the ocean. And United States is 6% of that 17%. So we do a lot of recycling. We do a lot of work to do our share of being responsible and not polluting the air. But when you come to small municipalities and just try to push someone and have these restrictive ordinances that has a deadline and they have to comply with and pay all their bills, I don't think that is fair. I have a big problem with having an ordinance at this time to enforce it on small restaurants. The other issue we have is it may be a good ordinance. I'm not trying to offend anyone here, but the research was done or outreach was done based on this ordinance. So if you say, okay, let's put the ordinance aside and discuss other things, then the outreach that was done is we have to put that aside as well. And also I looked at the TripAdvisors because I didn't have the resources to go to health department and find out how many restaurants we have. They say we have, based on TripAdvisors, we have 588 restaurants in Glendale. And if you add the small coffee shops, the deli shops, convenience stores, there are so many convenience stores that they carry product that are in containers. And what do we do with them? I mean, it was discussed in the past. I followed this when I was not on the council, and I knew how it is. How are we going to enforce the suppliers that come from outside Glendale and supply this restaurant, the convenience stores or small markets, and they have all these products in there, the type of products that we're trying to ban. Also, how about farmers markets, Galleria, Americana, these large supermarkets that we have, like Super King and the others, they all have small restaurants and eateries inside them. How are you going to enforce that? It's very difficult to have this blanket ordinance and push it on people. I think the other problem is people who are globally forcing this restrictive ordinances. They want you to use your this is the slogan they have out there, that they want you to use your paper straw so they can fly in their private jets around the world. So there are a lot of different things I want to mention that doesn't maybe apply to Glendale, but I think having a restrictive ordinance at this time in this economy, we don't know what's going to happen in a year or two. I'm totally against having this ordinance. I think we have to just table it and wait for incentive programs. $100,000 for 600 businesses plus everyone else it's nothing. You can't even, it's not fair. It's not right. I'm against all the restrictions that we put on businesses. Let me just see what else do I have to say so I won't have to come back and talking about dishwashers, dishwashers that you have to install. You have to have a plumbing permit, electrical permit. You have to purchase the thing. You have to have the room for it. Also, the sewer lines you have to connect. Also, your electric panel has to be able to handle that because commercial dishwashers, they draw a lot of power, and these are not a little dishwasher like Porto's restaurant. If they want to have this, they have to have 10 of them. It's not just one that will handle it. And where do you store all of it? And people break it, and what happens to them? It's just so many different moving parts that I don't think it's been considered from the beginning. And this is the problem with restrictive ordinances, that the ideas come from people who don't have restaurants, who don't have ideas as to how to run those businesses. And, and I think our federal government has to look into the entire world and how the plastic is being, plastic waste is being ending up in the ocean. I think that would help the world, help the goal a lot more than what we're trying to do here. And one last thing, Singapore is, the problem we have is we can't recycle plastic. It's only, I think, 5%, if I'm not mistaken, is recyclable. Singapore is recycling it 100%, and they're making building products. They build buildings with it. They build roads with it. They mix it with their asphalt. They mix it with the furniture. They're completely reusing all of their plastic waste. They recycle it. Maybe we should look into that and bring that here. But the problem we have, the same environmental restrictions that we have today that is being rolled back will not allow a factory like that to operate here. So that's where I am, Madam Mayor.
Well, I think it's a sad reality when we look at our landfill, and I think we all have to do our part. How we do it is, how we get there is maybe where I differ.
Well, I mean, I have a lot to say, but I don't know what the point is. I mean, for me, this has always been a very, very important issue, reducing single-use plastic waste. And we heard David Jones present it. He talked about impacts on climate. That's important to me, but let's forget about climate, which some of us don't really care about. There's also the litter issue, right? The great big garbage patch in the ocean, the size of the state of Texas, which is mostly made up of single-use disposable foodware. Maybe we don't care about that either. Or maybe we want somebody else to fix it so that we don't have to. But public health should be different. We talk about a community that cares about children's health and safety. But how do we reconcile that with our complacency, which I see here, our complacency about the toxins in these products? Toxins that we know leach into the foods our kids eat, and the microplastics and the nanoplastics, which we're now finding in our water and our food, throughout our bodies, in our blood, our organs, and our testicles and our placentas. They're disrupting hormones. We know they impair fertility. We know they're linked to developmental delays. We know they're linked to reduced IQ and behavioral disorders like ADHD. But we don't care. We banned flavored tobacco products. Some of us worry about cannabis affecting our kids. But we ignore plastics that are stunning children's potential before they even start school. We're literally poisoning ourselves. And for what? For this convenience that we've gotten used to. I know it's hard to change. I know restaurants are struggling. There's never, what we hear again and again from one of my colleagues, there's never a bad time to do the right thing, or it's never the wrong time to do the right thing. We have to start making these changes. It's going to take nudging. I'm all for having incentive programs to help address the burdens that this puts on restaurants, but people are always going to resist change. It takes a nudge. It takes some effort. And we started this years ago when we banned single-use plastics for our own internal use. And there were challenges, but we learned how to manage it. I think that the community can learn too, but it's going to take a little bit of push and pull. And I think we saw with the outreach that a large number of restaurants are comfortable with what we're doing. We've made major concessions from what we looked at doing a couple years ago. We had a cup charge, which we dropped. I know that that was the one thing that Councilmember Najarian opposed. You were okay with the rest of it, but you said the cup charge is what's going to make or break you. And we dropped the cup charge. Okay, we also made a huge concession in saying that you can continue to use plastics, recyclable plastics, ones, twos, and fives. Those are available widely, and they are inexpensive, okay? As far as dine-in, we put in an exception process, so people have space constraints, have financial constraints, can get an exemption. We also do know that there are upfront costs, but that there's plenty of research showing that there are savings over time. So, and we heard that. We heard that from the consultant here. So, you know, I don't know what else we can do. I think we've gone a long way towards meeting the objections that we heard, meeting the expectations of people on this council. If this is still not good enough, I kind of at the end of my rope here. I don't know what else to do. I think we're just going to sit back and accept that we're going to poison ourselves and that that's just perfectly fine.
Councilmember Brodman, I think some of your statements were very unfair, provided that I, for one, noted that I'm interested in I care about this. I'm interested in us helping our businesses and not just something that's small. And the reason that I don't want to give in to any ordinances, there are people that were pissed off at me for the leaf blower thing, and look what's happening now. When our CDD office keeps getting one after another, it's on the books. I want to help our restaurants get there. And I think this also, look at opportunities that are also available. I know we're supposed to go up to SAC. This is a great way to say, hey, what are some things that you can also give us money for? By all means, I'm serious about this. I don't believe this is some hoax or that we shouldn't do our local part in it. The methodology for me is different. I'm not going to create more bureaucratic red tape in the city hall and put burdens on my small businesses. I'm ready and willing to both allocate funding from our budget as well as look at grants and opportunities that we can do for incentive programs, bulk buying. We definitely won't be the first city. So
I think the restaurants they want to do the right thing.
Even the last time the restaurants came, they said the same thing.
Do the right thing. If you have incentives or what have you, we don't have to have an ordinance to mandate things or force them to do. When it comes to forcing people into a corner, then it's going to create issues. I think if you have a program that they can comply with and they can benefit from, why would they use something that it poisons our children? If you're talking about petroleum material, it's in everything. Unfortunately, it's in everything. Everything you see here has petroleum material in it. And some of these diseases don't only come with using single-use plastic straws or what have you, or utensils. Petroleum material is in everything, in this carpet, in your phones, in your phone cases, in air conditioning units, in the paint, in the wood, in the varnish that you put on the wood, in your cars, in the road, everywhere. Everywhere. The shower head that you use. It's everywhere.
Okay,
So
can we, do you guys have other comments about beyond the, are you open to having staff bring the other parts back?
What other?
For them to look thoroughly for incentive programs, restructuring it, what all of that would look like? I don't want it to be some $100,000 thing, so.
I'm open to anything that'll move the needle.
Okay, so just to be clear, because this happens, are there 3 people that are open to having that come back?
yeah, but we're tabling this, right?
I'm not talking about the ordinance. I'm talking about the
Oh, yeah,
programs
to
and
look at the ordinance,
and budget
the ways
allocation and all of that.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Do you need a motion?
Is it just,
It's up to the council. Do you want to provide a motion to direct staff to bring back further information on incentive programs?
yes, and not the ones that you had just listed, but also just things that are more meaty and,
And please get the restaurants and that industry involved. I'm not saying you haven't, but let's reach out to people that, let's put this behind us and reach out to people. You know who they are.
Can I make a suggestion?
sure.
I'm not speaking, but
Oh.
go ahead. It's okay.
Go ahead. No, let Councilmember Garpetian finish and then.
Just when we want to create the incentives and what products, let's get them involved so we will know what is doable, what's not doable. Because we can't make that decision as to is it the plates or is it the utensils or whatever that is. Let's ask them what is it that they can or cannot do. That's another way of.
So, Mayor, in response to that statement or comment, if you are directing us to do additional outreach and get additional feedback, our staff doesn't have the resources. So one motion was to engage the selection of a consultant to provide the education and the support, and we can add potential of bulk buying, cooperative agreements,
Mr.
additional
Galanian,
incentives.
Is Mr. Jones available? along with the part-time staffer.
Mr. Jones, what's your availability of your resources to take this on?
For in the next 6 months.
It would have to be, it wouldn't be able to start for at least 3 months because we've got some other projects that we're bringing to conclusion. So it'd be starting in the summer. And then we'll probably have to likely hire an hourly worker to assist us. So we have to probably hire an hourly worker to assist us on this project too.
Okay.
So if you like, Mayor and Council, we can work on do some research and bring a report back with what it's going to entail, some potential time frames, whether we need to hire a consultant or an hourly person to help out with all this effort.
I think some of these
then
things,
you can give us direction.
I think some of these things can also be easily done with some of the associations and the outreach. And I think I had even mentioned last time this was up, I had asked, like, you guys schedule a meeting here and bring in the different entities that can, like, I don't know if any of those things happen because I never got an invite to it. But there's some ways that I'm happy also to, hear some ways that would work to get the input that we need.
So
Okay?
give us an opportunity to put our heads together and reconvene and bring back a report, because there's going to be some cost implications, and then you can give us final direction.
And also get restaurant owners associations involved, because they know all the restaurants here. They know what the difficulties, challenges are, and what they can or cannot do.
Okay.
And I believe Councilmember Kasakian had a suggestion.
Yes, Councilor Kasakian.
So, given that, I think that not knowing, I saw the list of restaurants and the outreach that was done. Of course, there's been some back and forth as to who was included, who wasn't included. I think it would be best if staff really focused on those restaurants who are the ones that rely on these products the most, number one, and the ones of sizes that, like the Great White Hut, they can't put in a dishwasher. It's impossible for them. So what are other things that they can do within that makes sense, not just esoterically, but not something that's going to increase costs trifold or 5 times on them. Looking at those, just like we go around to businesses with our water and power department, and we give them suggestions as to how to cut down on electricity waste or energy waste. I think that would be helpful to do. I don't know if our current staff would have the time to do that, but perhaps focusing on 1 or 2 restaurants at first, seeing as to how it can be accomplished before we try to scale it up and apply it to the whole city, that would make the most sense. And hopefully someone from whether it's the Greater Downtown Glendale Association or the Chamber of Commerce could step up and volunteer to work with the city on this.
Can I add one thing to any potential motion?
Sure.
One thing I would, if we're going to be giving staff direction to look at some things, one thing I learned about from Jennifer Pinkerton, who does this work for a living, is that there are companies, one in particular she mentioned, that will provide a service to restaurants where they will provide reusable plates and silverware and the rest of it. Basically bring it clean at the beginning of the day, collect it up, take it back, wash it, bring it back the next day. There's a company called R Cup, which I learned about is based in Vernon, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe we can talk to them. Maybe we can encourage either them to set up some kind of an operation here, or we can try to find somebody else that can do a similar type of service. That's a way, I think, to deal with the small places that can't fit a dishwasher, or for whatever reason or another, it's not going to work for them.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So you have direction. Next item.
Mayor, next item is item 8B, Community Development regarding dispense with competitive bidding for the acquisition of pedestrian safety landscape planners to be installed on Brand Boulevard and Central Avenue overpass bridges and in the Orange Street alleyway. One resolution dispensing with the competitive bidding required by Glendale City Charter, Article 6, Section 9, based on the single source availability of 60 concrete pedestrian safety planners in downtown Glendale from QCP Corp. And authorizing the purchase of such planners for a not-to-exceed amount of $297,008. To resolution of appropriation in the amount of $266,525 in Transportation Development Act, TDA, grant funds. That's it.
I'll move the item.
No, I have a problem with this item.
Oh.
Yeah, I want to talk about it. Okay. My issue is there's $250,000 here that we're talking about spending. We're calling it pedestrian safety, but it's beautification. It's not pedestrian safety. They're really, yes, I mean, I guess putting planters maybe does help the potential for a car to run into a pedestrian, but that's not what happens. We don't have any evidence that people are getting hit by cars jumping up onto the sidewalks. Where people are getting hit and injured and killed are at intersections, but that's not what this is. So this is a beautification initiative, which I don't have a problem with beautification, but $250,000 coming out of our, what is this, transportation development account, I just don't think it's appropriate. And I think I know that the DGA is interested in this, and they want to connect now that they've expanded, I guess, on the other side of Glen Oaks? No, the other side of the freeway anyway, they've expanded up there. They want something continuous. I'm all for it. I think that's great, but I think if we're going to do beautification, we should call it what it is. And I think the DGA should participate financially more in this, because this is really part of what's going to bring benefits to that district itself. So that's my issue with this.
Mr. Calvert, do you have anything to
Mayor,
explain?
what I would say is that typically whenever CDD uses these funds, they are for either planning projects, sometimes small-scale beautification, some small-scale improvements. Really, when it comes down to actual infrastructure improvements, if we're looking at changing things where we're having right, left-hand turn movement issues, curb extensions, curb improvements, sidewalk improvements, that's really a request that's made by Public Works. That's done through capital improvement projects. When we make these requests from CDD, we look at it from this kind of perspective. In fact, we brought this item back to City Council on December 13th of 2022 with a similar request, and had a similar conversation where we wouldn't even be able to draw enough money down to be able to do a painted crosswalk, essentially, with this level of funding. We see an opportunity that was here. DGA did present it to us at a certain point. This is something that we have discussed several times internally as well. Once the Space 134 project kind of gets shelved, what are some opportunities we can to create a better connection, a more comfortable walk? Councilman Brotman, you are correct. It is not necessarily a safety improvement. They are crash rated. We have not had any recent incidents over these bridges. But the pedestrian plan does also call for things like beautification, increasing comfort in order to encourage people to walk in the first place. And that is a place that's often mid-sided as a kind of a bleak crossing, if you will, both Brand and Central.
It just seems like a big ticket, $250,000 for some planters. I don't know. My feeling is DGA should be part of this, and it shouldn't all be on the city.
Are we going to be reimbursed?
This is money that
are there
comes
any
from Metro.
funds that we're going to get reimbursed?
This is funding that we request from Metro through our TDA funding. So this is not coming from the general fund. This is not coming from City of Glendale's funds. This is what we draw down from Metro when we make these requests. Typically for CDD, we operate in about the $200,000 to $400,000 range. As I mentioned, usually some sort of planning initiatives, maybe some small-scale improvements where we can do them. But large-scale infrastructure that's typically drawn down and requests made by Public Works. In fact, they'll be bringing an item to City Council here in the coming weeks with their list of requests that they'll be making to Metro.
And I'm trying to do a quick calculation. You said 60 of them?
Correct.
So it's $4,000 each?
Approximately.
And we're using them because we're trying to match everything we have currently to the new ones, new one to the old ones, basically.
They're consistent with the existing ones that we have, and also that they're crash rated. That was also an important element to it.
Okay.
Who's going to maintain them?
DGA will be maintaining them. They'll also be putting the plantings in there as well.
So they do have some skin in the game.
I did go back and look at the last time we spoke about this, the last meeting, and I believe that this conversation took place already, and Councilmember Brotman had brought it up. And if there are opportunities, Mr. Najarian also had a commitment for us to submit some additional requests to Metro for pedestrian safety, and I think Councilman Brotman had mentioned some features for crosswalks and so forth that would be important for us to have. So I would ask that staff, I don't know which staff it would be, but we actually put in a request for that.
What I could recommend is when Public Works comes back with their request list, I believe they're anticipating February 11th, that could be a good place to add additional projects.
That'd be great. Okay. Thank you.
Mayor and council members, before we make a motion, I do
Mayor?
have 3 cards.
Councilmember Kasakian has questions or comments?
Yes, I do have one comment. I looked at the report with the diagrams, and they seem like, planners, and that's great, but the writing on it seems less than inspiring. I understand that this is perhaps a collaboration with the Greater Downtown Glendale Association, but having that on the side of these planners, that just is something that there's something soul sucking about it, just seeing it, versus having something on there that perhaps says Glendale, the Jewel City, or Welcome to Glendale. These planners will be on very close to on-ramps and off-ramps of the city, where people will be coming on and off and entering our downtown. I think it would be great if it said, something larger like Glendale and the Jewel City, and then in much smaller font underneath it, it could say who the sponsor of these planters or who the other association is.
I actually love that. Yeah.
If council has direction on the exact phrase, slogan, words you'd like to see on there, we can make sure we put that into the package.
I like the concept of welcome to Glendale, depending on where it is. I like the concept of Glendale, the Jewel City. Mr. Calvert, I think this goes along some conversations we've had with economic development about kind of branding for the city, around the city, in even how we put stats up, or we live in a digital world now that people takes pictures and post and so forth. So I like those two. If staff can come up with something more creative with what Councilmember Kasakian recommended in mind, being the larger theme, then I think that I would be comfortable leaving that to staff too.
Mayor, council members, I'd add that we just want to make sure
add-
that we keep the character count the same. Otherwise, that could change the cost of these, therefore the allocation for requests. So we'll just need to stay within that realm.
Yeah,
I mean,
I believe we can do that.
I get what the character cost is and whatever else you're saying, but these things have to look nice. Otherwise, it's going to end up like a repeat of what North Brand did. I mean, if things are not visually pleasing, if they're not something that speaks to people, then why even do it? I get it. It's impact resistant or crash quality, but these things have to also look nice. And if it's not going to have words on it, oftentimes I drive into different parts of California, and I know my colleagues have seen this. You'll see these freeway sound walls that have decorative designs on the side that speak to something about the character of the community or city you're driving through. Sometimes it's not a written word. It's just like something as simple as airplanes or animals or plants. And it's much more pleasing to look at than what, we have in other parts of the state and the county. I think we can certainly do the same thing here. Whatever the cost is, I think it's worth doing.
I mean, couldn't this also be something I mean, I wouldn't want every single one of them to say, welcome to Glendale, right? Like one after another. Just kind of be creative with that. And that also reminds me of the painted utility boxes that we have. If it's something that you guys want to talk to Arts and Culture about, if they want to do something with that. I would move forward with the approval with the understanding that there needs to be some creativity around the language and even some, we have what, $15 million sitting in our public arts fund? And on that note, a statue of a giant watermelon with a guy eating it on top. Thanks.
Can I say one thing about the public art fund? I mean, if we use the public art fund to do something like this, and it's nice, I'm all for it. But that's beautification. Let's use the art fund to do things that are artistic. But I just don't like using pedestrian safety money to do something that's not helping with pedestrian safety. I just think that's wrong.
Madam Mayor and council members, I do have 3 cards and 1 caller for this item.
Oh, yes.
Go ahead.
Mike Mohill, I don't see him in the audience, so I'm going to go to the next card. I also have Beth Brooks. I don't see her either. Alec Bartra.
Good evening. Alec Bertrosov, transportation planner here I live in Glendale. I don't work for the city of Glendale. I wanted to bring up similar points. I think I was going to make the same suggestion about the art fund. I know we have money specifically set aside for something like that, for beautification. The way that the staff report is written, this being a safety project, as a transportation planner, I have to disagree. There's nothing on and the sidewalks on the bridges are particularly high. So the chance that a vehicle is going to jump the curb, hit a pedestrian, and have this big block protect a pedestrian from a car collision is very unlikely. And I feel like as a transportation pot of money, we should be dedicating this funding towards implementing the pedestrian master plan, which you as a council approved many years ago. That pedestrian master plan has very specific recommendations, treatments, and their associated costs. That's something that was a benefit that the consultant gave us, was identifying projects and what their associated costs were. And if you wanted to be specific to downtown Glendale, that's great. There's lots of recommendations in the pedestrian master plan that are specific to downtown, whether it's on Brand or Central or Duran, Broadway. There's lots of projects within the pedestrian master plan where this funding can go towards. We do have a transportation safety problem, specifically as it relates to pedestrians. And for me to see as a planner that we're spending transportation funding on some planter boxes above the curb is just, I had to say something about it. I couldn't just sit back and see this go through. So wanted to express that concern. We have a pedestrian master plan. Let's start implementing it. Thank you.
Alex Balikian. Alex, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I would also like to speak out against the misappropriation of this money for something that you haven't really persuaded to us is necessary. These on the agenda are called pedestrian safety planners, but there was nothing in the presentation that mentioned anything about pedestrian safety. As Dan said, if you had told me that the Brandon Central overpasses were death traps because reckless drivers were jumping the curb and mowing down pedestrians, I would support the planters. But as it stands now, we're spending nearly $300,000 on concrete ornaments. Do you realize that $300,000 can pay the electricity bills for 66 Glendale households for an entire year? People care about their electricity bills. They care about the cost of living. It's not that they don't care about public safety, but you just haven't shown us that there's a true public danger to justify this expenditure. And this is frankly irresponsible of the city staff to have listed it in the agenda as a protective barrier and to have requested the money from the county under the guise of pedestrian protection. And again, we shouldn't say that it's a grant from the county. The county got that money from our bank accounts. Okay, it's a six-figure sum that LA County took from our bank accounts with property taxes, with business taxes, with sales taxes, with gas taxes. These taxes have made our unsustainable cost of living, and spending that money frivolously only encourages more taxes from the local government. So people in Glendale are going to see that this is a vanity project. This does nothing to relieve the financial pain that they're in, that the small businesses are feeling right now that you all just discussed. Everybody's pain is going to be going up in July when the electricity rates go up, and spending money on concrete planters is going to be your Marie Antoinette moment where you're telling everybody to eat cake. So the optics are terrible, and I highly suggest that you vote against this measure. Thank you.
Mayor and council members, no more calls or cards.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Calvert. How many projects in the pedestrian plan can you do with this money?
With the money that we're requesting here today for
Yeah.
this, nothing. There's no project in there that, excuse me, that we recommend. I mean, maybe some smaller intersections if we tried to paint them. They typically have to be 2-lane roads if we did do that. But anything in that document is going to require an infrastructure improvement, whether it's a median, refuge island, curb extension, whatever it may be, it will exceed $250,000. The thing, again, I will add is that pedestrian plan, despite some of the comments, again, these are called safety barriers. That's the actual device, I guess you could say. Our pedestrian plan does call for improvements in beautification in order to encourage people to walk in places that they normally do not walk. That is the intent behind this, to make that walk more attractive so that those who are on the north side of Brand will be encouraged to come to the south side. Those on the south side may be encouraged to go to the north side.
Thank you. I think I had made this comments last time. I take that path down all the time, and especially right by the freeway. It looks absolutely awful, and I look like the crazy woman that's, maybe there's like one other person that's crossing that pathway. And I think anything that we can do to connect north to south and encourage walkability in our city would be great. It's not just the safety, it's how you make it pleasant for people to also walk. So, all right. Oh, you didn't, okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, roll call.
Councilmember Brotman.
No.
Garpetian.
Yes.
Kasakian.
Yes.
Najarian.
Yes.
And Mayor Asadrian.
Yes. Next item?
Next item is C, Community Development regarding dispense with competitive bidding in order to purchase and install specialized broadcast quality multi-camera AV equipment at the Alex Theater. 1, resolution dispensing with competitive bidding required by Glendale City Charter, Article 6, Section 9, and authorizing the purchase and installation of specialized theater control room equipment from TV Pro Gear at the Alex Theater.
Do we need a report? Or do my colleagues need a report?
I'll move the item.
Okay. Roll call?
Councilmember Brotman.
Yes.
Garpetian.
Yes.
Kasakian.
Yes.
Najarian.
Yes.
And Mayor Asadrian.
Yes. Next.
Next item is 8E, Management Services regarding voting delegate for the 2025 Southern California Association of Governments, SCAG, General Assembly. 1, motion designating a voting delegate and alternate representatives for the 2025 Southern California Association of Governments, General Assembly.
Right. I know that there was an email that circulated. I had noted that I won't be able to. I don't know who is interested from my colleagues.
I have a couple questions.
Sure.
Where is it? We have the date, but we don't have the location, or do we?
The dates are, again, just to make sure we understand all of us, it's May 1st and 2nd, 2025. In the desert?
Yes,
Palm
it's,
Springs?
and the location will be at the JW Marriott in Desert Hot Springs.
Okay, and I'm sorry, the date again is May
1st and 2nd, 1st through 2nd.
1st. Thursday and Friday. Yeah. And we don't
I'm
know
available.
yet what the items are that they're going to be asking us to vote on.
Not
Yes, it's too
specifically,
early.
but yeah, we'll get that later on, but it's, you know, the budget and governance and amendments.
May 1st.
May 1st is also our small business summit, so I wanted to stay back for that.
I'll attend the conference if no one else will. I'm happy to go on behalf of the city.
Okay.
But if not, if someone else wants to go more than me, I'm happy to defer to them as well.
We need a delegate and an alternate, just in case.
I mean, I've never been to one, I don't think, so I would go. I'm free then. I'm okay with it, but if Councilmember Kasakian seems interested, I'll defer to him.
We need an alternate too. Are you
I'll be
willing
the
to
alternate then. I'll be the alternate.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you saying that you'd like to go?
No,
to
I'm saying
council?
if he wants to go, I mean, I'm available.
You can both go.
I've not done it before.
It'll be a
I'll
good
go.
experience.
Okay, maybe I'll go with him. Okay, well, why don't you just put us down and we'll figure it out.
Okay, so Councilmember Kasakian and Councilmember Brotman.
Do we,
Need a motion.
Yes, we need a motion.
motion?
Okay, motion to name Councilmember Kasakian as delegate and myself as alternate for the ICA conference.
For a second.
No,
SCAG.
ICA.
It's not
No, no.
ICA, it's SCAG.
ICA, sorry. The
SCAG's
SCAG conference.
General Assembly.
All right, seeing no objections,
Can we get that motion approved? Sorry. Voted
oh,
on.
we do need to,
Yeah.
okay. All right, roll call.
Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asadrian.
Yes. Next.
Next item is 12, discussion of council member future agenda requests. A, Councilmember Kasakian's request to agendize a report for information regarding the Forest Lawn Drive Active Transportation and Traffic Safety Project in the city of Los Angeles and sending a letter to the Los Angeles Department of Transportation regarding concerns.
Mr. Kasakian?
I was contacted by members of our religious organizations in the city, most notably by representatives from the Armenian Apostolic Church, who have concerns about the impact that this proposal would have on ceremonies of internment and basically funerals that take place at Forest Lawn. And so I would like us to write a letter to the city of LA expressing these concerns, letting them know that we have concerns about the proposal and asking them to take into consideration the impacts that it would have on individuals. Many of them are Glendale residents, and the impact that it would have on the backup to our freeway on-ramp, off-ramps as they unload and onboard to the 134 freeway.
I had initially made comments. I also was approached. I support us getting a report and
I'll second
helping
it,
whatever
or
we can
I'll
do.
add my voice.
Okay. Looks like we have 3, so. Okay. At least 3.
Okay.
All right.
I'm a no. I don't think we should poke our nose into LA's business on this one, but go for it.
All right. Can I get a motion?
I'll move it.
Second?
Najarian.
Second.
All right, roll call.
Councilmember Brotman,
No.
Garpetian,
No.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asadrian.
Yes. Next item?
Next item is Councilmember Garpetian's request to agendize a discussion of rescinding or revising the La Crescenta Avenue Rehabilitation Project. Mayor and council members, I do have 2 cards, and I have 1 caller on the line.
And Madam Mayor?
Before anything else, Councilmember, I'm sorry, our city attorney has.
Sure. So when,
You may.
Madam Mayor, members of council, so when this item was raised at the prior meeting, due to the fact that Councilmember Garpetian had raised it and was not on the council at the time the design was approved. Subsequent to that, though, the 2 contracts were approved for it. So being that Councilmember Garpetian was in the minority on those votes, you can have the discussion, but it will take an action. It will take a motion from one of the council members who was in the majority on those items to request that either the item be rescinded or revised in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order.
I have a question on that. So what if the issue is not to rescind it, but to adjust the design to it? And not throwing it all the way out, but just to adjust the design.
Sure, but the council majority approved the design and approved the construction for that design. If the council desires to make a change, it still requires somebody within the majority to make a motion to amend it.
Yeah, but I didn't participate in approving the design, and I'm not asking for rescinding the design.
True.
So,
That's what Councilmember Najarian just.
Correct, but again, the design was approved, obviously, prior to your service on the council. Subsequent to that, 2 actions were taken in furtherance of that design, including the approval of the construction. And we've issued a notice to proceed on those. So in order to ensure that we are continuing a project that's been approved by a majority, it would take somebody who was in the majority to say, I want to look at either rescinding or amending this project. So it's not the design, it's amending a project that has been approved.
Are there comments from the public
Well,
that
well,
we can take? And
okay, but I have a technical question on this. This is on the agenda because, initially Councilmember Najarian attempted to, I made the clarification I did, and I wish that you had corrected me. Had you corrected me, this wouldn't even be on the agenda now.
Correct. And at the time, the statement that was made was that Councilmember Garpetian wasn't on the council when it was approved. And, that's true. The design part, he wasn't on the council, but there have been 2 subsequent approvals of that, which he voted no on. And you're correct. I mean, we could have left it off the agenda, but given that the impression of the council was that this was going to be agendized for discussion, the city manager and I conferred, and the decision was made to leave it on. Again, at the end of this discussion, in our view, it'll take one of the council members who was in the majority to request that it be
But
amended.
why would there, aside from you providing that information, why would it be open for discussion? Neither of the 3 were the
I
party
see your point.
that shouldn't be up for discussion because you're just giving a courtesy for us to have this conversation openly. But there shouldn't be a discussion on this.
It's correct, but again, it's a request to agendize a motion to rescind or a motion to amend, so you're right. If there's nobody in the majority who wants to have the discussion.
Yeah, I don't think we're asking for a discussion, or it wasn't agendized for discussion. Mr. Garcia just clarified where we stand. Now, someone in the, now that that clarification is done, we're done with that item. Now, if a council member in the majority wants to make a motion or request rescinding or amending, then we'll add it to next meeting's agenda.
Why can't, at this point, I make an argument to urge one of my colleagues to adopt this proposed agenda item? Should be able to do that.
That's why, Councilman Najarian, that's why we put it on, given that there was,
Okay, so I can't push it forward, but either the mayor, Mr. Brotman, or Artie Kasakian can do that.
Correct.
Okay, well, I do have an argument to make, but if there's residents, if there's cards.
But this isn't, so again, this is a technical thing for me. This was brought forth, it's only on the agenda because there was a council member that we thought didn't participate. And if that clarification was made, this would not be on the agenda. So why am I spending time now if I don't have 3 on a discussion or taking public comments, when the only reason this is on here right now is because there needed to be a courtesy provided to our colleagues to note this. I mean, I also
And for
think
the
that-
public's benefit.
Well, public benefit too, because, they're going to say, why is that? The alternative could have been to leave this off
Right.
and for the city attorney to say there was an error made and made that public statement for the public too.
Well, the other issue is that I was told that I can make this motion and have it on the agenda to be discussed. And now
If I
I'm
may,
being told that,
If I may.
no, that was not the right decision.
I would say the
Today's
mayor
the
has a
right
good point.
decision.
She's the presiding officer. Right now, nobody in the majority has made a request for this to be considered. So my view is, and I could be wrong, but my view is that she has the authority to essentially take this off right now or not move forward with it unless a member of the majority wants to at least have a discussion.
Okay, here's my objection to that. If in fact I had been told ahead of time that this could not be discussed, I would have raised my discussion during council comments and made an argument to try and persuade one of you three to bring this back on the agenda. So I should not be denied to make that, not myself to make this, but to persuade the mayor, Mr. Brotman, or Mr. Kasakian to put this item forward.
So, Councilmember Najarian, if you would like to do that, you can do that under new business.
Which is when? The next item?
14,
Oral
yeah.
communications.
Yeah.
Or Councilmember Najarian, you can do it next Tuesday.
No, I don't
No,
want
he
to wait
doesn't
till
want to do
next
it next
Tuesday.
Tuesday. He can do it on the 4th.
Well, then I'll wait until, unless you want to hear from the public, but if the
Well,
There's
it's
no-
question
the
is
agenda,
moot-
yeah, the
Okay,
agenda's been pulled
then
off.
I'll wait, but it's not really new business, though.
Well, I mean, the mayor also has the authority to basically
If
pull
you
up.
let me speak at that time, that'll be fine.
You're requesting a new business item, so it's fine. Okay. All right. Next
This is
item.
getting really confusing, I'm telling you.
And had you communicated to our colleagues on this?
We,
I
yes.
have.
Both colleagues?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You said there was some issue with it. I was not told there would not be a,
I communicated with both Councilmember Kasakian and, Najarian and Karpetian that what the issue was, and we needed to clarify it. You're right, but I didn't say that you're not going to be able to convince your colleagues in the majority to ask for rescind.
So I would ask that just as a courtesy, both the city attorney and city manager thoroughly talk to council members before an item comes. Okay. Next.
Mayor and council members, I do have 2 cards and a caller.
We're not
Oh,
taking,
we're not
we're
taking
not taking
callers.
that item.
Item's not moving forward.
Thank you.
Next item is item C, Mayor Asadarian's request for the city of Glendale to support and endorse Assembly Bill 91 pertaining to the collection of demographic data by the state and local agencies.
So just briefly, Assemblymember John Harabedian has introduced Assembly Bill 91, which would ultimately add an Armenian checkbox to all California forms, which already have other groups because of the invisibility, everything from our city to the inability to have a count for the Armenian community, even during the wildfires, inability to apply for programs through the Go Biz program for the Armenian community in every shape or form the Armenian community uses if we're not counted and we don't have an Armenian checkbox. This is similar to a bill that was introduced last year that failed to pass, and so this is a reintroduction. And I am supporting this on a personal level, and I had noted this during the last meeting, but I'm seeking my council support in us supporting this as the city of Glendale.
Question.
I would support it as well.
Can we do this without having to agendize it? Can we just go ahead based on a consensus here and just have the letter prepared?
Yes. Yes, we can. Yeah,
That's what I would suggest not making this an agenda item. and
right, as
just
city
doing it.
manager, yeah, I can process that letter.
Okay.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
I'll move the item.
Second.
So what I'm moving is not to put it on the agenda, I'm moving that we
Right,
approve
I
the
would say if we're
letter.
not going to put it on the agenda, then at this point, we could take he can take the comments that council's supportive. It's within the platform, the legislative platform, so we can move forward and.
So can you
do it.
explain one more time what the bill specifically says?
Sure. So the bill allows for there to be an Armenian checkbox on all California forms. So for example, if you went on any state forms now, you would have white, Hispanic, Latino, and then Pacific Islander and all of that. Because it doesn't have an Armenian checkbox right now, we don't know, not only do we not know as a city how many Armenian families are here, how many businesses are here, but also those indicators are also the source of funding that communities get. So as an example, when Adventist Hospital goes and applies for state funding and says, we have a large Armenian community in Glendale, the state, through its program, looks and says, no, you don't, you have a white community, and doesn't provide the resources to Adventist Hospital, just as an example. When a small business is looking to apply through a program through GoBiz to get funding or loans, because there are subcategories for different groups, they're not able to apply for those fundings when other ethnic groups and nationalities are able to apply for it. So the lack of data not only doesn't allow for us to even right now to say during the winds or during the wildfires, these were the number of Armenian families that were impacted in the region or the small businesses, and therefore these entities need support, including the nonprofit organizations, anything that impacts and touches the community.
So when is the bill due for a vote?
I mean, it's going to go through its annual process, so it just got introduced. And so it looks like it has bipartisan support.
So this
You know,
will be
this is-
added to the census forms as well?
So this has nothing to do with census. This is specifically for California, because California forms are different than the census. There's two sets of forms. And this would also force California to start collecting data on the Armenian population. So as you know, previously we've done things like we estimate there's 500,000 here, but that's based off of the American survey. We don't have real numbers or anything that we have. But ultimately, it's not just the data that impacts policy, but it's also the funding that cities, community organizations, and entities that service the community are unable to get because they're not categorized.
Okay.
All right,
So I move the item.
there a second?
Second.
All right, roll call.
Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
and Mayor Asadrian.
Yes. All right. Next.
Final item is oral communications. Discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Each speaker is allowed 5 minutes. Council may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. The city manager may refer the matter to the appropriate department for investigation and report. Mayor and council members, I do have 2 cards.
Okay, call him in, please.
Alan Dish.
City Council, good evening. Alan Dish. My name is Alan Dish. Thank you for having me. I wanted to speak on the oral communication item that came up earlier, but because I filled out the form incorrectly, I decided I'll speak here. That I believe in preserving oral communications. If we can't, I'll go to another topic. That's okay. No, let me just say this. If I cannot speak on that, well, I still like the fact that there's 5 minutes. I will try not to use all of it. I will try not to use all of it. No. Okay. The idea came to me that oral communications still stands for some kind of a public space. which unfortunately I think in LA is more and more under threat. Like we saw it, you know, Americana is a public, but a private public. Like you can't play the pianos, which I tried. Or the closure of 24-hour diners, ongoing. Like Conrad's was an institution in Glendale, no more. Then there's less seating at Barnes & Noble and so on. Even these privatized indoor playgrounds, I claim they are a trend in this tendency of limiting public space. So I admire that oral communications was kept more or less intact. We can debate the 3 minutes rule, although if I can just say, many council members, former and current, have certainly taken liberties. I've, of course, taken, but I don't have power yet maybe, but the idea is other people have certainly benefited from the 5 minutes. I can understand why it was done. Mr. Garpetian, others also mentioned it, like, without naming anyone. It's as if those in power or those seeking power cannot reproduce themselves without relying on some kind of mob or gang tactics. We can call it disruptions. So yes, some kinds of controls will be needed. Please, let me skip to two other issues. First, they're connected. The Armenian issue, Ms. Asadrian, you mentioned, and of course Altadena. Last year marked 150 years of the first Armenian in LA, not Glendale, not California, but 150 years ago, a guy named Normart, which in Armenian means new man, was the first Armenian in LA. So I think it is nice if we do get this kind of data. And second, Altadena is absolutely devastating. The fires that affected, bless you, you're welcome, Palisades and Altadena, but I will focus on Altadena because it's closer and I was only getting to know the area. Absolutely working class, diverse. You had a large African American presence there, Latino, white Anglo, also Asian and Armenian. I can tell you, besides the private and personal losses, is an immense loss of cultural heritage, which is maybe going to affect us a lot. But I think one of them, which I will mention and then be over with, is Zorthian Ranch. You know, if you go up Grandview here in Glendale, you end up in Brant Park. Well, I claim Zorthian Ranch was Altadena's Brant Park. Like, it was all the way up Fair Oaks being traditionally a dividing line in the city. And okay, Zorthian Ranch, all I can tell you is Girard Zorthian was the founder and absolutely a institutional leader in the city. He was an artist. You don't know about him because he painted for the government, but he had a huge impact. Like Jack Parsons, founder of JPL, he would go there. And then, I don't know, L. Ron Hubbard or whoever. So the ranch, unfortunately, most of it burned down, including the artwork. But I would definitely recommend bodies like SCAG, and please, Mr. Brotman, go with Mr. Kasakian. SCAG stands specifically for this kind of more large-scale cooperation, planning, which will be needed in the future if we are to face similar situations. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Herbert Milano.
Mayor Asadrian, members of the City Council, my name is Herbert Milano. I want to tell you a little story about children, 12 of them. One of them is named Sare, there's another one called Edik. All the other 10 are Armenian, about the ages maybe 14, 15. They are students at one of the local high schools. These children have no parkland here in this area of Glendale, Recreational Planning Area 10. And they use my subterranean parking as a park. They come into the parking lot during the summer, they pick up the hose from one side of the building, they pick up another hose, and they have water fights. And I don't have the heart to tell these kids, to just usher them out. Our barbecue area, they use it as their club. And so they come in around every day, and sometimes they get boisterous, and, but at the end of the day, they also use the parking area for a soccer field. They put trash cans, and then they go out there to play. Now, my building is very close to the Glendale Unified School District headquarters. And as you all know, that they have a huge parking lot in front. And in 2005, we were basically discussing the possibility of using that parking area where you don't have to purchase it, but basically work with the Unified School District and make that a city park, and maybe use subterranean parking for their staff. I think that this is a possibility to finally have parkland in the sufficiently large for the southern part of Glendale, specifically Recreational Planning Area 10. That was originally suggested back in 1998 during a Blue Ribbon Commission report. Deficiency in parkland in South Glendale. And it was also in the open park and open space element. If you were to read it, it's in there as well. The shortage has been there for more than 40 years. And the years go by and we get nothing done with regard to our parkland. Now, there are about $6 million right now available in the Department of Parks and Recreation. So, and the cost for something like this will be around $12 million. So I'm estimating, where do we get the other $6 million? So, I think that by listening last week at the $6 million that came from the state of California for this other project, why not ask the legislature, maybe they can reassign this and finally have parkland? Mr. Najarian, 20 years ago when you're running for office, and we were talking about parkland and swimming pool, you came through for us with a swimming pool for, Pacific Park. And Mr. Garpetian, your wife was a board member, and I think they understand what we can do for the children of Glendale, specifically this area that has been so deficient. We have 32,000 people in Recreational Planning Area 10, and we have the parkland of about the size of, Wilson Mini Park, that's it, which is about the size of 2 tennis courts. That's all the parkland we have for 32,000 people. And I've been talking about this for 25 years now. So my suggestion is that perhaps if we can move that money over, we can really call ourselves a community that cares about children. Wasn't that one of our quotes earlier today? And that there's never a wrong time to do the right thing. I want to encourage this city council to finally find a solution, because this proposal will not have opposition from the public, like you're getting right now with this other project of $300 million to $1 billion to produce. Insane, it will never happen. We already have $250 million more debt than we did last year, on the bond issue. For this thing to come through up in North Glendale, when the need is here and is now, I'm asking the city council to finally come through for the children of South Glendale, specifically for an area that's lots of Armenians, maybe 50% of the population here is Armenian. But I do know that they don't vote as much as they do, and the turnout is not as great as it is in Northern Glendale. But it shouldn't matter, right? I mean, that was the whole idea behind having a charter review committee so that we could have fairness for this area. Well, here's your chance. How about showing fairness for this particular part of Glendale? Take the $6 million that's already there, take the other $6 million from this other project that is not going to go anywhere, and apply it. Mr. Najarian, I need a champion for this. That's just, you were a champion for the pool. Thank you very much.
Well, I agree with you 100%. I think that $6 million can be spent in a much wiser way. I'm not saying naming any project, so I can mention it, but I think it's a great idea. This was spoken about many years ago, and it needs collaboration between two agencies, if you will, and they have to agree to it. So, but the idea of that $6 million, it's a great idea. I agree with you.
Thank you very much.
I like the idea. And I think that we should bring that up with GUSD next time we meet with them. And I'm pretty sure with the $6 million funding, we can get that from the state, from other funding. Next.
No more callers, Mayor. No more cards or callers.
Okay.
Okay.
I also have something that I need.
Oh, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Please go ahead, and then I'll make mine.
So, I move that the city attorney be and hereby is authorized to resolve the lawsuit entitled Guyane Pogosian versus City of Glendale et al., Los Angeles Superior Court Case Number 22 STCV 30429 in exchange for a full release of all claims in the amount of $40,000. The settlement is not an admission of any liability whatsoever for any wrongdoing with respect to plaintiff by defendant or by any person or department, but is the compromise of a disputed claim.
Right.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
and Mayor Asadrian.
Yes. Councilmember Najarian, you.
So,
have your
yeah, so
comments?
this is that other thing. You want me to do that now, or do you want to go
Yeah,
first?
whatever you're going to make during your council comment.
Okay.
Keeping in mind that you can't request.
Right. So I would like to, at this point, because I can't make the initial steps myself, I would like to urge my colleagues, one of my colleagues at least, to ask for a reconsideration of the vote on La Crescenta Avenue. You have my video?
I do.
Things have changed since we last discussed it, and some of the horrors that we saw recently during the Palisades fire could very well happen in Glendale. And the issues that we talked about, for those of us opposing the La Crescenta Avenue bike lane, was the loss of travel lanes. How are we doing on that? I'm trying to. Was the loss of travel lanes on a major arterial. The issue that was raised was that it would create public safety problems. I don't believe that thinking about that, it could properly be visualized. How are we doing on this?
We're up.
When I started drinking warm water to help me lose weight, my friends laughed at me. But when they saw how fast...
Legendary Sunset Boulevard is a night...
Yeah, that's it. That's La Crescenta Avenue in the future. Oh. It's 2 minutes. It's 1:40. These are cars that were left stranded during the evacuation. Sunset Boulevard and this road right here is much wider than La Crescenta Avenue would ultimately be with our roadway improvements. That's why it's incumbent on one of my colleagues.
Nightmarish scene today, a graveyard of abandoned and incinerated cars. Millions of dollars worth of vehicles left behind in the desperate scramble to flee the fires consuming Pacific Palisades.
These are the cars that residents abandoned on Sunset Boulevard as they fled to safety, and you can see what happened overnight. The flames returned and these cars were incinerated. It got so hot that the metal on the cars literally melted.
The iconic street, which is the setting for the classic movie and Broadway hit, was the main route for tens of thousands of residents escaping the fires fueled by lashing 80-mile-an-hour winds.
The flames are being pushed down the mountainside, going from vehicle to vehicle, and now engulfing this building.
As traffic on Sunset Boulevard backed up in a gridlock crisis, people were faced with an agonizing decision.
Many of these residents were fleeing for their safety, and the traffic was so dense and the danger was so real. Many people were simply fleeing their cars. You could see all of these cars were literally abandoned by the residents.
Fire department bulldozers cut a path through the abandoned vehicles by ramming them haphazardly into each other. In mere minutes, one of the most famous streets on Earth had been turned into a junkyard.
Why? So that the fire crews could go in and put out these flames.
Despite their heroic efforts, the fires continued, leaping from house to house. I found this distraught woman hyperventilating at the wheel of her car, unable to fathom the nightmare of destruction all around us.
The whole house is gone.
Sunset Boulevard, truly a boulevard of broken dreams.
So this can happen on La Crescenta Avenue, and I will be asking Chief Fish to come to the next meeting during my oral communications and ask him to agree that this could be a situation on La Crescenta Avenue in the event of a fire in the heavily wooded area that La Crescenta travels through. Thank you.
And if I might, well, I didn't ask for this to come up now, but I'll quote Chief Fish. When this came up, he said, in this particular case, there's a center turn lane. And for that, we can use that lane to navigate up La Crescenta Avenue Code 3. That works for us. Okay, during an emergency, a center turn lane can be an exit route.
So this is what I would ask my colleagues. Councilmember Najarian has made his statement. I recognize that you made a statement. If any of my colleagues would like to go look at what happened and what the reasoning was for Sunset, that it became what it became, and have additional conversations and reconsider it, then you have all the opportunity to do that. I'm happy to have the conversation with not just our chief, but also, the video that was shown doesn't highlight why Sunset Boulevard turned the way it turned. And you could point to any street, anywhere during the fires, and you could have a similar situation without knowing all the facts. I can't jump to conclusions as to the comparison between the structure of Sunset Boulevard and La Crescenta project. So, but I am happy to have the conversation to make sure that our community members in La Crescenta and the surrounding region are safe. Not on the dais, I will have that, and at least for me, I'm happy to spend the time on that, Mr. Najarian. All right. Lastly, I think I had one item that I needed to bring forth because of timing. I will be going to Washington, D.C. with our Glendale Water and Power team on February 20. I'm not going to be, so just trying to schedule the city council meeting for the 25th, or cancel the meeting on the 25th, but have the meeting on the 18th instead. I just wanted to see if my colleagues would be open to that, as I would like to also be here.
Checking. February.
So February 25th, we have scheduled right now. We would cancel that one, but we would have a meeting on the 18th instead. We don't have a meeting scheduled for the 18th right now.
I'm not clear. I'm busy until 3. I have a mediation, pre-planned mediation on the 18th. We would get rid of the 25th.
Correct.
So I couldn't do anything in the morning up until 3.
I mean, we usually don't start until then either, and I would make sure that if anything, we would start at 4 and after. Councilmember Kasakian? Is he there?
Yes.
Would you be okay if we had a meeting on the 18th instead of the 25th?
I think so. I haven't checked my schedule yet, but I'm fine either way.
Mr. Galanian, what would be officially required? We would just bring it next week?
Yeah, typically, Mayor Satrian, we need to prepare a report under consent calendar.
So if you can check, and then I think looking at Mr. Najarian's parameters as well to make sure that we don't schedule anything before, at 3 o'clock or before then. Okay? All right. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Thank you.